52. The old macaque arrived in front of the young lady in a single step, then it raised its arm and punched her head. The young lady blocked the attack with her green saber and pointed it at the old macaque's wrist. She then stabbed her long sword at the old macaque's heart. Unexpectedly, the old macaque grabbed the saber's blade nimbly with its long arm. At the same time, its other hand clenched the sword's tip in accordance with its nature. It was obvious that the old macaque's aggressive attempt to kill the young lady was fake, and his real intention was to lure the young lady into drawing her sword. The mountain-moving ape, who came from the sacred land of swordsmanship in the Eastern Treasure Bottle continent, could tell that the sword was unusual at first glance. The old macaque did not hesitate to change its chi for the second time. Even though the tip of the sword had penetrated the old macaque's chest and was only an inch away from piercing his heart, the old macaque still felt that it was too late. Seeing that the situation was bad, Ning Yao decisively let go of the sword's hilt and pulled out her saber with all her might. The blade slid past the old macaque's palm, producing a piercing metallic sound. After pulling out her saber, the young lady leaned back and quickly retreated without stopping. As expected, the old macaque turned sideways and swung the sword's tip backward. The long sword was thrown dozens of meters away. It then kicked the young lady. The young lady raised her right hand that was holding the sword, but it was kicked by the old macaque. A loud bang was heard, and the young lady was sent about 20 to 20 meters away. She fell hard on the ground and rolled a few times before she used the tip of her saber to support herself. The tip of her saber pierced a foot into the road to stop her sliding body. Fortunately, the soil on the stream was soft, and the stones on the ground were round and not sharp. As such, the young lady's back was not badly mutilated. Without giving the young lady a chance to catch her breath, the old macaque's giant figure fell from the sky. This time, the young lady did not even pull out her saber. She kept retreating. The old macaque did not chase after the young lady. After landing, it stood on the spot and lifted one of its feet to step on the saber's hilt that was stuck in the road. When the young lady looked up while kneeling on one knee, the old macaque stepped harder on the ground, causing the saber's hilt to be flat with the ground. Wisps of purplish gold aura flowed slowly on the old macaque's face, which looked particularly dazzling in the dark night. It sneered, "You practice saber and sword, but you're neither a donkey nor a horse. This is your pitiful end." The girl stood up and swallowed a mouthful of blood. "Is that all you've got?" The old macaque shook its head and smiled. "I was only giving you another chance just now." Taking a deep breath, Ning Yao replied, "In my hometown, a battle of life and death doesn't matter who the parents are. As long as you have the ability to kill me fair and square, I'll admit that I'm not as skilled as you. When my parents find out the reason in the future, they'll at most look for trouble with you in the Eastern Aquarius continent. They'll definitely not implicate Zhengyang Mountain. Therefore, you can rest assured and fight to your heart's content." It was the first time the old ape had heard the young girl being so talkative. She was very different from the young girl in the curtained hat who was serious in speech and manner. Therefore, when the old ape felt a chill on the back of its neck, it quickly turned its head. A streak of white light brushed past its neck, leaving a shallow wound on the tip of the sword. If he did not turn around, even if he could not pierce through the old ape's neck in one breath, he would still be severely injured. By then, he would really fail miserably. One wrong step would lead to many wrong steps. Once he thought about how he would lose the moral high ground if he revealed his real body and Dharma form prematurely, he would have no room to bargain with Qi Jingchun and Master Wan. He might even implicate his mistress and have to bear all kinds of dangers in this world alone. The old ape of Zhengyang Mountain finally became angry for the third time. The flying sword did not return to its scabbard. Instead, it circled around the girl and spun quickly to please its master. When the old ape saw this, it was so angry that it laughed out loud. Good, good, good. I didn't have a good time fighting Song Jianqiang, so I'll play with you next. Do you know how many heavy blows your skin and flesh can withstand?" The girl carefully observed the purplish gold aura on the old ape's face and frowned slightly. Contrary to her expectations, even if the old ape used its supernatural powers and spells 3 times, it still held back a certain amount of energy. It would not cause the dam of its main aperture points to collapse and be forced to reveal its true form. Moreover, Shortening one's lifespan was extremely fatal to human cultivators below the upper 5 states. Of course, it was also painful for a mountain-moving ape, but at the same time, it was not as fatal as other people. The girl moved her fingers slightly, and the long sword spun along with it. She smiled. No wonder my father said that Zhengyang Mountain of Eastern Treasure Bottle Continent is not worth mentioning. You've always been arrogant, but your sword aura is weak. The old ape's hair and beard stood up. It roared angrily, "You're courting death." It pounced on the girl who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Ning Yarrow did not linger on the battle and ran north. She was surrounded by dangers along the way. If the flying sword had not obtained the 2 words on the plaque of Fighting Bull with Qi, its sword aura and spiritual intent had not skyrocketed at the same time. Moreover, it had a telepathic connection with the girl and could point the tip of the sword wherever she wanted. The long sword itself was like an unruly existence, which blocked the old ape's thunderous attacks time and time again and helped its master escape by a fluke. If it was a natal item cultivated by a sword cultivator through untold hardships and was so compatible with her mind, the old ape would not be surprised at all. However, the old ape clearly sensed that the unsheathed long sword was definitely not the strange girl's natal flying sword. She was more like an ordinary martial artist who traveled the Jianghu with a handy divine weapon and only required the blade to be sharp enough. She had never walked the path of sword cultivation that nurtured the sword heart and nurtured the sword spirit. However, what was strange about the girl was that she was not entirely a martial artist. For a martial arts grandmaster who focused on tempering the body, what she pursued was immortality even if heaven and earth collapsed. If she was overtaken by a weapon, she would be reduced to an unorthodox path. The reason the old ape could not capture the girl along the way, apart from the disturbance caused by the flying sword, was that the girl had learned a variety of things. She was a sword cultivator, a martial artist, and a chi refinement cultivator. Her aura was pure and long. The old ape really could not figure out which sect in the Eastern Treasure Bottle Continent could train such a strange junior. Therefore, it became more careful when it attacked to test her background. In any case, as long as it did not get close to the town, the old ape would not have any worries no matter how chaotic it was over there. The girl, who was fleeing everywhere, turned paler. "You're an arrow at the end of its flight." The old ape grinned hideously. "Let's not talk about whether you can survive until you get back to the town. Even if you're lucky enough to succeed, do you really think I can't kill you?" The old ape leaped over the girl's head and landed on her path. It turned around to block the girl's path to the north and smashed the flying sword more than 300 meters away with a punch. However, the clingy flying sword arrived in the blink of an eye and stabbed at the old ape's head again. When the old ape tried to find a chance to grab the flying sword tightly and imprison it in its palm, it retreated slyly as if it had foresight and did not want to fight. The flying sword came and went like the wind, which was impossible to guard against. No matter how tough the old ape's skin was, it was still in a rather sorry state. The girl was unwilling to fight the old ape in a straight line, so she slanted and ran northeast. The old ape moved horizontally as well, which intimidated the girl the whole time. The old macaque slapped away the flying sword that was flying toward it from the side as if it was swatting a fly. The flying sword finally pulled itself out of the mud like a woman twisting her waist. It hovered in the air while the tip of the sword quivered violently like a furious wild cat. Very soon, it charged at the old macaque aggressively again. The old ape was impatient, and it could not help but ask, "How can this flying sword ignore the rules here? What's your relationship with Qi Jingchun or Ruan Ji? Ning Yarrow's forehead was almost hit by the old ape's palm. While his body leaned back, he reached out to grab the handle of his flying sword. Then, he was forcefully pulled out of the range of the old ape's palm. He slid backward as if his arm was being dragged by someone. After being pulled away by the flying sword, the girl did not take the opportunity to retreat into the town for some reason. Instead, she stopped and stood up straight. She tilted her head and spat out blood. The flying sword hovered next to the girl and buzzed. It was a puzzled child, who was chattering endlessly with an elder. The girl pressed her left shoulder with her right hand. The old ape suddenly slowed down and laughed out loud. As expected, This flying sword that acknowledges you as its master can indeed disobey the rules, but it's still a flying sword after all. No matter how mystical and spiritual it is, it's still inferior to you when you're controlling it. Unfortunately, your body and soul were severely injured in the town and haven't recovered, so you can't control it at all. Therefore, it's been intermittent, and it's attacking on its own. In any case, you never really wanted to injure me seriously and only used a defensive move to save your life, so you had no choice but to control the flying sword according to your will. The girl finally spoke again. You talk too much. Her lips were red, her face was white, and she wore a dark green robe. In the middle of the night, the girl looked like a female ghost that wandered the countryside at night. The old ape walked forward step by step and clicked its tongue. You have a good sword, but your body's weak. You're weak, but you're strong. How pitiful. You and that young man from the alley tried everything to make me change my breath so that this world would retaliate. Young lady, why don't you take a guess now? Once I finish my third breath, will I incur the wrath of heaven and earth when I change my next breath? Will I be able to withstand the seawater pouring in? The girl suddenly smiled playfully. She tapped the tip of her foot and leaped backward. She was only 3 meters high and 1.5 meters away. The old ape, which initially wanted to chase after her, was baffled. It continued to walk forward slowly as it was afraid that it was a trick, and it decided to wait and see. Subsequently, the girl, who was in the air, tapped the tip of her foot again. This time, she exerted more force on the tip of her foot and twisted her ankle, so she did not jump backward straight. Instead, she jumped to the right. It turned out that before the girl could fall, the flying sword had already reached the girl's feet, which were at the highest point in the air. Therefore, the girl accurately borrowed the force every time to continue to dodge backward and higher. Even the experienced old ape was stunned because the scene in front of it was strange and comical. The girl was like a little elk jumping on a lattice. She jumped continuously with a lithe and agile aura, and she soon disappeared into the night sky. Perhaps she was worried that the old ape would launch a sneak attack halfway, so she jumped without any order. She jumped from left to right, high to low, front to back. The old ape twitched its mouth and remarked with a complicated look, "What an antelope hanging its horn." Despite that, the old ape did not watch the girl escape. It tapped the tip of its foot and casually picked up a pebble, then held it in its hand and hurled it into the air. The pebbles were quickly picked up by the old ape, then they were hurled at the girl with the momentum of wind and thunder. Although most of the pebbles missed, 7 to 8 of them still posed a great threat to the girl, so she had no choice but to drive her flying sword to crush them. In the night sky, a series of booming sounds resounded, like the blossoming of spring thunder. The old ape had a gloomy look in its eyes. That girl either lost her mind or had a one-track mind. She could obviously control the flying sword in one breath and fly to a high altitude where the flying stones were weak. Yet, she maintained her altitude like a light horse at the edge of a battlefield to lure the enemy archers to exhaust their arrows and power. Unknowingly, she was already close to the west of the town. The old ape roughly estimated the girl's remaining aura. It did not have much left, so it picked up 2 fist-sized pebbles. With one in each hand, it stepped forward and swung its arm, causing its bulging muscles to bulge. It was a shocking sight. Sizzling sounds were heard when the pebbles pierced through the air, and they were accompanied by a long string of sparks. Unlike usual, they soared into the sky like thin fire dragons. The old ape yelled, "Get down here." A dazzling electric light was seen high up in the sky, followed by thunderous booms. The girl let out a muffled groan, and her entire body began to fall. The flying sword, which was crooked like a drunkard, kept wailing, but it still flew toward its master with all its might. The old ape did not look at the girl or the flying sword at all. Instead, it squinted its eyes and stared at the roof on the west of the town. When a black figure moved, the old ape stomped its other foot hard and threw the remaining pebble in its hand. It laughed out loud and said, "Those who save me will die first." The girl vomited blood and shouted, "Don't come out." The girl, who was already heavily injured, could not bear to watch. At that moment, she was in despair and gripped the hilt of her sword with difficulty. When one of her arms could not support it, she quickly switched to the other hand to hold the sword. She repeated this repeatedly to slow down her fall. Ning Yarrow did not expect that it was her own cleverness that killed the young man. The young man wore straw sandals, carried a wicker basket, and tied a fish basket. He came and went in a hurry every day like the wind, busy earning money and brewing medicine. Ning Yarrow felt that it was not right for such a young man to die just like that. After the girl landed on the ground shakily, she formed 2 fingers into a sword and pressed them against her forehead. She gritted her teeth and said, "Come out. Slash open this world for me." A thin golden line gradually extended from the girl's forehead from top to bottom. It was like an immortal opening his heavenly eye. Under the ancient arch bridge, in the present covered bridge, a rusty old sword whose tip was pointed at the pool of water for thousands of years yawned like a person waking up from a deep sleep. The rusty tip of the sword swayed gently. Hence, the covered bridge swayed. The entire stream swayed as well. The whole small world also swayed. In a deep mountain, the travel-worn Chi Jing-chun and several people came out of the mountain together. The teacher leisurely walked on the mountain road. He raised his foot and was about to step on it when he smiled and slowly put his foot down. In the backyard of the Yang family's shop, Old Man Yang sat next to an oil lamp and dozed off. When he woke up, he knocked the table with his pipe. Dallas vassal Song Jiangqiang jumped and cursed in the government office for no reason. In the blacksmith shop's sword-casting room, Wan Teng, who was in charge of hammering, missed. The ponytailed girl holding the sword was shocked. Ma Kuxuan, who was regarded as a fool by everyone, was lying on the roof looking at the night sky. He suddenly sat up with a murderous look. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded, getting closer and closer. "Miss Ning, why are you standing there like a fool? Run." "I'm not dead, that's a piece of clothing I took off. Old bastard's brain is not working well, why are you also stupid?" The girl was already a little delirious. When the edict ceremony was about to be completed, she suddenly felt as if she was riding on clouds and mist. She was carried on someone's shoulder and ran into the small town. Ning Yarrow suddenly woke up. Her body was bumped up and down on the shoulders of a certain young man. She was a little uncomfortable and embarrassed. She was completely stunned. 53. That's all for today. 6,000 words. Chen Pinggan carried the girl and ran like crazy. He ran even faster than when he went up the mountain, like a rapist who had stolen a virgin. Ning Yarrow suffered a serious internal injury and was very uncomfortable from the bumpy ride, but she couldn't care less about her face. If the old ape punched her now, she and Chen Pinggan would probably die together. Ning Yarrow's forehead was full of sweat. She asked, "How did you survive? Why didn't you hit the stone? How did you know that the old ape's backup plan was aimed at you and not me?" After asking a lot of questions, Ning Yarrow suddenly realized something. "Let's not talk about that first. While the old ape needs to take a breath, we should run as far as we can. I've asked the sword to stall the old ape as much as possible, but I don't think it can hold on for long." The young man nodded and ran as fast as he could through the alleys like a fish swimming at the bottom of a stream. After they were far away from the small street in the west of the town, Chen Pinggan didn't stop running. He took the time to explain in a low voice, "Earlier in the mud bottle alley, the old ape was tricked by me to go to the roof of a shabby house. Then, he fell into a pit. After that, I secretly threw a small broken tile on the roof of the house next to the pit. As expected, the old ape thought that I was careless and leaked my footsteps. He suddenly smashed the tile and broke through the wall and the roof of the neighboring house. I was so scared that I broke into a cold sweat. Actually, I was hiding on the roof just now. I didn't dare to show my head because I was afraid that you would be distracted. I also thought that I could shoot an arrow at the old ape. Then, I saw the stone that the old ape smashed you with. It was hanging in the sky like a fire snake. I guessed that if it raised its head, everyone in the town would see it. I didn't dare to be careless. At that time, I thought that if it were me, I would definitely use you as bait. I would hit those who were hiding in the dark first and then deal with those who were out in the open. How nice would it be to skewer 2 fish with 1 bait, right? So, I took off Liu Xianyang's clothes first and threw him out before I dared to save you." Ning Yarrow's eyes lit up and she clicked her tongue in wonder. Then, she inexplicably began to settle scores. Chen Pinggan, Who did you learn these tricks from? Since he was so sanctimonious, he was definitely not as honest as he appeared. Speak. When Daoist Lu saved me in your ancestral home in Mud Bottle Alley, apart from taking off your veil hat, did you take advantage of me? Chen Pingan was at a loss, as if he had been slapped in the face by an oxtail when he was a child. What? The young girl did not continue to denounce him. Instead, she laughed to herself. Chen Pingan was a moneygrubber, but he was definitely not a pervert. Ning Yaro firmly believed in this, just like how she always believed that she would become a great sword immortal in the future. It wasn't something that was rare and could be counted on one's fingers, but the kind that was unique to her. Ning Yaro whispered, "Put me down." Chen Pingan asked, "Can you walk by yourself?" Ning Yaro said helplessly, "I can't walk for now, but if you continue to run like this, my heart, liver, spleen, and stomach will be shaken out by you. When the time comes, I won't be smashed to death by the old ape's fist, but end up dying on your shoulder like a piece of pork. The old ape will be laughed to death by us." Chen Pingan slowed down and said with a headache, "Then what should I do? Find a place nearby to hide. I originally wanted to leave the town, but that place is not easy to be found." Ning Yaro suddenly thought of something and asked curiously, "Where is your self-made wooden porcelain armor? Why aren't you wearing it?" Chen Pingan smiled bitterly. "It's meaningless to deal with the old ape. Instead, it will affect my running speed, so I just took it off. Fortunately, I did so, or else I wouldn't know how to take you away from there. I can't carry you, or hug you. Just thinking about it gives me a headache." Ning Yaro sighed and made up her mind. "Chen Pingan, put me down first and then carry me to the place you mentioned." Chen Pingan naturally had no objections and did as she said without hesitation. He carried the young girl on his back and continued running. He asked, "Miss Ning, where's your saber? Why is there only a scabbard?" The young girl hugged the young man's neck and said unhappily, "It's buried in the ground." Chen Pingan did not ask any more questions and ran to a secluded place outside the town. The surroundings of the desolate mountain range were filled with numerous tombs that no one had paid respects to since a long time ago. The tombs were overgrown with weeds, and it was luxuriant to the point it was like a vegetable garden. The cries of night owls rose and fell from time to time, and it was truly terrifying. Fortunately, Chen Pingan had a feeling for this place that his peers did not have, so he did not feel uncomfortable. About half an hour later, Chen Pingan carried the young girl and passed through countless broken and collapsed statues, circling around to the back of a huge statue. The clay statue had fallen to the ground, and for some reason, its head was nowhere to be seen. Its body was more than 20 feet long, and it could be imagined that this statue had once sat upright in the ancestral hall, and how majestic and awe-inspiring it was. Chen Pingan squatted down and tried to put Ning Yaro down first. However, after waiting for a while, there was no movement from her. Chen Pingan was so frightened that he thought Miss Ning had died on the way. Just as Chen Pingan was dumbfounded on the spot, as if he had been struck by lightning, unable to say a word, the girl who had been sleeping soundly on the way finally woke up. She subconsciously wiped the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand and asked in a daze, "We've arrived." The young man squatting on the ground could not understand at this moment. In any case, tears almost flowed out of his eyes. The young man hurriedly took a deep breath and restrained his strange emotions. His hands gently released the girl's legs, and he turned his head with a smile. "This is a temporary hut that I built last autumn. In the past, I often brought Ji Kan here to play. He complained that he wanted to play around, so I used a chopper to chop some branches to build a frame, and then covered it with leaves and grass. It's quite sturdy. Last winter, there were 2 big snowfalls, but it didn't collapse." Ning Yaro stood up straight and looked back. The flying sword did not return in a sorry state. This was a good sign. At least, it meant that the old ape did not find the direction of their hiding place. Chen Pingan asked Ning Yaro to wait for a while and took the lead to enter the temporary hut made of wood and grass. He tidied it up a little before opening the door to welcome the guests. Ning Yaro sat in the small hut that was not too narrow and cramped. She felt relieved. Chen Pingan did not close the rough wooden door. Instead, he sat at the door with his back to the young girl. Ning Yaro asked, "Why didn't you close the door?" Chen Pingan shook his head. If the old ape found this place, there would be no difference. Ning Yaro, who was sitting cross-legged, nodded. That's true. After a moment of silence, Ning Yaro asked, "Don't you have anything to ask?" Chen Pingan asked, "Did the old ape use 3 breaths?" Ning Yaro grunted. "But I'll tell you a bad stream. The old ape can break the rules again at least. It's more than enough to deal with the 2 of us who are injured." Chen Pingan asked again, "Miss Ning, how much do you think the old ape paid for this?" The hut was filled with the fragrance of the green grass. Although the ground was a little damp, the young girl felt that she could not ask for more. Ning Yaro thought about it carefully. And said, "The elder macaque attacked a total of 3 times. The first time was from Mud Bottle Alley to the westernmost part of the town. The elder macaque was more reserved and mainly wanted to test if you had any backing. After all, he was afraid that someone was plotting behind the scenes and was afraid that someone would target the young master of Xinjiang Mountain whom he had escorted here. Therefore, his lifespan was only shortened to about 3 to 5 years. After that, he confronted me by the stream for about 20 years. The third time was estimated to be at least 50 years. Chen Pingan's eyes were shining. He bent down and pulled out a blade of grass. After brushing off the soil, he chewed it and said happily, "Let's call it 180 years. I've made a fortune. Even if we don't consider the trap of the woman surnamed Cai in Yunxiao Mountain, an ordinary person can only live for 60 years. I've earned 2 more lifetimes. Besides, the old ape's lifespan was almost 200 years. I think he would die of anger when he thought of this." Ning Yaro frowned and said, "Chen Pingan, do you think your life is worthless?" Chen Pingan said without hesitation, "Compared to the old ape who has lived for thousands of years, I'm just a common person who used to be a kill worker in a small town. Of course, I'm worthless. It's not shameful to admit this." Ning Yaro was flustered by Chen Pingan's fallacious reasoning. Chen Pingan turned his head and smiled. "Of course, when I think of this and accept my fate, I still feel aggrieved in my heart. Think about it, why is my life worthless when I'm just here to experience the world?" Ning Yaro was just about to agree, and then show off a few heroic and knowledgeable sayings of the sages. Unexpectedly, the youth quickly gave an answer. He seriously asked himself, could it be that I didn't do enough good things in my previous life? But I didn't have time to do any good deeds in this life. Won't I be doomed in my next life? What should I do? Ning Yaro picked up the empty green scabbard on her leg and gently tapped the young man's back with the tip of the scabbard. The young man in straw sandals suddenly grimaced. He turned his head and looked angry but didn't dare to say anything. Ning Yaro glared at him and said, "This life hasn't come to an end yet. Why are you thinking about your next life?" Chen Pingan quickly stretched out a finger and motioned for Ning Yaro to keep her voice down. The young girl quickly shut up. Chen Pingan moved his butt away, trying to stay away from the young girl and the scabbard. Ning Yaro wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, she decided to tell the young man the truth. She said in a hoarse voice, "Chen Pingan, have you ever thought about how long this mountain guardian ape of Xinjiang Mountain could have lived even though its lifespan has been shortened by 180 years? The young man looked at the distant sky with his back to the young girl and just shook his head. How could the young man know such a mysterious thing? He probably couldn't figure out the answer even if he cracked his head. Some things were like the bluestone streets of Fulu Street and Peachleaf Alley. If the young man hadn't delivered the letter, he wouldn't have known that the roads in the world weren't all muddy roads. Ning Yaro sighed and said, "This kind of ferocious beast remnant species born from heaven and earth's anomalies are far from humans' acupoints. Although it's extremely difficult to cultivate, the advantage is that the loss of essence, qi, and spirit is slower, resulting in an extremely long lifespan of at least 500 years and up to 5,000 years. The mountain guardian ape is active and doesn't like to be quiet. If it doesn't cultivate, its lifespan won't be too long. Naturally, it's inferior to the tortoise and flood dragon. However, the mountain guardian ape was once an overlord and its lifespan is still around 2,000 years. Moreover, this mountain guardian ape has obviously cultivated Dao techniques and supernatural powers. Once it reaches the upper 5 realms, with its physique of the 9th realm, it's not impossible for it to live for 3,000 or 4,000 years, let alone 2,000 years. Ning Yaro looked at the thin figure and said, "So don't think you've lived enough." Chen Pinggan didn't say a word. Ning Yaro felt a little sad. The two of them didn't say anything. The girl who revealed heaven's secret gradually felt a little guilty. She racked her brains to come up with the right words to comfort that guy. However, just as Ning Yaro's head was about to explode from thinking, she heard the soft snoring of the straw sandal youth. Ning Yaro was instantly dumbfounded. In the depths of Apricot Blossom Alley, there was a large house that was tidied up from inside to outside. Even the path in front of the house was much cleaner than other people's houses. An old woman, who had absolutely no affinity for kindness and kindness, flicked the wick of the lamp to make the light in the house brighter. Then, she looked at her grandson dotingly and began to nag, day after day, year after year, "Why are you on the roof again in the middle of the night? As the old saying goes, spring is cold in autumn. You never listen to my advice. You're still growing. If you really get sick from the cold, how am I supposed to live?" The simple-minded youth grinned. After the old woman sat down, she sighed and began to recite her family's difficult scriptures. "My good grandson, you don't know. During the day today, that ingrate smelled some meat and suddenly came to our house with big and small bags of gifts. You weren't at home at that time, so you didn't see his face. He's really a filial son and a kind father." Grandma was almost moved to tears. When she said this, the old woman's face was full of ridicule. She suddenly spat a mouthful of thick phlegm on the ground. She regretted it a little and quickly used the tip of her foot to crush it. The old woman looked up at the indifferent youth. She was angry, but she couldn't bear to hit him. She could only say angrily, "Heartless child, you don't even know how to care for your grandma. Your real name is Ma Xian, but you were born without a mother. If it's not a hard life, then what is it? Grandma added the word hard to your name. If you think it's bad luck, you can change it back in the future. It doesn't matter, you don't have to care about what Grandma thinks. Grandma is a country old woman, a toad in the fields. She's short-sighted and deserves to suffer all her life." The old woman began to wipe her tears. The youth Ma Ku Xian placed his hand on the back of the old woman's bony hand. The old woman looked at her grandson. The youth's eyes finally had some emotion. She smiled and patted the back of Ma Ku Xian's hand. "Grandma, I am a person without good fortune. Your grandfather has a conscience, but he doesn't have the ability, so he is unreliable. My son has the ability, but he doesn't have a conscience, so he is also unreliable. If you don't have a future, then all the hardships Grandma has suffered in this life would have been for nothing. Suffering is nothing, just don't be like Grandma. In the future, you have to have a future, a great future. If anyone bullies you, you have to bully them back. Don't be a good person. As for a bad person, it's fine to be one a few times. Don't just eat your fill and harm others. Be careful of retribution. Even if the heavens like to sleep all year round, there will always be a time when they open their eyes. If you are caught red-handed, ayo." The youth had heard these old sayings from a young age. Not only had his ears grown calluses, they had even been changed several times. However, the youth did not retract his hand, allowing his grandmother to gently hold it. The old woman suddenly asked, "Why do you like Ji Qiu, that cheap servant girl?" The youth smiled, "Because she is beautiful." The old woman slightly increased her strength and patted the back of Ma Ku Xian's hand, cursing, "You heartless maggot. You won't even tell Grandma the truth." The youth chuckled, "Grandma, don't worry, it is a good thing." The old woman was skeptical, but she temporarily suppressed this question and changed the topic. "Do you know why your parents didn't want you?" The youth smiled. "At that time, my family was poor and couldn't afford to raise me." The old woman suddenly raised her voice and screamed, "Poor? Our Ma family's 7 or 8 generations really can't be considered poor. We were just used to pretending to be grandsons. In the end, we didn't even know how to be grandfathers anymore. In fact, our ancestors left behind an ancestral rule. No matter how rich you are not allowed to build a house on Fu Lu Street, not even on Peachleaf Alley. Your parents deserve to be struck by lightning. If they were poor, Would they be wearing gold and silver every day? Would they be able to eat and drink delicious food every day? Besides not daring to move to a place where the 4 families and 10 clans gather, what kind of good fortune did they have? Every time she mentioned her son and daughter-in-law, the old woman's teeth would itch. She sneered, "Those ancestral rules are just things that have been buried in the ground for so many years. How much money can they be worth now? Grandson, when you become successful in the future, don't take it too seriously. Grandma has lived for many years and has seen many rich and poor people. In the end, only people without ability are honest people." Ma Ku-shen's smile was brilliant. It was unknown whether he felt this was reasonable or just ridiculous. This youth had been like this since he was young. He could eat any kind of loss and endure any kind of bullying. But when he was stubborn, even his grandmother couldn't persuade him and wouldn't listen. The old woman thought for a moment, then got up and ran out to see if the courtyard door was locked. She returned to the room and sat down again. She lowered her voice, "Grandson, don't think that Grandma has been pretending to be mysterious all these years. Other than being a midwife, giving people a bowl of talisman water to drink, or shamelessly collecting junk from people. But let Grandma tell you, those old things that I have collected are all top treasures." The youth returned to his lazy appearance. It was obvious that Ma Ku-shen had no interest in his grandmother's big box of junk. The old woman continued to talk about the various tricks she had used in her early years and was very proud of herself. Ma Ku-shen suddenly asked, "Grandma, Chen Pingan's father from Mud Bottle Alley, did he die in?" The old woman's expression changed dramatically. She quickly reached out and covered her grandson's mouth. She sternly said, "There are some things that can be done, but can't be said." The youth smiled and nodded, no longer asking questions. After that, the old woman no longer had the mood to show off her past glory. She was sick and had a heavy heart. From time to time, she would look at the night scenery outside the window. Ma Ku-shen smiled and asked, "Grandma, you have been a witch in our town for so many years. Everyone in Apricot Blossom Alley says that you can cross the boundary between yin and yang and lead the souls of the dead back to the world of the living." The old woman rolled her eyes and said, "Others believe in this foul atmosphere, but you also believe in it. Grandma is even afraid of thunder. If I really see a ghost, won't I be scared to death? Grandma, don't be afraid." The youth Ma Ku-shen laughed softly. "Humans and ghosts walk different paths. The great path leads to the sky, and each of us walks on one side." At dawn, Ning Yaro, who was in her small nest, slowly opened her eyes. There was no trace of the youth. She quickly got up, bent over and walked out. She tiptoed and jumped onto the huge shoulder of the worn-out statue that was lying on its side. In the distance, the youth in straw sandals was running in her direction. His footsteps were neither fast nor slow, and it did not seem like he was being chased. When he saw the girl in dark green, he quickly waved his hand to signal her to come down. Ning Yaro jumped down from the Buddha's shoulder and stood in front of the youth. "The old ape did not find us." After saying this, Chen Pingan faced the headless statue, put his palms together, bowed his head, and muttered. Ning Yaro vaguely heard that he was sincerely begging her not to blame him. She rolled her eyes but did not say anything. After that, Chen Pingan whispered mysteriously, "I'll take you to see 2 statues. They are very interesting." Ning Yaro asked, "Are the gods and bodhisattvas willing to come out and see you? Doesn't that mean that they are sincere?" Chen Pingan said resentfully, "Miss Ning, what are you saying?" Ning Yaro raised her eyebrows. Chen Pingan continued at lightning speed, "You sound like you have read books." Ning Yaro suddenly changed into a different person. She coughed a few times and said in her heart, "Restrain, restrain, restrain." The youth led the way in front, and the girl silently followed behind. Ning Yaro subconsciously stretched out a finger and rubbed the space between her eyebrows. Her life was hanging by a thread. The girl hesitated for a long time. She took a deep breath and said 2 words weakly, "Thank you." The youth had always been observant and alert, so he naturally heard the girl's sudden words of gratitude. However, deep in his heart, he felt that she did not need to thank him. On the contrary, he should be thanking her. However, Chen Pingan did not know how to say it, so he simply ignored it. Chen Pingan suddenly stopped and stared blankly to the south. He said to himself, what if the old ape has been expelled from the country by Mr. Chi, so he did not chase after us? What should we do? The girl was speechless. Chen Pinggan continued to move forward. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Ning Yarrow quickened her pace and walked side by side with him. She could not help but ask, Chen Pinggan, are you okay? Chen Pinggan shook his head and said, I'm fine. I know that some things are like this. There is no way around it. The youth was not educated, so he did not know the meaning of that sentence. In other words, there would be a time when a person's strength would be exhausted. Ning Yarrow suddenly stopped. When the youth turned around in confusion, she pointed at the red mark between her eyebrows. I know you're curious, but you're too embarrassed to ask. I might as well tell you the truth. This is my trump card. The old ape of Xingyang Mountain is powerful, right? You drove me and you into a state worse than a stray dog, didn't you? But in the acupuncture point between my eyebrows, there's a 10th birthday present from my mother. It's my natal item. As long as it appears, not only will the old ape die, even. At this point, the girl cut off the conversation and directly skipped the topic. The reason why I'm telling you this is to tell you that the world is very big. Don't underestimate yourself and don't be discouraged. Aren't you already practicing martial arts? Why don't you practice swordsmanship as well? Chen Pinggan asked, you know how to teach swordsmanship? Ning Yarrow said confidently, I'm too talented. I learned swordsmanship very early, and my realm rose very quickly. But I don't know how to teach swordsmanship at all. Chen Pinggan scratched his head. Ning Yarrow thought for a moment and said seriously, even if I wanted to give that flying sword to you, it wouldn't agree. Moreover, I don't want to humiliate it like this. In my hometown, all swords that have spirits in the world are people of my generation. Ning Yarrow finally took off the snow-white scabbard at her waist. But I can give you this scabbard. Chen Pinggan was confused. Why? Ning Yarrow patted Chen Pinggan's shoulder and said earnestly, you even have a scabbard. Are you still far from becoming a sword immortal? Chen Pinggan took the empty scabbard in a daze. He was dumbfounded. What did you say? Ning Yarrow strode forward. The girl only felt that she had done an extremely cool thing. That was all. Chen Pinggan carefully carried the scabbard, wondering where he could find a sword. 54. Chen Pinggan led Ning Yarrow to a colorful statue. It was about a head taller than the young man. It originally had 3 pairs of arms, but now only the highest arm was left. It was raised high and the lowest arm was shaking hands. The reason why one arm could shake hands was because the 10 fingers of the statue were intertwined. Therefore, even if the other arm was cut off at the shoulder, the palm and wrist were still left. The colorful clay statue was an armored deity with a big beard, clanging armor, and continuous scales. The edge of the armor was decorated with 2 pearls, and the pearls were full. Compared to the ugly Liu Xianyang's ancestral Mengzi armor, in terms of appearance, it was really the difference between a child and Granny Ma. The deity statue stood on a square, pitch-black stone pedestal. Compared to the headless deity statue that the 2 of them had been living under last night, this painted deity statue, although it had many broken arms and the painted sculpture was mottled, it still exuded a spirit that was in high spirits. The most important thing was that at the waist and abdomen of the clay statue, the hands were intertwined together in an extremely strange posture. Ning Yarrow saw the clues at a glance and understood why Chen Pinggan hurriedly brought her here. She nodded and said, it is indeed a bit like the stance of the stance boxing in the Hansan manual, but it is a bit different from the sword furnace in the manual. Ning Yarrow thought for a moment and asked, can you find the other broken arms nearby? Chen Pinggan squatted on the ground and shook his head regretfully. I've looked for them, but I didn't find anything. They were probably trampled by the children who came here to play hide and seek. After so many years, these clay gods and clay bodhisattvas have probably suffered all kinds of hardships. Take a look at this one. His tallest fist is missing a large piece of his wrist, and there are many cracks around it. Obviously, it was damaged by slingshots or stones. The children in the small town were all like this. The more the adults did not allow them to come here to play, the more they liked to secretly come here to catch crickets and dig for wild vegetables. Especially when it snowed every year, There would often be dozens of people here having a snowball fight. It was very lively. After they had fun, they would not care about anything else. When they were young, they liked to compete to see who could climb higher. Some people liked to climb on the top of the statue to pee and see who could pee further. So think about it, after years, there are no complete clay statues. In fact, when I was young, I had a few wooden statues. Later, I heard that a lazy man found it too tiring to chop firewood in the mountains, so he set his eyes on them. At the beginning of winter, he secretly took them home and chopped them into firewood and burned them. The young man kept muttering and was a little sad. At that time, I was chased to the mountains by Old Man Yarrow because I didn't have the ability to understand kilns. If I knew in town that someone did this, I would definitely persuade him. If it really didn't work, I would agree to help him chop firewood. Although the clay gods and clay bodhisattvas never show their spirits, they are still bodhisattvas and gods. In the end, they were chopped into firewood. How could such a wicked thing be done? Ning Yarrow and Chen Pingan's focus at this moment were completely different. Ning Yarrow pinched her chin with one hand and supported her elbow with the other. Her eyes were overflowing with color as she slowly said, "If I didn't guess wrongly, the sword furnace in your family's fist manual was born from this. However, it's not the pair of hands you see now, but the pair of arms in the middle of this Taoist spiritual official statue. It's the sword furnace formed from the hands that disappeared." Although I don't know why the person who wrote the fist manual only chose one hand and didn't choose the hand gesture we see now, I can be sure of one thing. The sword furnace, or the spiritual official's finger sword gesture, might be different in size. Chen Pingan was confused, but he didn't forget to refute and remind her, the fist manual is Jiu Kan's. I'm keeping it for him. Ning Yarrow didn't bicker with Chen Pingan. She pointed at the Taoist spiritual official's sword furnace and explained, "Do you see that? In the fist manual, the right hand's little finger is protruding. But here, the 9 fingers are entangled, circled, and interlocked. Only the left hand's index finger is protruding. The purpose is to form a sword gesture with the fingers and ultimately nourish the index finger." Ning Yarrow continued, "I've traveled around your world for many years. I've seen many temples for heavenly kings and spiritual officials from various Taoist temples. This clay statue," Chen Pingan waited for her to continue, but he didn't get an answer. He could only ask, "Is there anything strange about it?" Ning Yarrow nodded and said seriously, "It's the shortest." The young man squatting on the ground didn't say anything. He just gave her a thumbs up. Ning Yarrow turned her head and asked, "Have you seen a Taoist spiritual official statue that's taller than your Mount Biyun?" "Of course not." Chen Pingan was stunned and asked doubtfully, "Mount Biyun is on our side." Ning Yarrow suddenly understood and explained, "It's the tallest mountain here. A long, long time ago, it's said that there was once an enlightened master who buried a heavenly master's seal on Mount covering cloud to suppress the dragon chi in this world." Chen Pingan's eyes lit up. "Do you know the approximate location? Can we dig it?" Ning Yarrow smiled and said, "Why? Do you want to dig it up and sell it?" Chen Pingan, whose truth was exposed, blushed slightly and said frankly, "We don't have to sell it for money. As long as it's something good and valuable, it's good to keep it at home as a family heirloom." Ning Yarrow used her finger to point at the guy who only cared about money in the air and said unhappily, "If you can establish your own sect in the future, I reckon that with a sect leader like you, your disciples and guests won't have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of their lives. They'll just have to lie down and enjoy life." Chen Pingan didn't think that far. As for establishing a sect, he didn't understand. He stood up and asked, "No matter the size, is this also a kind of sword furnace?" Ning Yarrow nodded and said, "The big and small sword furnaces are divided into left and right hands. The real object of nourishment is definitely not the left index finger and the right little finger, but all the way up to." When Ning Yarrow said this, she closed her eyes and concentrated. She didn't even need to form seals to be able to sense it. She opened her eyes and bent her finger, pointing to 2 places on the back of her head. They were the Jade Pillow and Sky Pillar acupuncture points. They were indeed suitable places to nourish her life-flying sword. She smiled and said, "The left-hand sword furnace corresponds to here, and the right hand points to here." Chen Pingan said blankly, Miss Ning, in fact I've always wanted to ask. This sword furnace is said to be the foundation of a fist manual, but the fingers are twisting here and there. What does this have to do with practicing the fist? Can I gain strength? Ning Yarrow was dumbfounded. If Ning Yarrow had to explain martial arts or the ways of cultivation, then it would be too difficult for her. She couldn't even talk about how she had smoothly crossed all the big and small obstacles along the way. After all, to Ning Yarrow herself, was there a need to say these useless truths? Wasn't it natural to be familiar with them? So the young girl scolded the youth with a stern face, if you don't have the cultivation, then it's useless to talk. Why are you asking so many questions? Just focus on practicing. Why? Can't bear the hardship? Chen Pingan was skeptical and said carefully, Miss Ning, is that really the case? Ning Yarrow crossed her arms in front of her chest and asked with a righteous expression, otherwise? Chen Pingan stopped asking about this matter and looked up at the painted statue that Ning Yarrow called the spirit official of Taoism. He said, this is the immortal of Daoist Lu's family. Ning Yarrow said helplessly, what do you mean by the immortal of Daoist Lu's family? First, Taoism. Although Taoism has the word family, it's definitely not the family of the common people in your small town. Taoism is so big that it's far beyond your imagination. Even I don't know how many Taoists there are in Taoism and how many branches there are. I only heard my father say that the ancestral court is now divided into 4 parts, upper, lower, north, and south. Forget it, telling you this is like playing the lute to a cow. Secondly, immortals, immortals, immortals. Although you are used to chanting together, and even the mortals in the world are the same, at the end of the day, immortals and immortals walk different paths. Let me give you an example. Have you heard of this saying before? Chen Pingan nodded and said, in the past, Granny Ma often quarreled with Jiyu Kan's mother in Apricot Blossom Alley. I always heard this sentence. Ning Yarrow seemed to be giving advice at this time. Why should Buddha fight for an incense stick? Because immortal does need incense. Without incense, immortal will gradually weaken and eventually lose his boundless spiritual power. The reason is very simple. It's like a person who doesn't eat grains for several days. Where does the strength come from? Why does the secular imperial court want officials everywhere to ban obscene temples? What they are afraid of is that the incense in the human world is in chaos, allowing some people or something who shouldn't be immortal to sit on the throne of immortal. Taking a step back, even if they become immortal without permission, they are naturally kind people who are willing to protect the local people year after year and never violate the rules of heaven and earth. However, to the emperor who claims to be true dragon's body, these obscene temples that are not conferred by the imperial court are a disaster to the feng shui of a region. It's tantamount to setting up an independent regime and weakening the fate of the dynasty. It's an act of digging a hole in the wall because it will shorten the lifespan of the dynasty. How can one sleep when one's sleeping? As for immortal, it's very simple. Most of the foreigners you see are considered immortal. Even the old ape of Xingyang Mountain is considered half an immortal. They all rely on themselves to walk on the great Tao, climbing the mountain step by step to reach the peak of immortality. Cultivators are also known as qi practitioners. Cultivation is known as immortal cultivation or true cultivation. Chen Pingan asked, then is this Daoist spiritual official a god or an immortal? According to Miss Ning, he should be considered an immortal of Taoism, right? Ning Yarrow's expression was solemn. She gently shook her head and did not continue to reveal the secrets of heaven. She suddenly frowned. A stone mysteriously shot over and heavily smashed onto the fist of the spiritual official that was higher than the head of the statue, causing many fragments to fall down. Ning Yarrow waved her hand to disperse the dirt and dust above her head. Chen Pingan stood up and followed Ning Yarrow's line of sight. He turned his head and saw an unexpected figure. There was a short, dark-skinned youth squatting on a fallen statue in the distance. He constantly threw and caught stones with one hand. Chen Pingan turned around and stood side by side with Ning Yarrow. He said softly, "He's called Ma Kushuan. He's the grandson of Granny Ma in Apricot Blossom Lane. He's a very strange person. He didn't like to talk since he was young. The last time I met him in the stream, Ma Kushwan took the initiative to talk to me. He obviously knew that the snake gall stone was very valuable. The youth named Ma Kushwan stood up and continued to weigh the stone. He smiled brightly at Ning Yaro and Chen Pingan and went straight to the point. If I go to the Li residence on Fulu Street and tell the old ape of Zhengyang Mountain that I found the two of you, I think I can get a bag of money no matter what. However, as long as you give me 2 bags of money, I'll pretend that I didn't see anything. Let me say this first, it's just business. Don't think about silencing us. There are so many immortals and bodhisattvas on the ground watching us. Be careful of retribution. The angry Ning Yaro was about to speak when Chen Pingan grabbed her arm. He took a step forward and asked Ma Kushwan in a deep voice, "If I'm willing to give you money, will you really not tell anyone?" Ma Kushwan was slightly stunned. It seemed that he didn't expect this young man and girl to be so easy to talk to and actually do business with him. However, he was too lazy to continue acting. He took out a beautiful and exquisite bag of money and casually threw it on the ground. He smiled and said, "I've already received my payment from the Li residence. However, I'm not doing this for money. You're Chen Pingan from Mud Bottle Lane, Song Jisin's neighbor, right? If you want to blame someone, blame the person next to you. She's too annoying. She ruined many people's plans yesterday." The youth's mouth twitched and he pointed at himself. "Like me." Chen Pingan looked around. Ma Kushwan looked at Ning Yaro and smiled. "Don't worry. The old ape has something to deal with for the time being. I'll take this opportunity to ask for something from you. You know what it is, right?" Ning Yaro sneered, "Be careful that you don't have the life to use it." Ma Kushwan chuckled, "You're not my wife. Why are you worried about this?" Chen Pingan really couldn't imagine why someone would think that such a ghastly person was a fool. Ning Yaro's face was gloomy. She touched Chen Pingan's shoulder and whispered, "I don't know why, but the flying sword can't enter this area." Ma Kushwan shifted his gaze and grinned at Chen Pingan. "The battle on the roof yesterday was very exciting. I happened to see it." "Oh, right. You can take off the sandbag on your leg. Otherwise, you won't be able to catch up to me." Chen Pingan squatted down and slowly rolled up his trousers. His gaze was fixed on Ma Kushwan. It wasn't until this moment that Ning Yaro was surprised to find that inside Chen Pingan's pants, there was a sandbag that was neither thick nor thin tied to his calf. Chen Pingan explained to Ning Yaro, "When I was young, Grandpa Yang of the Yang family's shop told me not to take it off. I originally planned to use it to deal with the old ape's 4th breath. But now that I think about it, I feel that this Ma Kushwan fellow is as dangerous as the old ape." Ma Kushwan jumped down from the statue lightly and shot a glance at the young girl, who was wearing a dark green robe, and said to himself, "I thought that I would meet my first enemy after I left the town, but I didn't expect that I would meet one so soon. Haha, when luck comes, it's unstoppable." Ning Yaro suddenly asked, "Chen Pingan, that fellow was also swung by an ox's tail when he was young?" Chen Pingan stood up and gently stomped his feet. He seriously thought about Ning Yaro's question and replied, "Granny Ma is very rich. So I remember that this Ma Kushwan's family's ox is very big. When it swings its tail, it's very scary." When Chen Pingan stood up, Ma Kushwan squatted down and placed a handful of stones in his left palm. In the end, the youth from Clay Bottle Lane and the youth from Apricot Blossom Lane, 2 people of the same age, faced each other from afar. 55. Chen Pingan's left and right toes twisted the ground imperceptibly, as if he was still adapting to his lighter legs. He noticed that Ma Kushien had picked up a total of 5 stones, 4 in his left hand and 1 in his right. Ma Kushien's expression was calm as he looked at the foreign girl whose scabbard and scabbard were empty. He smiled and said, "It's settled. Now it's me and Chen Pingan's duel. According to the stories my grandmother told me when I was young, when 2 generals were fighting in front of the battlefield, the one who called for help was not a hero. If one could kill the enemy, the morale of the army would be greatly boosted, and the battle would be won." Ning Yaro looked at Ma Kushien and felt annoyed. She had never seen such a person who deserved a beating. Song Jisin from Mud Bottle Alley was also very shrewd, and also liked to drop his bag of books. He always acted like a little teacher, but at least he looked like a scholar. The short and thin youth in front of her had skin no whiter than Chen Ping'an's, and his eyes were especially big. His entire person gave people a very strange feeling, especially with this kind of awkward sour language. It was as if an old woman had put 1/2 kilogram of powder on her old tree bark, pretending to be shy. It was really tragic. Chen Ping'an did not say any harsh words to his peers from Apricot Blossom Alley. He bent slightly, suddenly exerted his strength, and rushed forward like a galloping horse. So fast. Looking at Chen Ping'an's back as he sprinted away, and in the blink of an eye, the distance between them had increased by more than 20 feet. Even the experienced and knowledgeable Ning Yarrow couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This wasn't to say that Chen Ping'an could run faster than foxes and hares among his peers in the world. Naturally, this wasn't the case. Instead, in this world, this cage, Chen Ping'an could rely on decades of hard work to train his body to such an extent. This was what Ning Yarrow admired the most. Ning Yarrow thought for a moment. Could it be that being able to endure hardships was also a kind of talent? The distance between the two youths was instantly reduced by half. Chen Ping'an could even clearly see a series of subtle changes in Ma Kuxian's expression. After a moment of surprise, it turned to fear, and he quickly regained his composure. Then, without hesitation, he quickly raised his arm. His slender arm bloomed with a shocking explosive force. Chen Ping'an, who had been staring at the movement of Ma Kuxian's right hand, no longer rushed forward in a straight line. In an instant, he turned to the right. Ma Kuxian's arm actually showed a subtle pause. His wrist shook, and his target was Chen Ping'an, who had deviated from the straight line. The stone shot, it was fierce. Although it was not as terrifying as the mountain, it was still not to be underestimated. Chen Ping'an, who should have been flustered, didn't stop. He twisted his waist and turned his upper body sideways. The stone just happened to flash in front of his eyes, and the hair on the forehead of the straw sandals youth was swept up by the cool breeze. Ma Kuxian's left hand, which held the remaining stones, lightly flung one of them into the palm of his right hand. This short youth from Apricot Blossom Lane did not seem to think that he could finish off Chen Ping'an with a second attack. Therefore, he did not stay where he was and began to run to the right. At the same time, he flung out a second stone. The straw sandals youth suddenly bent down without warning. His hands were almost touching the ground. The stone quickly streaked past his back, scraping Chen Ping'an's thin clothes. Fortunately, it was only a scratch. Although it looked frightening, the wound was not deep. At this moment, the distance between the two had been reduced by half. Although Ma Kuxian also realized that he should increase the distance, Chen Ping'an's charge was too fast. In contrast, Ma Kuxian's hurried change of position was like an old bull pulling a broken cart. Therefore, when Chen Ping'an's dark face came closer, the straw sandals youth's resolute and bright eyes were particularly dazzling. On the contrary, Ma Kuxian's expression clearly showed a hint of hesitation. Should he give up on throwing stones and decisively retreat? Or should he stake everything on one throw and decide the victor on the third stone? Ma Kuxian's hesitation was in stark contrast to Chen Ping'an's indomitable spirit. At this moment, the straw sandals youth did not look like the kind person from Clay Bottle Lane at all. At this critical moment, Ma Kuxian took a step back and waved his arm again. It was clear that Ma Kuxian believed in the stone in his hand. Let alone fighting, this solitary youth had never quarreled with anyone before. Ever since he was young, he did not like to hang out with people of the same age. Compared to Chen Ping'an or Jiyu Kan, he was more like a solitary wild cat. He liked to grab a handful of stones when he had nothing to do. As he walked, he would throw them. Of course, his strength was very light. It looked like he was just playing casually, and no one took it seriously. Only, when Ma Kuxian was on the shore under the covered bridge, when there was no one around, he would play by himself. The slightly thinner stones would often create more than 10 ripples on the surface of the water before smashing into the inner wall of the stone arch bridge on the opposite shore. His strength and dexterity could be imagined. Ma Kuxian would often squat on the back of the green bull and throw stones at the fish swimming in the water. Regardless of whether or not he could hit the fish, the stones the youth threw into the water almost never caused a splash. As a result, in the ancestral house in Apricot Blossom Lane, in the courtyard, or on the roof, there would often be several bird corpses, badly mutilated. The distance between the two was less than 10 steps. After dodging Ma Ku-hsien's stones twice, Chen Ping'an's footsteps leaned towards nimbleness and lightness, not revealing any of his muscles or bones. The straw sandal's youth was like a light and fluttering leaf. However, when Chen Ping'an and Ma Ku-hsien were about to collide, Chen Ping'an finally revealed his heavy side. He took 3 large steps in succession, both fast and fierce, full of tension. When he landed, it was like a hammer smashing down a sword. When he raised his foot, it was like pulling up the roots of a mountain. 3 steps, he was almost within reach. Ma Ku-hsien still did not have time to throw the stone. Logically speaking, the situation was already over. However, Chen Ping'an's heart was shaken for no reason. However, he still did not cower back, because the situation was pressing. He could no longer pull back before the precipice, so he might as well leap up and take a risk. The corners of Ma Ku-hsien's lips curled up into a playful smile. His left hand loosened, throwing away the remaining stone. His raised right hand was already clenched into a fist, so he took advantage of this opportunity to send out a punch. He had set a trap for Chen Ping'an from the very beginning. The so-called hesitation, purposely giving Chen Ping'an a chance to get close to him, and even the reason why he had chosen to use stones as a means of attack, were all the meticulous plans of this foolish kid from Apricot Blossom Lane. All of this was for the sake of showing weakness to the enemy, luring this loach youth who could slip away from the old ape to his side, making this Chen Ping'an deliver himself to his doorstep. The distance of an arm was the distance of a fist. Chen Ping'an was not too obvious a left-hander. As a result, his fist collided with Ma Ku-hsien's right fist. The instant their fists collided, the 2 youths both sent out a kick towards each other at almost the same time. Chen Ping'an and Ma Ku-hsien flew backwards at the same time, fiercely crashing into the mud. The 2 were separated by another 20 or so steps. Ma Ku-hsien crawled up and knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. He raised his arm and loosened his fist. Because the stone in his hand had not been thrown out, the youth's palm was now scarlet red, a ghastly sight. Ma Ku-hsien grinned and rubbed his stomach. His eyes were burning as he laughed loudly at Chen Ping'an. Chen Ping'an, do you dare to come again? Chen Ping'an's left hand was in an even worse state. Because of the attack on Yunxia Mountain's Cai Qinqian in the alley, his palm had been deeply cut by the broken porcelain. During this period of time, even though he had been applying the secret medicine passed down from the Yang family's shop, injuries to the muscles and bones would take 100 days to heal. No matter how tough the youth's body was, he was not the kind of immortal who could grow flesh and bones. Therefore, in this exchange of punches and kicks with Ma Ku-hsien, Chen Ping'an was at an even greater disadvantage. Chen Ping'an's bandaged left hand was already trembling uncontrollably. Blood seeped out of the bandage and dripped onto the grass by his feet. Chen Ping'an deliberately took a deep breath, and thus clearly felt the piercing pain from his abdomen. He wanted to determine just how much this degree of pain would affect his following actions. This was due to habit. Chen Ping'an came from a poor background. It was precisely because he had too few things that he was particularly calculative. On the other hand, rich people like Song Jisin and Lu Jingchun would definitely not care about a few copper coins in their pockets. This was a big business not caring about the details. Of course, Chen Ping'an could not do that. As a result, the impression that Chen Ping'an gave others was that he was reserved, gentle, and patient. As for that Ma Ku-hsien who had appeared out of nowhere and wanted to fight to the death with Chen Ping'an, Ning Ning, and Yarrow Ning, he was most likely an unreasonable freak. At the very least, Ning Ning could be described as showing off his ability, but Ma Ku-hsien was completely unfathomable. Chen Ping'an did not turn his head. With his back facing Ning Yarrow, he lightly waved his hand, indicating that he was fine. Ma Ku-hsien slowly stood up. In front of him, the youth grabbed a clump of grass and casually wiped the blood from his palm. Chen Ping'an also stood up. Ma Ku-hsien was the first to exert force. 2 mud pits appeared where he had been standing. This skinny monk-like youth was unbelievably fast. He jumped high into the air, and his knee struck towards Chen Ping'an. Chen Pingan's fist smashed into Ma Kushen's knee. However, Ma Kushen's body was leaning forward in midair, and his fist smashed into Chen Pingan's forehead. Ma Kushen's originally curled up legs instantly stretched out, and he heavily stomped down on Chen Pingan's chest. Chen Pingan felt as if he had been hammered in the head by a sledgehammer, and at the same time, his chest was also struck. He fell backwards onto the ground. Ma Kushen's body somersaulted in midair, and after landing, he continued to charge forward with a sinister smile. He quickly arrived in front of Chen Pingan, who had just gotten up, and Ma Kushen kicked out. Chen Pingan crossed his arms in front of his body. His left arm was outside, and his right arm was inside, protecting his chest and face. Chen Pingan was sent flying by this kick. However, his center of gravity was extremely low, and he protected his vitals, so there was no bloody scene. He continued to roll. Ma Kushen did not let him off, and continued to charge forward. The moment Chen Pingan stopped rolling, he unknowingly, intentionally or otherwise, knelt down on one knee, and bent his waist to run. Ma Kushen's expression froze. In the next moment, Chen Pingan shot out like an arrow from a bow, instantly arriving in front of Ma Kushen. His speed was extremely fast, and compared to before, it was as if he was a completely different person. Showing weakness to the enemy. Chen Pingan also knew how to do this. This time, Ma Kushen did not even have time to punch out before Chen Pingan's shoulder slammed into his chest. Ma Kushen staggered backwards, and a sharp pain came from his abdomen. He instinctively lowered his head and bent his waist, and the temple of his left ear was swept by Chen Pingan's arm. The youth from Apricot Blossom Lane, who had previously held the advantage, was sent flying through the air in a strange posture. Chen Pingan suddenly grabbed Ma Kushen's ankles, and spun him around. With a roar, he threw the short youth, who was only 90 jin, far away. He crashed into a sitting statue that was about 1.5 feet tall. If there was no accident, Ma Kushen would definitely be in a miserable state. However, Ma Kushen did not rely on external objects, and personally created an accident. His 2 feet stepped on the head of the statue one after the other, and then he bent and straightened in an instant. His whole body used the huge rebound force, similar to Chen Pingan's previous sneak attack, to shoot toward the opponent on the ground in the distance. However, Ma Kushen's eyes suddenly widened in shock. He saw Chen Pingan standing in his original position with one arm raised high. At some point, a short knife had appeared in his hand, and the tip of the knife was pointed directly at the rapidly approaching Ma Kushen. This was probably what people called courting death. Even though Chen Pingan's hand was trembling violently, it was enough to stab through Ma Kushen's body. The only difference was whether the wound would be the arm, the head, or the chest. Even though Ma Kushen was in a desperate situation, and even though he was extremely frightened, he did not give up at all. He turned his body with great difficulty, and even if it was just a tiny bit, he still had to make sure that his vitals were away from the tip of the knife. Right at this moment, a slender figure appeared between the two youths. It was a middle-aged man with a long sword on his back and a tiger tally at his waist. He did not seem to make a move, but Ma Kushen seemed to have flipped the world around him. Not only did his feet land on the ground, he even stood up straight beside the man. Then, the man with the sword turned his head to look at the youth holding the knife who had taken a step back. His eyes were filled with undisguised praise and admiration. He chuckled softly and said, "The two of you fought well this time." Chen Pingan took another step back as blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. The man smiled and suggested, "I saved Ma Kushen, so I owe you a favor. After I get out, I'll persuade the mountain-moving ape of Xingyang Mountain to give up on pursuing the two of you. What do you think?" Ning Yarrow came to Chen Pingan's side. The military cultivator from Marshall Mountain took a deep look at the girl, and then said to Chen Pingan, "You don't have the right to bargain. If you agree, nod. If you don't, then continue to remain silent. If you feel that it's unfair, and if you're lucky enough to escape from the old ape, then after you leave this town, you can find me at Marshall Mountain and ask for justice." Chen Pingan put away the knife Ning Yarrow had lent him and hid it in his right sleeve. He nodded at the man from Marshall Mountain and said, "If there's a chance, I will." Just as Ma Kushen was about to speak, the man said indifferently. The dead have no right to speak ruthlessly to the living. Ma Ku-xian pursed his lips tightly and lowered his head in silence. The master and disciple of Martial Mountain gradually disappeared into the distance. Chen Pinggan sat on the ground. Ning Yarrow hurriedly squatted down and asked worriedly, "How are you? Where are your injuries the most serious? Do you have any use for Daoist Lu's prescription?" The youth with a bruised nose and swollen face said bitterly, "It's fine. I can still feel the pain, which means my injuries aren't that serious." "Oh right, if the old ape comes over now. Let him come." The girl also sat on the ground and raised her eyebrows. "You were there just now. I'll be there later. What's there to be afraid of?" Chen Pinggan had no choice but to swallow back the second half of his sentence. Ning Yarrow suddenly smiled brightly. She stretched out her hands and gave the youth a thumbs up. "Cool." The youth from the shabby alley, who had never thought highly of himself before, tried his best to hold back the smile on his face and deliberately made himself look more relaxed. However, everyone could see that he was happy. The youth from the spring breeze was very proud. 56. Walking among the wild hills where foxes and rabbits roamed, the man suddenly stopped in front of a tombstone. He squatted down beside an inconspicuous tombstone and reached out to remove the vines wrapped around the tombstone, revealing its original appearance. The words were blurred, and only a small part of the words could be made out. The man sighed. "The divine path has collapsed, and rites and music are flourishing. The 100 Schools battle is about to begin." After the man got up, he saw the disciple who hadn't formally entered Martial Mountain yet. He was facing the direction where he came from, and blood was dripping from the corners of his mouth, ears, and nose, making his dark face look particularly ferocious and terrifying. The boy raised his arm and wiped it carelessly before continuing to stare at the tombstone. The man said, "Ma Ku-xian, according to the reason you gave before, it was because you learned that a girl from another village used a flying sword technique to join hands with the great Sway's prince and eunuchs to kill your first master in your life. Therefore, you had to take revenge before leaving the town. I felt that this was reasonable, so I didn't stop you and let you be responsible for your own life and death. After all, it's both a crisis and an opportunity for a cultivator to encounter such an enemy of the great Tao." However, the man's tone became more serious, and he didn't favor the talented disciple in front of him. He said in a deep voice, "But why did you target your peers in Mud Bottle Alley? I've told you before that the military cultivators of Martial Mountain, especially those who practice the sword Tao, can't kill the innocent." The boy didn't answer the question. "Are military cultivators the ones who don't care about karma and fate?" The man nodded and said, "Looking at the history books for thousands of years, most of the people who could turn the tide with their own strength were saints of the military sect. It's not because I'm a military cultivator that I deliberately praise the merits of our predecessors." The man stared at the boy, not intending to let him go so easily. If Ma Ku-xian was a bloodthirsty bully, why did he accept such a disciple for Martial Mountain? Military cultivators in the secular dynasties relied on fighting on the battlefield to improve their cultivation, and they were the closest to death. Once they couldn't keep their hearts, it was easy for them to fall into the demonic path. Think about it, how easy was it for a cultivator with military power to massacre a city and destroy a country? The school of the military and the school of Confucianism were the two great pillars that supported the peace of the kingdom below the mountain. Once a revered cultivator of the school of the military found himself in an improper position, the higher his cultivation and the higher his status in the imperial court, the greater the impact on the entire mortal dynasty would be. In history, the lessons of the past were still vivid. It's hard to win people's hearts, but it's easy to lose them. Although this was said by the scholarly sage, there were many Confucian generals among the military sect who were well-read, and they deeply agreed. His father died when he was very young. That man was a famous kill worker in the small town before his death. His craftsmanship was very good, and he was also honest. Later, he suddenly died, and his body was never found. Although my grandmother has never been willing to admit it, I remember very clearly that it was a stormy night with lightning and thunder. I was woken up by the sound of thunder, and then I found that my grandmother was not by my side. Just as I opened the door, I saw my father sneaking back, surprised and scared. It was very strange. My mother patted my father's back hard, smiling from ear to ear, and was very happy. The boy subconsciously frowned, doing his best to remember the bleak scenes of his childhood. Only my grandmother didn't say anything. She didn't seem very happy. Instead, she got angry at my father. Do you think that you'll have a chance to marry that child just because his father is dead? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? That branch of the Chen family in Mud Bottle Alley is the only child for several generations. Aren't you afraid that you'll hurt a person and cause the family of 3 to die? At that time, this branch of the Chen family will have no descendants. Aren't you afraid of retribution from their ancestors? At the very least, don't you know that woman's temperament? Is she willing to remarry you? My father was smiling mischievously at that time. He probably felt that he had already done it and would soon get his reward. In front of his family, he didn't have to pretend to be regretful and guilty. In the end, my grandmother pointed at my mother's nose and scolded her. My mother wasn't a good-tempered person either. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law almost fought in the main hall. My father was the kind of person who liked the new and hated the old. At that time, none of his neighbors in the small town liked him. At that time, of course, he would help his daughter-in-law and not his mother. In the end, my grandmother sat on the ground and fiercely beat her chest. She cried and complained to the board, saying that the Ma family had recruited such a jinx into their family. The man followed the boy's train of thought and asked, "Do you want to take the illusory karma of good and evil and take all the sins of the previous generation onto yourself? Do you want your grandmother and your parents to have a good ending?" Ma Kushwan grinned. "I don't have any feelings for my parents. Only my grandmother is worried. She doesn't want to go to Marshall Mountain with me. She said that she must be buried next to her grandfather's grave. If she goes to that Marshall Mountain that's tens of thousands of miles away, she will have to trouble me, her grandson, to carry a jar home. Also, she heard that after death, the road to the world of the living is very bumpy. She said that she had suffered enough when she was alive, and she doesn't want to suffer again after death." The man said, "It's pardonable, but it's unreasonable. Just this once. Don't do it again." Ma Kushwan curled his lips. His expression was cold. He didn't shake his head or refute, but he also didn't nod in agreement. The man smiled and sprinkled salt on the boy's wound. "How does it feel to be beaten to the ground by someone your age?" Ma Kushwan angrily said, "If that woman didn't secretly give him a knife, would I have lost to Chen Pingan? From the beginning to the end, I only used 70% of my strength. If it wasn't for the fact that I wanted to play cat and mouse." The man lightly sneered. "Play cat and mouse? Forget it. You wanted to use 70% of your strength to kill Chen Pingan, and at the same time, make that girl lower her guard. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. What a beautiful dream." The boy's face reddened. He stiffened his neck and said angrily, "Whose master are you?" The man laughed loudly. The two of them returned to the town. The boy asked, "Compared to Xingyang Mountain, is Marshall Mountain higher or lower?" The man smiled and asked, "Do you want to know the truth or a lie?" The boy rolled his eyes. "What about a lie?" The man replied, "Then it's about the same height." The boy sighed sadly. He felt that he had been unlucky to have 2 masters. One had died in the town's dragon-riding alley for no reason, while the other was not very capable but had many rules. The man smiled and said, "On the surface, Zhengyang Mountain is the foundation of Sword Dao, but in the hearts of the Eastern Bottle Continent's cultivators, its status is far inferior to our archenemy, Wind Thunder Garden. Therefore, Zhengyang Mountain is not considered a first-rate sect. Of course, this is only a facade on the surface. In fact, Xingyang Mountain's foundation is extremely deep. However, after that feud, there was a person in Wind Thunder Garden whose Sword Dao attainments far exceeded his peers. He was so outstanding that Zhengyang Mountain had to endure the humiliation for hundreds of years." Ma Kushwan said in annoyance, "No matter how much you praise Xingyang Mountain, it won't change the fact that Marshall Mountain is inferior to Xingyang Mountain." The man smiled and said, "Ma Kushwan, you're mistaken. The difference between Zhengyang Mountain and Marshall Mountain is probably that of Zhengyang Mountain. The boy was stunned. After understanding the man's meaning, he smiled and said, "That's more like it." The man reminded him, "Sects are sects. You are yourself." The short boy smiled and said, "You're mistaken too. What I mean is that since Marshall Mountain is so high, it'll save me time and effort to find someone to spar with when I master martial arts in the future. I won't be surrounded by a bunch of useless good-for-nothings." The man laughed. Wouldn't such bold words be more convincing if the boy from Clay Bottle Alley said them? The boy said angrily, "Is this how a master should behave? Be careful that I won't avenge you if you get beaten to death in the future." The man reached behind him and patted his scabbard. He smiled and said, "Apart from this sword, I'm all alone. If I die, my Tao will disappear. What's the use of revenge?" The boy was puzzled. "Isn't there still Marshall Mountain?" The man kept him in suspense. Marshall Mountain is different from the other sects in the Eastern Bottle Continent. You'll understand once you get on the mountain. The tiger tally on the man's waist jumped slightly. The man held it for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Let's return to the town quickly. We military cultivators seek fortune and avoid calamity. It's almost instinctive for us to foresee the future." The boy rolled his eyes and said, "Even if the town turns upside down and the outsiders and the townspeople kill each other, it has nothing to do with me. Let's make a deal. I can promise that I won't treat human lives like grass, but I definitely won't do anything chivalrous or help those in danger." The man's expression was solemn. He grabbed the boy's shoulder and ordered, "Don't speak. Hold your breath." The two's figures flashed, and in the next moment, they were dozens of feet away. This cycle repeated itself, just like the young Ma Kushwan making a series of water splashes. Besides the wound on his back caused by Ma Kushwan's stone, Chen Pingan didn't have many external injuries. However, this didn't mean that Chen Pingan was feeling any better. The most troublesome part was his left palm. He had to go into the water to catch fish, which slowed down his recovery. After fighting with Ma Kushwan, their fists had collided, which made things worse. When he tore off the old cotton cloth, even Chen Pingan could only open the bag at his waist and take out a porcelain bottle to drink the thick medicinal soup inside. This was the medicine prescribed by the young family's shop. It had no other use except for relieving pain. After Ning Yarrow took back the simple and unadorned knife, she cut off a large section of the cuff of her inner shirt and tore it into strips. She helped Chen Pingan, who was sweating profusely, bandage his wounds and asked, "Is the recipe of the young family's shop really useful?" Chen Pingan gently shook his left hand and squeezed out a smile. "It's very useful. It really hurt just now. I've been in such pain twice before." Ning Yarrow scolded, "You can even see the bones in your palm. How can it not hurt? Do you really think that you've cultivated an invincible Vajra Arhat golden body, or a Taoist true monarch with a pure body? Who asked you to be brave? Didn't he say he wanted a one-on-one duel? Sure, there's nothing wrong with him dueling the two of us. Even I, Ning Yarrow, don't feel ashamed. You're addicted to being a hero. Why don't I continue to cheer for you when you duel Zhengyang Mountain's mountain-moving ape?" Chen Pingan was just about to argue with her about his views and reasoning. The young girl suddenly glared at him, and the young man immediately nodded. "Miss Ning is right." Ning Yarrow glared at him angrily. "You think I don't know that?" Chen Pingan chuckled. His eyes kept stealing glances at the knife in her hand. At first glance, it was small and cute, but upon closer inspection, it was sharp and cold. The young man felt that this knife was the exact opposite of its owner. Ning Yarrow made Chen Pingan raise his right hand and gently put the knife back into the scabbard tied to his arm. She warned, "Don't push your luck. Don't have any improper thoughts about this knife." Chen Pingan said helplessly, "Miss Ning, you're thinking too much." Ning Yarrow suddenly pointed at the earliest one-armed spirit official statue. "Do you know what kind of stone is used to make that jet-black stone pedestal?" Chen Pingan nodded and said, "I know, Miss Ning, you've asked the right person. As long as we follow the stream into the mountains, we'll have to walk for a long time. I estimate that we'll have to walk for at least half a day before we can see a black stone cliff. It's all this kind of stone and is very hard. Even if you use a hammer, you won't be able to break it, let alone use a hatchet to chop it. On the other side of the cliff, there are several long grooves that have sunk in. The inside of the grooves is a bit sloped and not flat. Every time Old Man Yarrow passes by there, he would take out a hatchet to sharpen it. Ning Yarrow rubbed her forehead. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. A hatchet used to sharpen trees and chop firewood. Chen Pingan's eyes lit up. Valuable? Ning Yarrow said angrily, no matter how valuable it is, can you even get a little bit of the entire stone cliff? Let me tell you, even ordinary immortals can't do it. Unless it's a great sword immortal with great killing power and is willing to give up a divine weapon, only then can you cut out about 2-3 feet long stone strips. It's called the Dragon Beheading Platform by sword cultivators. Of course, every piece is priceless. Chen Pingan fell into deep thought. Ning Yarrow's eyes suddenly lit up. Isn't there a ready-made whetstone under the feet of the spirit official statue? It's so big that it can be split into 2 pieces. Chen Pingan acted as if his butt was on fire. He quickly advised, Miss Ning, we can't tear it apart and move it home. That Lord Spirit Official is already aggrieved enough. If we snatch away his foothold as well. Ning Yarrow suddenly stood up and snorted. Take it away? Am I that kind of person? Then Chen Pingan followed the girl to the Daoist Spirit Official statue. Standing in front of the painted clay statue, Ning Yarrow took a step forward. Her hands were on the scabbard and scabbard respectively. She looked up and shouted, My name is Ning Yarrow. Today, as long as you give me this 3 feet foothold, then when I become a sword immortal in the future, I will repay you 100 times, 1,000 times. Chen Pingan opened his mouth wide, thinking, is this possible? As expected, the clay statue didn't move. The girl didn't give up and continued, if you don't want to give it, then I, Ning Yarrow, will borrow it from you. The kind where you return what you borrow. Ning Yarrow didn't forget to turn her head and wink at Chen Pingan. I'm borrowing, not robbing. Do you understand? Chen Pingan shook his head vigorously and answered honestly, I don't understand. Ning Yarrow was about to explain the difference between robbing and borrowing to the blockhead Chen Pingan when Chen Pingan suddenly shouted, Be careful. At the same time, Chen Pingan moved and pulled Ning Yarrow behind him. It turned out that the statue of the spiritual official had finally crashed to the ground after thousands of years of exposure to the wind and sun. It fell forward on the ground and shattered completely. There was no sign of a leg here or an arm there. Even the originally lifelike head of the bearded man was shattered. Coming from the earth, going back to the earth. It was as if this trip to the human world was truly over. Moreover, the mystery of this storm was the height of the spirit official statue. The distance between the boy and girl and the statue's stone base was much longer than the former. Logically speaking, even if Chen Pingan and Ning Yarrow weren't crushed, they should have been heavily smashed. But in the end, the clay statue turned into dust, and the furthest it reached was their feet. Ning Yarrow, who was experienced and knowledgeable, swallowed her saliva and felt a little guilty. She lowered her head and looked at the flying dust, muttering, You're too stingy. If you don't want to lend, just don't lend. Why do you want to destroy everything with me? Chen Pingan suddenly shook his head and said, This is called bodhisattva nodding. He agrees. Ning Yarrow stood side by side with the boy. She looked at the debris and dust, then looked at the bare black dragon beheading platform further away. Finally, she turned her head to Chen Pingan and asked tentatively, Are you sure? Chen Pingan smiled and said, I'm sure. Ning Yarrow believed him without any doubt. Even she didn't know why. Finally, under the leadership of Chen Pingan, Ning Yarrow helped to move the debris into a pit that had been dug earlier and covered it with soil. Chen Pingan lowered his head and said silently, Whether it's a human or a god, rest in peace. Ning Yarrow also lowered her head and whispered, Rest in peace. After doing all this, Ning Yarrow asked curiously, Chen Pingan, is this the custom of your town? Is it a rule passed down by your ancestors? Chen Pingan shook his head and said, No, it's just what I think. Ning Yarrow raised her eyebrows. Chen Pingan smiled and asked, Miss Ning, don't you feel comfortable after doing all this? Ning Yarrow also shook her head. I don't feel anything. Chen Pingan scratched his head and looked at the black stone seat. He asked, It's called the Dragon Beheading Platform? Ning Yarrow nodded. Martial artists might call it a whetstone or a whetstone. Only the sword cultivators on the mountain call it the dragon beheading platform. Ning Yarrow turned her head and looked towards the southwest. Her eyes were absent-minded as she whispered, "In my hometown, it's also called a whetstone. Everyone has one. It varies in size. Generally, it's only the size of a fist. Some sword cultivators with declining family fortunes and low cultivation are even left with a whetstone the size of a thumb. They still value it more than their lives. It's not like there aren't any. My family also has one. It's very big." Chen Pingan asked softly, "How big is it?" The girl whispered, "It's bigger than your house in Mud Bottle Alley." The youth was shocked. Then, he said with envy, "Miss Ning, your family is really rich. And with such a large whetstone, you don't have to worry about it being stolen. How good is that? Unlike me, I barely managed to save some copper coins. I can't sleep well no matter where I hide them." The sadness of the girl who had left her hometown vanished. She smiled and said, "This whetstone, we'll split it in half." The youth waved his hand. "What do I need it for? I have a hatchet at home, but why would I need such an expensive whetstone? Every time I sharpen a hatchet, my heart aches. Why bother? So, Miss Ning, you can take it all." "Oh right, didn't you want to ask Master Wan to forge a sword for you? You can use the other half as the money for the sword." Ning Yarrow helplessly said, "Chen Pingan, are you really stupid or just stupid?" Chen Pingan thought for a moment and smiled. "Miss Ning, just think of me as a good person." Ning Yarrow suddenly pointed at the youth. She had an expression of sudden realization. She narrowed her eyes and smiled. "Chen Pingan, be honest with me. Are you plotting something? Are you thinking of making Miss Ning your wife in the future? Then wouldn't everything be yours? This little abacus of yours is really fierce." The youth wanted to cry, but no tears came out. His lips twitched. Song Jisin had once said, "If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext." Ning Yarrow laughed. "Look at how scared you are. I was just joking." Chen Pingan sighed. He felt a little tired. Ning Yarrow suddenly said, "Be careful. My flying sword is already on its way back." Chen Pingan looked like he was facing a great enemy. 57. As they approached the town, the military cultivator of Marshall Mountain let go of Ma Kushwan's shoulder. Ma Kushwan felt a little dizzy. He shook his head and asked, "Do you know who caused the problem? Could it be that my father or uncle took a fancy to the treasure of our family? One was unwilling to give it to the other, while the other demanded it. The result was the same as Liu Xianyang's and caused a lot of trouble." The man with the sword on his back led Ma Kushwan forward quickly. He shook his head and said, "The reason why the mountain-moving ape of Zhengyang Mountain acted so brazenly and broke the rules was partly because of the sword manual itself. However, the most important reason was the old grudge between Zhengyang Mountain and the Wind Thunder Garden. If Chen Songfeng of the Wind Thunder Garden didn't come to the town right after him, the ape wouldn't have acted so violently. Therefore, even if the cultivators in the town attacked, they didn't dare to be too brazen. After all, Mr. Qi is in charge of this town." The man suddenly stopped talking and looked at a rooftop in the distance. There was a wild cat as black as ink squatting on top of it. When it saw Ma Kushwan, it immediately screamed. When Ma Kushwan saw it, the wild cat began to run toward Apricot Blossom Lane. Ma Kushwan's face instantly turned pale. He ran with the wild cat on the rooftop like a madman. The man sighed and followed the young man unhurriedly. He didn't let Ma Kushwan pull away from him. Ma Kushwan ran all the way back to the familiar alley. When he saw the gate of the courtyard open, the bold young man stopped outside and didn't dare to cross the threshold again. The young man knew that his family's courtyard door had never been left open for such a long time throughout the year because his grandmother often said that in Apricot Blossom Lane, there were a lot of poor and useless people. Unfortunately, a poor man's ambition was short, and a thin horse's hair was long. His family was easy to make others jealous, so he had to remember to close the door tightly, or else he would be targeted by thieves. Ma Kushwan walked into the courtyard with red eyes. The gate of the main house was not closed. Ma Kushwan saw a familiar thin figure lying on the ground. The black cat was squatting on the threshold, crying and scaring people. "Don't go there." The man with the sword on his back pressed on the young man's shoulder and said, "Things have already come to this. Calm down." Ma Kushwan held back his tears and took deep breaths. He slowed down his footsteps and called out softly, "Grandma?" The military sword cultivator was the first to reach the old woman. He pressed 2 fingers to the tip of the old woman's nose. She was no longer breathing. The black cat was so scared that it quickly ran into the house and disappeared in a flash. The man with the sword thought for a moment, then raised his head and said to Ma Kushien in a deep voice, "Stop. You were born with a strong young chi. If you take another step closer, even if your grandmother still has a little bit of her soul left in the house, she will be destroyed by you." The young man's dark face scrunched up as he tried his best to hold himself back from crying. The man made up his mind. After grasping the tiger tally at his waist, he said in a deep voice, "Mr. Chi, this matter cannot be underestimated. You have your rules, and I have my difficulties. I hope that Mr. Chi will not interfere in this matter from now on." After saying this, the man's aura changed completely. His clothes fluttered, and his hair fluttered. After reciting a series of obscure incantations, he ended with 5 words, "Marshall Mountain invites you in." Ma Kushwan turned around and looked in a daze. He saw a 10 feet tall immortal in golden armor descending from the sky. He hit his chest with his fists and said in a thunderous voice, "Descendant of Marshall Mountain, what can I do for you? Spells are forbidden here, and I'm not good at capturing souls. So, please help me patrol the area around this house. If you find this old woman's wandering soul, collect it. Remember, don't harm her foundation." The immortal in golden armor was silent for a moment, then he nodded and said, "Yes, sir." The golden light dissipated, and the immortal general disappeared. Chen Songfeng, a disciple of the Chen family of Dragontail Commandery, was in a spacious room reading files. There was a red lacquered wooden chest by his feet, and more than half of it was filled with yellowed ancient books. The woman picked up a book from the wooden box and stood by the window not far away. She flipped through the pages slowly. Liu Baqiao, the sword cultivator of the Wind and Thunder Garden, sat opposite him and exchanged pleasantries with the old man. The hale and hearty old man smiled and said, "Luckily, it was a coincidence that Li Hong from the Li family's residence personally came to our yamen and asked for a few files of the Chen family in our small town. Moreover, she only wanted the files of the household registration of the last 300 to 400 years. The prince nodded and agreed, so I had Li Hong have people take away the 70 to 80 books on the top of the box. The remaining books on the bottom are even older and just happen to be the old almanac that young Master Chen and your family wanted. Speaking of which, if the yamen didn't require the books to be aired once in summer and once in autumn, they would have long been eaten up by insects." Chen Songfeng, who was standing by the window, didn't even raise her head. She asked indifferently, "I heard that the people with the surname Chen have become servants or maids for the 4 surnames and 10 clans in the Peachleaf Alley on Fulu Street. Some of the Chen family members have even become the children of these big families. Not only have they kowtowed to people for generations, but they also have to be arrogant when they see the ordinary people of the town." The old manager was a bit embarrassed. This woman kept saying 4 surnames and 10 clans or big families. She was the eldest grandson of the Chen family in Dragontail Commandery, a family that had been passed down for thousands of years. However, she just sat there like a servant, silently reading the files. And this woman, who also had the surname Chen, was able to do so with a clear conscience. Then her true identity must have been long and noble. The old manager knew it even with his knees. Although the old steward didn't have any maidservants or odd job workers with the surname Chen, he had always had a good relationship with those big families who were the local tyrants of this small town. He didn't want to provoke a fierce dragon crossing the river because of his inappropriate handling of this matter. Therefore, after carefully considering his words, the old man put down the teacup with ice cracks in his hand and slowly said, "Miss Chen, there's nothing we can do about this. According to what an old senior of our yamen said in the early years, there were 2 Chen families with different ancestors in this town. One of them moved out of the town a long time ago and didn't have any direct descendants left in the town. However, I vaguely heard that this Chen family left behind a gravekeeper when they moved out of the town. It's been too long, so the family that was responsible for sweeping the graves of that Chen family and burning incense can no longer be verified. As for the other Chen family, it was also one of the big families a long time ago and was ranked very high. Unfortunately, the affairs of the world are unpredictable. After being tossed around inside and outside a few times, they gradually declined. Especially in the recent few hundred years, just like Miss Chen said, each generation is worse than the last. Right now, there are no longer any Chen family members who set up their own families. No, I remember now. There really is a single Chen family member left. He should be the only one out of all the Chen family members in the small town who didn't rely on any of the 4 families or 10 clans. That child's father had exquisite porcelain craftsmanship and was even praised by the previous 2 supervisors. That's why I remember him so clearly. However, he died early, so I don't know how his child is doing now. But speaking of which, let's just talk about what I've seen and heard. The small town generally treats the descendants of the Chen family quite well, especially the Song and Zhao families. The head manager of the manor is also surnamed Chen. Nominally, they are master and servant, but in reality, they are more or less like a family. After saying these old stories in one breath, the old manager turned around and picked up the teacup to drink a mouthful of tea. Chen Duan smiled and nodded. Manager Shui is an understanding person. No wonder the Yamen operates so smoothly. The old manager beamed with joy. Miss Chen is too kind. People like us only know what we are capable of, so we can only do our best. It's a life of hard work, a life of hard work. Chen Duan dismissed it with a smile and shifted her gaze to Chen Songfeng, who was sitting upright and still. She said coldly, "If you really can't do it, then turn the box upside down and start with the records at the bottom." Didn't you hear what Manager Shui said just now? In the past 1,000 years of this small town, the records are only related to another branch of the Chen clan. If I'm not wrong, this branch of the Chen clan of this small town can be considered to have the same distant ancestor as your Chen clan of the Dragontail Commandery. Why? From the beginning to the end of the genealogy, all those names are either servants or maidservants. Chen Songfeng's forehead seeped with fine sweat. His lips were slightly pale, but he didn't dare to refute a single word. He hurriedly stood up from the chair and bent down to flip through the box to move the books. The old manager of the Yamen immediately straightened his back, no longer having the slightest hint of relaxation from his busy schedule. Liu Baqiao really couldn't stand it anymore. Chen Songfeng's personality was soft, but he was still the future head of the Dragon Tail County's Chen family. No matter what background Chen Duan had, whether or not they were of the same family, he should at least be given the necessary respect. Thus, Liu Baqiao said in a low voice, "Chen Duan, if I'm not blind, I can see that Chen Songfeng is helping you. Even if you don't appreciate it, don't speak so harshly." Chen Songfeng hurriedly raised his head and gave Liu Baqiao a look. The latter stared back with wide eyes. Even the emperor has a few poor relatives. What, is there an exception? Fine, even if someone is an exception, does that mean you can look down on others? He was straightforward. This was Liu Baqiao's true nature in the Wind Thunder Garden. Chen Songfeng's face was full of bitterness. The old manager lowered his head and drank his tea, turning a blind eye to him. Chen Duan was stunned for a moment, then smiled. That makes sense. This time, it was Liu Baqiao's turn to be somewhat uncomfortable. Chen Duan put down the book in her hand on the table, planning to go out for a breath of fresh air. Manager Shui naturally had to act as a host, but he was tactfully refused by this Chen family girl. Chen Duan walked out of the side hall of the Yamen and stood in the corridor, looking into the distance. Outside the Yamen's lobby, there was a square that occupied a large area. There was a memorial archway facing the gate, with a large ancient character written on it. The character U as in U means upper hill and lower prison. This wasn't rare. Every secular dynasty and state would follow the law and confer 5 mountains within their jurisdiction as the 5 sacred mountains: East, South, West, North, and Middle. The mountain gate would inevitably have the two words inscribed by the founding emperor himself. The U on the plaque would also be written in ancient characters. Later generations of scholars, poets, and immortal cultivators had thousands of explanations for this. As for the real reason, it was probably already buried in the dust of history. Chen Duan saw the backs of two figures, one big and one small, sitting on the white stone steps of the memorial archway and whispering to each other. She hesitated for a moment, then slowly walked over. In order to avoid suspicion of eavesdropping, when Chen Duan walked up the steps behind them, she deliberately coughed lightly. She didn't expect that one of them was talking energetically while the other was listening attentively, as if they didn't notice Chen Duan's appearance. Chen Duan didn't care about this. She openly sat at the furthest point of the steps. Although she was sitting casually, but the charm that she imperceptibly emitted from her sitting posture still gave people a sense of propriety. One big and one small, using the Eastern Bottle Continent's official language, Chen Duan could understand. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come to this small town. It was just that she was unfamiliar with speaking, so along the way with Chen Songfeng and Liu Baqiao, she was very quiet. Of course, the main reason why she didn't want to talk was because she felt that she couldn't talk to Chen Songfeng and Liu Baqiao, so she was unwilling to talk. On the surface, Liu Baqiao was frivolous, but in his bones, he was focused on the way of the sword. He seemed interesting but was actually boring. Chen Songfeng was wholeheartedly focused on reviving his family. He seemed simple but was actually thinking too much. The two so-called Eastern Bottle Continent's top talents were not on the same path as her. People who walked different paths couldn't make plans together. The young man glanced at the girl who was about 10 years older than him. His impression of her was just average. Chen Duan sat there quietly, without any signs of speaking. But when she caught a glimpse, she saw the little girl holding onto a sparkling and translucent emerald green gourd. Chen Duan's eyes were shrewd and ruthless. With one look, she knew that it was not an ordinary item. The young man dressed in luxurious clothes and the delicate little girl who was like a porcelain doll were Clay Bottle Alley's Song Jisin and Zhengyang Mountain's Daozi. Previously, Song Jisin and Song Jianqiang went to the Li residence to ask about the situation. At first glance, they fell in love with the little girl. That was because he had always liked delicate and beautiful things since he was young. Crude and simple things did not enter his eyes. Daozi also liked Song Jisin very much. The two of them inexplicably became good friends. Most importantly, there was a large age gap between them, but they could still chat. Song Jisin did not even feel that he was being perfunctory. In the end, he asked his uncle, Song Jianqiang, to force the Li family to let them go so that he could bring Daozi to the inspection office to play. Song Jisin did not care about the Li family's mournful appearance. He held the little girl's hand and left the Li residence. At the same time, he sent a message to the servant girl, Ji Qiu, asking her to find the emerald green gourd in the box and give it to Daozi as a meeting gift. The little girl was very close to Song Jisin. She asked coquettishly, "Brother Firewood Mover, you just mentioned the school square of the 12 kinds of memorial archways. Before I came here, I heard from my grandfather that the Cliff Academy in Dali is doing very badly now. Do you know what is written on the Cliff Academy's memorial archway?" Because of the last two characters in Song Jisin's name, Daozi gave him the nickname of Brother Firewood Mover. Song Jisin did not care about it. At this time, he did not care about the girl's whereabouts. He lowered his head and smiled at the little girl. "I don't know. I've never left the small town in my life, and I haven't studied much. After chatting with you for so long, my stomach is almost empty." The little girl sighed. "I wonder how Grandfather Ape is looking for people outside." Song Jisin smiled and lowered his head to pat the hem of his brocade robe. At that moment, his eyes were complicated. In the distance, Chen Dui suddenly asked softly, "Little girl, does your gourd make a sound on its own sometimes?" The little girl turned her head and raised the gourd high with both hands. She smiled and showed off. "Brother Firewood Mover gave it to me." He did not answer the question. Chen Dui could only laugh it off. Song Jisin said casually, "Every time there is a thunderstorm, it will make a buzzing sound." Chen Dui nodded. It really is a blade-strengthening gourd. Song Jisin was somewhat puzzled. The little girl from Mount Shenyang said eagerly, I know. My family has 3 blade-strengthening gourds. My grandfather has one. It's grey and ugly. Grandpa Liu's is the cutest. It's small and palm-sized. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of small flying swords will fly out. Sister Sue's is neither big nor small. It's purple gold in color. Unfortunately, Sister Sue is usually unwilling to take it out. I had to beg her many times before I could touch it. Sister Sue quickly hid it away. Chen Dui explained, little girl, you can't blame your Sister Sue. The purple gold blade strengthening gourd is very rare among blade strengthening gourds. It can be ranked in the top 3. She's probably the only one in the entire Eastern Treasure Bottle continent. Compared to other blade strengthening gourds, the purple gold gourd is very good at nurturing swords. However, its weakness is that it's too fragile. It can be easily broken by sharp weapons. Dao Zi hugged the emerald green gourd again. What about mine? Chen Dui smiled. It's also very precious. The little girl tugged at Song Jisin's sleeve and said timidly, Brother Firewood Mover, do you want to take it back? Song Jisin rubbed the little girl's head. His eyes were full of love. He laughed and said, not to mention this small gourd, even if I had more, I'd be willing to give it to you. Chen Dui thought of an interesting story and said, legend has it that in history, the Tower of Heaven and Earth once held an auction. The final item was a blade-strengthening gourd vine that had never appeared before. There were 6 small gourd fruits on it. It said that before the Taoist ancestor became an immortal, he personally planted the seedlings in our world. After thousands of years, a string of small gourds grew. They were of different sizes and colors. It was very magical. Song Jisin sighed from the bottom of his heart. There are all kinds of strange things in this world. 58. At the edge of the wilderness, a flying sword was hovering in the air obediently. Like a well-educated girl who had met the elders who set the family rules, she could only lower her eyes and stand obediently with her hands behind her back. Next to the flying sword stood a middle-aged Confucian scholar who looked travel-worn. His hair on his temples was even whiter. If Zhao Yarrow and Song Jisin, 2 potential scholars, were here, they would notice that in just a short period of 10 days, this Confucian scholar's hair had grown a lot more white. The tip of the flying sword was pointed at the silent mountain-moving ape of Zhengyang Mountain. Its whole body faintly emitted a violent aura that seemed to be ready to fight to the death. The mountain-moving ape finally couldn't help but ask in a deep voice, why can the people of Marshall Mountain go, but I can't? Mr. Qi, aren't you too snobbish? This kind of face-to-face questioning was extremely rude, but the mountain-moving ape still didn't think it was inappropriate. Although Marshall Mountain was the military holy land of the Eastern Vase continent, it had always been in a state of disunity and didn't have a strong sense of sects. Cultivators and warriors with great magical powers were more like nominal members of Marshall Mountain. The rules of Marshall Mountain were famous for being big and empty. They couldn't be considered binding, so how could they be united? Qi Jingchun, who looked tired, said to the flying sword first, go. Your master is fine now. As if it had been granted amnesty, the flying sword jumped cheerfully, turned around, and flew away. The mountain-moving ape thought that it had guessed the reason, so it became even angrier. That girl is indeed the junior Mr. Qi picked. If Mr. Qi has been interested in the Liu family's sword manual for a long time, you can tell me, as long as it doesn't fall into the hands of the Wind Thunder Garden and is taken by Mr. Qi's anonymous disciple, it doesn't matter. But Mr. Qi, you're so secretive. Why? Do you want to be a bitch? Do you want to establish a chastity memorial arch? You, Qi Jingchun, can take the benefits secretly, but I, Zhengyang Mountain, have to bear the bad reputation. If the previous accusation and questioning were said out of anger, then the mountain-moving ape's insulting words were undoubtedly meant to shed all pretense of cordiality. Qi Jingchun's expression remained the same as he slowly said, I, Qi Jingchun, as a disciple of the Confucian school who has been in charge of the feng shui of this place for 60 years, there are some things that I should explain to you. First, I have no relationship with that girl, but I saw that she was very talented. The 4 words Qi Russian Bull contained a part of the sword Dao of the Aquarius continent. When the girl stood under the plaque, the 4 words automatically resonated with her. Unfortunately, the material of the girl's sword was not enough to support the 4 words, so I took the opportunity to pluck 2 of the words and place them into her sword. My relationship with this young girl ends here. It's not like what you've guessed, an unregistered disciple that I've chosen. Qi Jingchun laughed self-deprecatingly. If I'm willing to be shameless enough to steal from my own people, as the head of the family, how can outsiders notice anything when I put something in my arms? It's just a sword manual for killing in one's dreams. Do I, Qi Jingchun, need to plan for 60 years before taking action? As a top figure of Zhengyang Mountain, the mountain-moving ape had seen too many schemes and tricks. It had also experienced the powerful methods of many sanctimonious experts and immortals. How could it easily believe the words of the Confucian? However, compared to its previous heated words, it was much calmer. It only sneered. Oh, so I'm measuring the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain? Qi Jingchun glanced at the mountain-moving ape. The reason why I came here to stop you and let the people of Marshall Mountain go is actually very simple. Many people joke that there are 2 truths in Marshall Mountain, a true gentleman and a true villain. Therefore, I can believe whatever this military sword cultivator says to me. However, you're different. You severely injured Liu Xianyang and ruined his future, but you deliberately spared his life to prevent me from expelling you prematurely. People like you. At this point, Qi Jingchun smiled. Oh, I almost forgot. You're not human. The mountain-moving ape narrowed its eyes and clenched its fists so tightly that its joints creaked. If its mortal enemy, the Wind Thunder Garden, or the cultivators of Zhengyang Mountain who disliked it, mocked and ridiculed it by saying that it was not human, the mountain-moving ape, which had lived for 1,000 years, would not have minded it at all. However, when the middle-aged Confucian in front of it said it in a calm and gentle tone, the mountain-moving ape felt inexplicably humiliated. Qi Jingchun was completely unaware of the mountain-moving ape's rage. He continued, I stopped you for the sake of Zhengyang Mountain. Back then, the girl almost sacrificed her natal item. You're from Zhengyang Mountain and have dealt with sword qi and sword intent for 1,000 years. Can't you feel that pressure? That little girl was just struggling on the verge of death. How dare Mr. Qi use that little bit of Dao magic to scare people? The old ape burst into laughter and pretended to be enlightened. Someone said that your teacher, Qi Jingchun, lost his integrity in his old age. The position of his statue was lowered again and again. In the end, he was moved out of the Confucian temple and smashed into pieces. I didn't believe it at the time. I thought that as the 4th sage of the Confucian temple, even if he had the chance to meet the legendary Daoist Buddha, he would at least be a scholar who could say a few words. However, it seems that the Confucian lineage from your teacher to you, Qi Jingchun, is going to be cut off after 2 generations. Who said that a gentleman's reputation will be cut off after 5 generations? Why is your branch of literature so useless? Could it be that your teacher is really like what some academies say? He is not a Confucian sage who carries on the past and opens up the future. He is simply a great liar who has never appeared in 1,000 years. Although Qi Jingchun frowned slightly, she quietly listened to the mountain-moving ape's words from beginning to end without saying a word. The old macaque laughed wantonly. It stepped out and pointed at the scholar who was beaten up while he was down. Qi Jingchun, don't you Confucians abide by etiquette the most? I'm standing within the rules. What can you do to me? Qi Jingchun turned to look at the town and sighed. He looked at the mountain-moving ape again and asked, Are you done? The mountain-moving ape was stunned. It looked at the middle-aged Confucian from head to toe and retracted its finger. Boring. Even a clay bodhisattva has a temper. I didn't expect a scholar to have a better temper. He doesn't even talk back when scolded. Qi Jingchun smiled and said, You can try. The mountain-moving ape seemed to be tempted, but it didn't attack. The ape asked, Qi Jingchun, do you have to stop me from going in? Qi Jingchun answered, Zhengyang Mountain won't be able to bear the consequences. The ape asked in a deep voice, Really? Qi Jing-chun didn't try to be mysterious, nor did he make way for the ape in a fit of anger. He nodded patiently and said, "Really?" The mountain-moving ape rubbed its chin. Finally, it glanced behind Qi Jing-chun and snorted coldly. "Those two little fellows are lucky. Tell them, don't let me see them again." The ape turned and strode away with its back facing Qi Jing-chun. The old ape suddenly raised an arm and gave a thumbs up. However, the thumb slowly turned and pointed downwards. Qi Jing-chun looked up at the grey sky. The rain was about to fall. Suddenly, he heard a voice from the town. It was a request from the military cultivator from Marshall Mountain. He hoped that Meng Qi would let him go and allow him to invite one of the gods worshipped by Marshall Mountain. Qi Jing-chun nodded and said softly, "Sure." When Qi Jing-chun said this word, at the same time, if someone happened to raise their head, they would see a speck of light suddenly appear in the sky. Then, an extremely thin golden line descended from the sky and landed in the small town in the blink of an eye. "Mr. Qi?" Qi Jing-chun heard a young man's voice behind her. Qi Jing-chun turned around and saw a young man and a young girl running towards him. He sighed when he saw the young girl in dark green. Zhao Yarrow, who was a student, fell in love with her at first sight. Meng Qi had told him that young girls were like unsheathed swords that hurt people's hearts the most. The young man, Zhao Yarrow, didn't know what it was and didn't understand the meaning of the words. He was still deeply affected by it. Qi Jing-chun didn't want to reveal the truth. It was hard to say that the young girl had a heart of Tao and was the most ruthless. This ruthlessness was not derogatory. It was a compliment. The love between a man and a woman in the world was only one of them. In the secular world below the mountain, this kind of love could move people's hearts and make them willing to die for it. However, cultivating on the mountain was much more complicated. After Qi Jing-chun saw the young man in straw sandals, his smile became more natural. He joked in a gentle voice, "You've fought a few battles in a row. You've shocked the world." Chen Pinggan was a little embarrassed. Qi Jing-chun went straight to the point. "I'll tell you two things. One is that the mountain-moving apes of Xingyang Mountain have retreated and will leave the town soon." Chen Pinggan didn't hesitate and asked directly, "The old ape left through the east gate of the town?" Qi Jing-chun stretched out his hand and gently pressed down twice. He smiled and said, "Let me finish first. Liu Xianyang survived." The young man's body tensed up. He asked carefully, "Mr. Qi, will Liu Xianyang survive?" Qi Jing-chun nodded and said, "Someone helped him. Liu Xianyang's life is not in danger. But the bad news is that his body has been seriously injured. He may not be able to move as freely as before." Chen Pinggan grinned. For the past few days, the young man's mind had been like a bowstring that had been stretched to a full moon, without a single moment of relaxation. After hearing that Liu Xianyang had come back to life, the moment he relaxed, he fell backwards and fainted completely. Ning Yarrow hurriedly hugged the young man. Qi Jing-chun explained, previously, Chen Pinggan was enlightened by Cai Jinjian of Mount Yunxia and his mind was forcefully destroyed. In fact, his essence, qi, and spirit had been leaking out. In the end, Liu Xianyang happened to meet with an accident at this time, so he had no choice but to try his best to stimulate his potential. This is the so-called breaking a broken jar and smashing it. Originally, he had half a year of life left, but now he probably only has 10 years left. This meant that the straw sandal teenager's life was greatly reduced every time he ran from Clay Bottle Alley to the roof of the town, to the stream in the deep mountains, and finally to the wilderness. The young man was well aware of this. Ning Yarrow asked, "Mr. Qi, you just need to tell me how to save Chen Pinggan." Qi Jing-chun sighed in his heart. This was the mystery of the Taoist heart. The girl had feelings for Chen Pinggan. Otherwise, she wouldn't have fought side by side with him to this point. When normal people heard bad news, they would inevitably feel panic, sadness, and sympathy. The speed, length, and depth were just different. But Ning Yarrow didn't have any of these. She immediately jumped to the result she wanted the most. How could she save him? In the world of cultivation, one's cultivation strength could be seen. Step by step, one only needed to go up. The only difference was that each step had its own size. The cultivation heart was ethereal. There were paths everywhere, as if each path could prove the great way, but also as if each path was an unorthodox path that no one could guide. In the cultivation of the heart, those who had the Taoist heart could reach the sky in a single step. Therefore, the girl could openly look at the straw-sandal teenager with clear eyes and directly ask him if he liked her. Qi Jing-chun thought of the young Taoist priest with the lotus crown on his head. His mood became more serious. Ning Yarrow crouched down and gently carried Chen Pingan on her back. She asked, "Mr. Qi, please tell me. But let me say this first. I don't think the old shopkeeper of the Yang family's shop is very good at healing the wounded. Chen Pingan, on the other hand, knows an old shopkeeper who is quite good." Qi Jing-chun looked at the girl with a serious face and asked a strange question. What is the most heaven-defying thing in the world? What goes against the flow? Ning Yarrow didn't even think and said loudly, "One person with one sword to kill all the demons." Qi Jing-chun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said helplessly, "It's cultivation." Ning Yarrow thought carefully. "It's actually the same." Qi Jing-chun pointed to the place where they were before and then pointed to another place. The sword furnace can nourish the body, and the 1,000 years can strengthen the soul. However, for Chen Pingan, it can barely maintain a balance. If he's lucky, he might have a small surplus. So when he wakes up, help me tell him that in the future, even if he doesn't pursue anything else, he must work hard to survive. Ning Yarrow breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, she was not much better than Chen Pingan. But her foundation was much better, so she didn't faint. "Mr. Qi, should I take Chen Pingan to Mud Bottle Alley to recuperate? Or should we go to Liu Xianyang's place first?" Qi Jing-chun said with a smile, "Now it's all right." Ning Yarrow thought for a moment. The guy behind me must want to see Liu Xianyang as soon as he opens his eyes. So I'll go to Master Wan's place. Qi Jing-chun nodded and said, "I'll accompany you for a while." The two walked side by side. The scholar put his hands behind his back and the girl carried the boy on her back. Ning Yarrow walked and suddenly asked, "Mr. Qi, as the owner of this small cave, have you taken in a few talented disciples because you're close to the water?" Qi Jing-chun smiled and shook his head. "No, I only took in a page boy who wasn't a disciple. In the past, I did it to avoid suspicion. Now that I look back, I did miss a few good seedlings." Ning Yarrow asked again, "Mr. Qi, since you're here, do you know everything?" Qi Jing-chun said with a smile, "As long as I want to know, I can know. But it might not be all the truth. After all, there are some things where the slightest difference can lead to a great error." There was something Qi Jing-chun didn't say. Since leaving the small town, he had lost the magical power of the heart mirror illuminating heaven and earth. This was because someone had taken away the jade tablet, which was a keepsake left by one of the Confucian secondary saints in the small town. It was also one of the hubs of the Great Array. Ning Yarrow hesitated for a moment and couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Qi, what realm are you in now? Have you reached the upper 5 realms? Also, sir, are you really invincible with your presence in this world? Of course, if you feel it's inconvenient, you don't have to answer. I'm just asking." As expected, Qi Jing-chun didn't answer. The girl rolled her eyes and didn't say anything else. Qi Jing-chun intentionally slowed down her pace and turned her head to look. The young man blinked. The middle-aged man also blinked. Qi Jing-chun smiled knowingly and quietly quickened his pace. A gentleman had the beauty to help others. After walking for a long time, Qi Jing-chun stopped and said with a smile, "I won't send you off." Standing in place, the middle-aged Confucian scholar with white hair looked at the figure that was gradually disappearing, silent. He took a step forward. Qi Jing-chun instantly arrived near the dragon beheading platform. The Confucian saints all had one word, which was the best. No matter who you were in the world, as long as you wrote, used, or read this word, you would be able to increase the cultivation of the Confucian saint. Little drops make an ocean, and dripping water can penetrate a stone. Qi Jing-chun was an exception. It wasn't that he didn't have one word, but 2. And the meaning of the word was extremely profound. Silence. Jing Xin was proud. Spring. The world welcomed spring. That was why he was banished to this small world, completely isolated from the outside world. Although Qi Jingchun was just one of the mountain masters of the 72 academies of the 3 academies of the Confucian school, Qi Jingchun couldn't be treated with common sense. This cowardly scholar, who didn't respond to the provocation and humiliation of the mountain-moving ape of Zhengyang Mountain, closed his eyes and meditated on the 3rd stroke of the word Jing. Then, he stretched out 2 fingers and gently drew down in the air. The indestructible dragon beheading platform was instantly cut in half. Qi Jingchun waved his sleeve, and 2 neat stones appeared. One fell in Wan Teng's blacksmith shop, and the other appeared in a small house in Mud Bottle Alley. After doing all this, Qi Jingchun fell into deep thought, like a national chess player who fell into a long contemplation. Then, he stood in the fine rain. In the end, the rain poured down, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. Qi Jingchun still didn't come back to his senses. Qi Jingchun, who had always been called Mr. by the people of the town, was thinking of his Mr. 59. In the Ma family's ancestral home in Apricot Blossom Lane, the golden-armored deity returned to the courtyard. Strangely, no one noticed such a huge deity walking around. The young Ma Kuxuan squatted on the steps outside the door. When he saw the golden-armored deity, his face was filled with hope. The military cultivator from Marshall Mountain asked, "How was it?" The deity was clad in golden armor and had a dignified appearance. His lips moved slightly, but Ma Kuxuan could not hear anything. He anxiously looked at the sword cultivator in the room. The sword cultivator sighed and said, "He said that your grandmother had committed too many sins when she was alive. Before she died, her 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls were already like her body, like a dying candle in the wind. Therefore, after your grandmother died, her life and soul decayed at the same time. This town is different from other places, and it is naturally resistant to ghosts and otherworldly items. Therefore, he was unable to find your grandmother's remaining soul." Ma Kuxuan's face was ferocious. He raised his head and roared at the deity, "I don't care what method you use, go and find my grandmother's soul." The sword cultivator from Marshall Mountain's expression changed drastically. He was afraid that Ma Kuxuan would anger this deity. Just as he was about to stop the young man, the golden-armored deity spoke in the official language of the Eastern Aquarius continent, "It's not that I don't want to, but I can't." After saying that, the mighty divine general shrouded in golden light looked at the Marshall Mountain sword cultivator in the room. The latter took a deep breath, cupped his hands together, and bowed 3 times to the divine general in the courtyard. Every time he bowed, a strand of faint golden qi floated out from the sword cultivator's Niwan acupoint and was gently inhaled by the golden-armored deity. After 3 times, the deity rose from the ground and turned into a bright beam of light, leaving this place. The sword cultivator from Marshall Mountain's face was pale. He moved a chair and sat down, exhaling a mouthful of foul qi. This was the true reason why there was a saying, "It's easier to invite a deity than to send one away." Ma Kuxuan coldly looked away and walked into the room. He sat down beside the cold corpse and grabbed the old woman's withered hand. He stared at her face and didn't speak for a long time. The man with the sword on his back removed the tiger tally from his waist. The color of the tally was slightly dimmer than before, and he slowly put it into his sleeve. The man with the sword rested for a moment. He got up but did not walk to the young man's side. Instead, he sat on the threshold with his back facing the young man and slowly said, "Your grandmother should have been slapped at the door. The force was so great that she was sent flying into the house and died. You may not like to hear what I'm about to say, but at the very least, you should know the truth. Most of the people who did it were qi refinement warriors. They did not know how to control their strength. Moreover, your grandma's body was not strong enough, so she died. Since it was done by a qi refinement warrior, it was most likely related to Chen Pingan at the Clay Bottle Alley and that foreign girl. Or perhaps it was the young lady at the covered bridge who had her mental state destroyed by him on purpose. The possibility of the former is very small, while the latter is very high. Therefore, you went to the mass grave to kill Chen Pingan out of filial piety to your grandmother. You went there to clear the karma. But you definitely didn't expect that when you went out, someone would come to pick a fight. Ma Kushwan stretched out a trembling hand and gently touched his grandmother's cheek with the back of his hand. It was swollen and had a dark green color. The young man said softly, "So it was me who killed my grandmother, right?" The man with the sword said, "According to the secular world's view, yes and no. But according to..." Ma Kushwan did not want to listen to him anymore. He stood up and said with a hideous smile, "You can't massacre a city or destroy a country. You can't kill innocent people. You can't do these things. You can't do those things. Then, can you take revenge and kill people?" Without waiting for the man to answer, Ma Kushwan continued, "If I can't even do these things, then what's the use of being a military cultivator? Why don't I just be a devil who does whatever I want? Why didn't I agree to join that Taoist sect?" The man hesitated for a moment and said, "As long as you can bear all the consequences, it's fine. Just like today. Also, there are some things that I didn't say clearly before. For example, when it comes to killing people, everyone has their own limits. The number of people you can kill and the number of people I can kill are completely different. It's not only because I'm stronger than you, but also because a person's temperament is also very important. If I kill 100 people, all of them are people who should be killed. If you kill 2 or 3 people, there will be people who shouldn't be killed." Ma Kushwan suddenly sneered and said, "Why did I ask you whether or not to kill people, and how to kill people? Do I need your help? I almost forgot that I'm not an official disciple of Marshall Mountain yet." The young man looked down at the old woman's face and then turned to the square table in the main hall and shouted, "Go and lead the way." A black cat quickly jumped out from under the square table, and Ma Kushwan followed it out of the room. The man did not care. One had to know that the man's country had fallen into chaos 150 years ago. Mountains and rivers had been destroyed, and 100 years of war had been fought. It was the most tragic state in the eastern Aquarius continent. The last 10 million families had died, and by the time the new dynasty ended, less than 800,000 families had survived. In the end, many young children felt that everyone in the world did not need to be buried after death. The man was one of these children. The man slowly stood up. Compared to telling Ma Kushwan that the murderer had been chased out of town, he wanted to ask Master Ron a question. He wanted to know why Buddhism had been declining in the eastern Aquarius continent for thousands of years, and why only a few small countries would worship it as the imperial tutor. In this small town, it was the weakest force, but the cycle of karma was so obvious. The military sword cultivator followed the young man from a distance. Even though Ma Kushwan was a disciple of Marshall Mountain, the man did not want to interfere with the young man's personal grievances. They lived and died together on the battlefield, and they were responsible for their own deaths on the path of cultivation. Of course, nothing was absolute. For example, when Ma Kushien had almost died at Chen Pingan's hands, the man had saved him for 2 reasons. One was that he didn't want a genius like Ma Kushien to die prematurely. He wanted Ma Kushien to temper himself on Marshall Mountain. Whether it was in terms of talent or temperament, he wanted Ma Kushien to reach a higher level. He hoped that Ma Kushien could become one of the representatives of the militarists and shine brightly in this chaotic world. The second reason was that Mr. Chi had taken the initiative to say that it was enough to determine the winner between Ma Kushwan and Chen Pingan, but there was no need to fight to the death. At that time, the man had thought that Mr. Chi was worried that the young man in Mud Bottle Alley would die. Later, he realized that was not the case. The man followed the young man from a distance and found that after Ma Kushwan's initial excitement, his footsteps became slower and more relaxed. In the end, he looked like an ordinary young man shopping. However, when the black cat jumped from a roof to the young man's shoulder and then to the ground, it turned around and ran away, as if to tell the young man that it had found its target. After that, the young man began to jog, and his temperament changed again. The spring rain was light, but it only made the people on the street walk in a hurry. They were far from having to take shelter under the eaves. A young man and a young woman in luxurious clothes were walking down the street from Dragon Riding Alley. They seemed to have had their own opportunities, and their faces were full of joy. However, a young man had taught them the meaning of fortune and misfortune. The young man began to run 50 steps behind them. When he was 20 steps away, he shouted, "Hey!" When the young man turned around, Ma Kushwan punched him without holding back. A punch to the head. The young man flew out and fell heavily on the street. His body twitched slightly, but he did not show any signs of struggling to get up. After the punch, the young man landed on the ground and stood side by side with the young woman. Ma Kushwan twisted his body and swung his left hand at the woman's neck. The woman, who was half a head taller than him, was hit by the young man's arm and fell to the ground with a bang. The woman's head hit the muddy ground with a loud bang. Ma Kushwan stretched out a foot and stepped on the woman's forehead. He stared at her dizzy face and bent down. He said in an elegant voice, "I know the culprit is not in the town, but it doesn't matter. I can investigate it myself." The beautiful young woman's eyes were bloodshot, and her nose and ears were bleeding. She looked at the young man with a face full of fear. The young man's face was fierce. "I, Ma Kushwan, have ruined your cultivation state. Even if you want to take revenge and chop me to death, I will accept my fate and will not hate you. Even if you don't take revenge, if I am in a good mood, I will let you go and play with you a few more times. In my opinion, this is how the world should be." The woman was probably a proud child of her sect and had never seen such a scene before. She was so scared that she could not even remember what the young man said. She could only beg for mercy. "Let me go, please let me go. I didn't kill your grandmother. I don't know anything about it." The young man gradually increased the strength of his foot and slowly pressed the woman's head into the mud. "Do you know what I hate the most about you? It's that after committing a sin, you don't care about it at all. You don't feel guilty at all, not even a little bit." The young man's voice was filled with tears, and his eyes were filled with hatred. The woman reached out with difficulty and hugged Ma Kushwan's ankle. Her eyes were filled with pity as she begged, "Let me go. My grandfather is the commander of the tidal cavalry, and I am his most beloved granddaughter. I can compensate you. I can agree to anything you want." The young man put on a fake smile and said, "Oh? What a coincidence. I am the grandson of my grandmother, Ma Lanhua." The young man suddenly raised his foot and rubbed the woman's face with the sole of his shoe. "Tidal cavalry, right? Wait, I will slowly play with you." The young man pulled back his foot and looked to the left and right. On the left, there was a man from Marshall Mountain standing in the distance with a sword behind his back. On the right, there was a scholarly young man holding an oil paper umbrella. He stood next to the pitiful woman on the ground and looked at Ma Kushwan. Ma Kushwan's intuition told him that the young man holding the umbrella was waiting for him to kill the woman at his feet. Ma Kushwan suddenly squatted down. The woman tried to escape, but the young man pressed her neck down. When the woman didn't dare to move, the young man let go and patted the woman's face with his palm. He smiled and said, "Remember, my name is Ma Kushwan. I will definitely look for you in the future. Also, you have to thank that guy who is not in the town. Otherwise, our relationship wouldn't be so good." Ma Kushwan finally spat on the woman's face. The young man stood up and walked towards the man from Marshall Mountain. He asked in a low voice, "Who is that guy?" The sword cultivator said indifferently, "He is the future master of Lakeview Academy, one of the 72 academies of Confucianism. His name is Kui Ming Huang, and he has an illustrious background. This time, he is here to take back his trump card. He is very shrewd, so you have to be careful in the future. If I'm not mistaken, he already has his eyes on you." Ma Kushwan frowned and said, "This person gives off a very different feeling from Mr. Chi in the school." The sword cultivator laughed involuntarily and said, "How many scholars do you think are like Mr. Chi, who is scrupulous in following his heart?" He hesitated for a moment, but still explained, "The outside world says that Mr. Chi agreed to be banished to this small world because his realm fell and his state of mind was shattered after his teacher was defeated. Although he is constantly under the influence of the heavenly law, he can still do whatever he wants." "I don't think so." Ma Kushwan wasn't interested in these things. He turned around and saw the man holding the umbrella squatting beside the woman. He was probably comforting her. Ma Kushwan looked away and walked side by side with the man carrying the sword. The young man's footsteps were heavy as he returned to Apricot Blossom Lane. The man said, "Your body is heavily injured. Don't leave any hidden injuries. Otherwise, it will hinder your future cultivation." Ma Kushwan wiped the rain off his face and suddenly asked, "What is our town to those outsiders?" The sword cultivator replied, "Just like the small stream outside the town. There are all kinds of people here. There are shallow pools that don't even reach your knees, and there are also deep pools that you can't see the bottom of." Ma Kushwan asked, "In the past, when outsiders came here to seek treasures, did they drown anyone?" The sword cultivator smiled and shook his head. "Almost none in the past. Most of the time, peace brings wealth, and everyone is happy. This time is an exception." In the Yang family's shop, a heroic young woman carrying a young man quickly crossed the threshold and asked a middle-aged shop assistant, "Is Mr. Yang here?" The man saw that the young woman had an extraordinary temperament and didn't dare to neglect her. He nodded and said, "He just finished packing up the herbs in the backyard." "What's the matter?" The young woman nodded and said in a low voice, "We are familiar with old Yang. We want to ask him for some medicine." The shop assistant hesitated for a moment, but didn't insist. He led them to the main room in the backyard. An old man was gently tapping the table with an old tobacco pipe. A sloppy man stood in the corner of the room. He was the caretaker of the east side of the town, Zheng Dafeng. Zheng Dafeng didn't dare to breathe when he met old Yang. He was no longer the sly and shameless person he used to be. Old Yang waved his pipe, and Zheng Dafeng quickly slipped out of the room and left with the shop assistant. Old Yang looked at the familiar young man behind the young woman, Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan's lips were pale, and his body was trembling. His hands were desperately wrapped around the young woman's neck. Old Yang stood up leisurely with one hand behind his back and the other hand holding the pipe. He walked in front of the young woman and looked at the young man. He said in a hoarse voice, "How many times have I told you? The less fortunate you are, the more you should cherish your life. What? Just because of a little setback, you want to die? Why didn't you leave with your mother? Wouldn't that have saved you more trouble? Your master Yarrow is right. When he was alive, he always said that you can't live long. Even if he taught you good craftsmanship and real kung fu, it would be a waste. You should be thrown into the ground as soon as possible." Ning Yarrow was dumbfounded. In her impression, Old Man Yang should be a benevolent old man, always smiling all day long. Who would have thought that he was such a sarcastic old man? The old man said sarcastically, "Does it hurt?" Chen Pingan nodded slightly, unable to speak. When he woke up on the girl's back, the effects of the drug had already begun to take effect, but Chen Pingan felt that he could hold on for a while. By the time Ning Yarrow carried him to the covered bridge, he knew that he couldn't hold on any longer. Thus, Ning Yarrow didn't even bother to retrieve the knife by the stream and hurriedly carried him to the Yang family's shop. The old man chuckled, "It hurts. Then be good and bear with it." Then the old man glanced at Ning Yarrow and said in a bad mood, "Let him sit on the bench." The old man then muttered, "Don't you think it's embarrassing to let a little girl carry you?" Ning Yarrow suppressed her anger and carefully let Chen Pingan sit on the bench. But as soon as she let go, the young man swayed. Ning Yarrow was about to reach out to support him. Although the young man couldn't speak, he signaled with his eyes that he didn't need her help. The old man took a puff of his homemade pipe and looked at the young man's body and mood. He clicked his tongue and said, "What a poor family. Well, you have a clear conscience." The old man was completely indifferent to the young man's piercing pain. Liu Xianyang's good life and your cheap life. After so many years, don't you know? If he dies once, it's almost enough for you to die 10 times. Do you understand? Ning Yarrow couldn't stand the old man's sarcastic words and said in a low voice, "Old Mr. Yang, can you help Chen Pingan relieve the pain first?" The old man's body was stooped. He turned to look at the young woman and asked casually, "Are you a man?" Ning Yarrow glared at him. The old man ignored the young woman and turned back to look at the young man. The old man was lost in thought. Finally, the old man curled his lips and sighed. He tapped Chen Pingan's shoulder, arm, and leg with his pipe. In an instant, the young man was lying on his side on the bench with his elbow against his head. The old man shouted, "Go to sleep. Chen Pinggan instantly closed his eyes and fell asleep, snoring thunderously. 60. Under the archway of the government office. Chen Dui talked about many strange people and interesting anecdotes. The little girl of Zhengyang Mountain listened with great interest and said, "Sister, you know so much." Chen Dui smiled and said, "When you grow up, you will know a lot of things." Song Jisin said half-truthfully, "When I get along with you, I feel that you are quite a normal person." The girl raised her long eyebrows and asked, "Do you mean that in front of Song Jianqiang, the vassal of Dali, I have to be submissive and humble?" Song Jisin laughed and pointed at Chen Dui, "Miss, if Mr. Chi of our town school heard your way of talking, he will definitely frown. You know, this is called either one or the other. It is very unreasonable. At first, it sounds reasonable, but it can't stand up to scrutiny. What I really mean is, of course, you don't have to flatter Song Jianqiang, and you shouldn't. However, Song Jianqiang is the biggest local in Dali, and he is also a martial arts great master second to none, right? As an outsider, you should do as the Romans do. Shouldn't you be a little more polite to the owner of a house? Why do you have to put on a face and pretend to be a master? You can pretend if you want to, but after you were beaten half to death by Song Jianqiang, you still dare to talk tough in front of him. I really don't know what to say to you." In the end, Song Jisin pointed at himself and said self-deprecatingly, "Even a mean person like me knows how to judge the situation." Chen Dui hesitated for a moment and said, "Like repel-like. I am also a martial artist. To be honest, I have always looked down on the martial artists of Eastern Vase continent. Of course, in the end, I was wrong, very wrong." Song Jisin said in surprise, "You are quite honest." Chen Dui said indifferently, "A martial artist recognizes nothing but the fist." Song Jisin suddenly asked a sharp question, "You outsiders who come to the town to look for treasures and opportunities seem to have different reasons from what we think. Is it because your fist is hard?" Chen Dui shook his head and said with a smile, "I don't need to explain anything at all. In the future, as long as you walk out of the town, you will soon become people like us. When you embark on the road of cultivation one day, you will naturally understand. Otherwise, you won't understand even if I explain it to you." Song Jisin said with emotion, "It's so boring to become people like you." The little girl jested, "Then come to our Xinjiang mountain to play. It's very interesting." Song Jisin patted her little head and said casually, "Okay." Chen Dui, Chen Dui. The prince of the Li dynasty was standing by the archway. He said to Song Jisin, "Go back to Mud Bottle Alley and pack up. Get ready to leave." Song Jisin said with a smile, "Okay, I'm leaving my hometown." The little girl was reluctant to leave. She asked, "Leaving my hometown with a well on my back?" Song Jisin laughed and got up. "Let's go. I'll send you back to the Li family's house first. This is called finishing what you started." Song Jisin held the little girl's hand and walked to the gate of the government office. He turned around and asked, "There won't be any assassins on Fulu Street outside, right?" Song Jianqiang said with a smile, "You'll have to ask your neighbor." Song Jisin curled his lips and turned to look at the sky. Dark clouds gathered and there were signs of rain. His mood suddenly became very bad. After sending Dao Zi back, Song Jisin was surprised to find Song Jianqiang standing under the Chinese scholar tree. He walked quickly and asked curiously, "Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Song Jianqiang nodded and said, "I received a message that there's something outside that needs to be solved personally. So I took the carriage to Mud Bottle Alley and left after packing." Song Jisin looked up and saw 3 carriages parked outside the government office. This should be the first time he took a carriage in his life. Song Jisin bent down and sat in the carriage at the front. Song Jianqiang followed and sat cross-legged. Song Jisin looked around. It was empty except for the straw hassock he was sitting on. It didn't look as luxurious as he had imagined, and it didn't give people the impression that it was a different world. This made Song Jisin a little disappointed. He was looking forward to seeing GQ's surprise when she boarded the carriage. The closely packed horse hooves clattered on the bluestone street. The 3 carriages drove out of Fulu Street one after another. Song Jianqiang lifted the curtain and looked at the small town outside the window. From now on, the Dali dynasty would completely lose control of this small cave in name. But on the other hand, since the founding of the Great Li Empire, it was precisely by relying on the enormous benefits brought by this small cave that it was able to gradually grow from a small independent power in a remote corner to the current largest secular dynasty in the northern part of the Aquarius continent. A small cave with thousands of miles of rivers and mountains. In the future, he could only look for it in the secret history of the Dali Palace. Song Jianqiang collected his thoughts and asked casually, "Are you not going to say goodbye to Chen Pinggan?" After driving out of Fulu Street, the road was uneven. Song Jisin's body began to sway along with the carriage. He shook his head and said, "It's hard to say if that guy can survive. If we only wait for a corpse, it would be disgusting. Chen Pinggan has no parents. Now that his good friend is dead, won't it be up to me, his neighbor, to take care of his funeral?" Song Jianqiang nodded. Song Jisin asked, "The little girl from Zhengyang Mountain mentioned a person called Ma Ku-xian. He is from Apricot Blossom Lane and is about the same age as me. It seems that he sold Chen Pinggan and the little girl's hiding place to Zhengyang Mountain for a bag of money. Do you know where this guy came from? I only heard that he was a fool before, but I didn't expect him to hide so well." Song Jianqiang thought for a moment and said, "The assassin lurking in the Song family previously tried to assassinate the prince of the Great Sui Kingdom in Dragon Riding Lane. Originally, some clues were found, and it involved this young man named Ma Ku-xian. In these years, the assassin, who was once a felon, secretly contacted Ma Ku-xian many times. They might be master and disciple. Now that Martial Arts Mountain has interfered, we can only put it aside for the time being. After all, there are many disciples of martial arts in the Dali army, and their official positions are not low." Song Jisin smiled and said, "Uncle, there are times when you say only." Song Jianqiang didn't take it seriously and said, "It's because I have the identity of being the king of Dali." When the carriage approached Mud Bottle Lane, Song Jisin said intentionally or unintentionally, "Chen Pinggan, is he really just Chen Pinggan?" Song Changjing couldn't help but laugh. "Before you moved to Mud Bottle Alley, the Yamen had already thoroughly investigated your background. Chen Pinggan's family has 18 generations of ancestors, so they're very clear about their family background. There's nothing wrong with them. They have nothing to do with wealth and power." "Why? Did that Chen scare you?" "Don't worry. I have roughly guessed her identity. Her branch of the Chen family has no connection with Chen Pinggan's ancestors in the town. So don't worry. Chen Pinggan is just Chen Pinggan. The Chen family of the Dragon Tail Commandery is barely related to Chen Songfeng. But think about it, relatives who haven't contacted for hundreds of years, are they still relatives? Moreover, the branch of the Chen family in the town has fallen to the point that there is only one person who is not a servant or a maid. Poor in the downtown area, no one cares about them. Rich in the deep mountains, they have distant relatives. You have read some books, but you don't even understand this." Song Jisin still didn't give up. What about the 18 generations before the 18 generations of ancestors? Had there never been a great person with amazing talent? Not even one. Song Jianqiang smiled and said, "So you hope that Chen Pinggan's background is special?" Song Jisin didn't hide his thoughts and nodded, "If he is different from ordinary people, I will feel better." Song Jianqiang became more and more curious and joked, "How did that guy bully you? Why are you so obsessed with him? But according to my understanding of that boy, he doesn't seem to be a..." Song Jisin sneered and interrupted the words of the king of Dali, "People from small places may not have high vision and shallow eyes, but you must not think that they are stupid. Good people have a pure and kind heart. Bad people have ulcers on the top of their head and pus on the soles of their feet. Some people are really stupid beyond cure, or even stupid and bad." Song Jianqiang was even more puzzled. Then what kind of person does Chen Pinggan belong to? Song Jisin sighed and said with annoyance, "He doesn't belong to any of them. He is really a fool, so I feel particularly aggrieved." Ning Yarrow squatted in front of the bench and carefully looked at Chen Pinggan's sleeping face. Her heart was full of shock. This kind of magical power was too wonderful for words. Chen Pingan's strange sleeping posture made the boy reveal a sense of returning to the origin from head to toe. Although Ning Yarrow couldn't explain it clearly, the girl was born with an extremely keen intuition about the good and bad of a magical power. Ning Yarrow turned her head and asked curiously, "Are you the guide of Chen Pingan's cultivation?" The old man smoked a pipe and crossed his legs. He looked at the dark rain outside the house and smiled. "Cultivation? Is this considered cultivation? Why, in the outside world, there is another guy who is qualified to establish a sect. Is that why the world is deteriorating and the situation on the road of cultivation is getting worse year by year? It can't be, right? Those people are not vegetarians. Since they have become Dao Tai, they can only continue on this road of no return. They will never allow outsiders to take a share of the soup." Ning Yarrow was confused. "Senior Yang, what are you talking about?" The old man was stunned. "Your elders didn't tell you about the old accounts of those old antiques?" Ning Yarrow shook her head. "My grandfather's generation left early. My parents didn't like to talk about the stories of the other worlds. They were afraid that I would run away from home." Old Yang turned his head and looked at the girl carefully. Finally, he said, "How many words have been carved on the city wall now?" Ning Yarrow answered honestly, "My grandfather's generation produced many heroes, so in just 100 years, 2 new words were carved. Now there are a total of 18 words." The old man sighed. "It's already 18 words. Dao, Howren, Western Heaven, what else is there after these 6 words?" Ning Yarrow said in a deep voice, "Thunderpool Important Land, and Sword Chi Everlasting are 4 words, Chi, Chen, and Dong." Old Yang frowned and asked, "Little girl, there are still 3 words left. Did you eat them?" Ning Yarrow said angrily, "I forgot." The old man didn't ask to the end and changed the question, "Is it still the same old rule? Every time you kill an Ascendant Realm monster, you are qualified to carve a word on the city wall?" Ning Yarrow frowned and said, "Why do you know so much about the situation in my hometown?" The old man smiled and said, "A long time ago, there was a foreign sword cultivator who had the habit of writing travel books. He wrote down the local conditions and customs along the way. In the end, he died near our town. I took the thick travel book back and flipped through it when I was free." Ning Yarrow doubted the authenticity of this statement. The old man seemed to have eyes on the back of his head, believe it or not. Ning Yarrow observed Chen Pingan's state, which was a bit like Daoist meditation or Buddhist meditation. She asked, "What's wrong with him?" Old Yang said slowly, "Xiao Sai." Xiao Sai was sleeping. Ning Yarrow was a little helpless. The words of this old man from Yang family's shop were either harsh or strange. The old man said to himself, "Little girl, let me ask you, when a person murmurs in his heart, whose voice is the so-called inner voice?" Ning Yarrow was stunned and fell into deep thought. Soon, she closed her eyes naturally and then fell asleep. In the end, she nodded suddenly and fell asleep. Old Yang stood up, walked around the girl, and came to the young man. He pointed at Ning Yarrow with his pipe and said to the young man, "Look at her. With just a few words, she can break through the realm in one fell swoop. Look at you. You don't have any ability, but you like to be stubborn. Who do you think you are? How many years has God been sleeping? Is he willing to take care of a guy like you?" Old Yang returned to his original position and sat down. He looked at the rain curtain that was gradually getting heavier outside the house. The rapid raindrops hit the ground of the courtyard, making pitter-patter sounds. The old man looked a little sad. "After so many years, I have chosen so many people. I didn't expect that the most hopeless one would have the toughest life." A skinny child with a large basket of wild vegetables on his back and 7 or 8 small fish skewered with green bristles in his hands was walking in the alley. After the child opened the door to his courtyard and walked into the courtyard, a young master dressed in silk clothes immediately stepped on a stool and skillfully climbed up the courtyard wall. He squatted there, completely ignoring the fact that his expensive clothes were dirty. He smiled and said, "Hey, Mr. Chen, are you going up the mountain to hunt for food again? Your ability to rely on the mountain and rely on the water is not small. Can you bring me along to play in the future? I'll give you a copper coin as a reward." The skinny child smiled, "You don't have to pay." The rich young master curled his lips and said, "If you don't want to, then forget it." "I don't want to go." The child picked the small fish from the green foxtail. The big ones were as long as a palm, and the small ones were only as long as a thumb. The child stood on his tiptoes and placed them on the windowsill. They could be eaten after they were dried, and there was no need to sprinkle salt. There was also no need to cut open their stomachs and squeeze out the internal organs. It was not that the child was afraid of trouble, but because if he did that, there would not be much meat left. Anyway, they were crispy and delicious. After the young master on the courtyard wall finished speaking, he actually regretted it. In fact, he had always been envious of his neighbors of the same age. Every time he came home, he would not be empty-handed. There were wild rabbits, loaches, fish in the stream, and wild fruits. He was very tempted by the sight of them. He was not greedy for food, but only for the sight of them. However, he was unwilling to change his words. In addition, when he saw the surnamed Chen next door moving briskly and carefreely, he was somewhat unhappy. Chen Pingan was so poor that he did not have enough food to eat every day. He slept in a broken house with holes on all sides. He could not even eat a stick of sugar-coated haws all year round. What was he happy about? The young master on the wall named Song Jisin could not understand at all. One day, the child, who did not have to worry about food and clothing but could only live in Mud Bottle Alley, returned home with a bloody nose and a swollen face. The girl who had just become his personal maidservant asked him what happened, but Song Jisin refused to say anything. After returning to his room, he closed the door and lay on the bed. He quarreled with someone today and even fought with them. Some vicious words were still lingering in his ears, which made this child with strong self-esteem feel as if his heart was being cut by a knife. His face was sometimes sad and sometimes ferocious. "Aren't you just a little stinky money? What are you so proud of? You are not even as good as Chen Pingan. Although his parents are dead, at least he knows who his parents are. Do you know who your parents are?" The child surnamed Song tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. The next day, the child did not squat on the wall and chat with the neighbors as usual. Instead, he went to Chen Pingan's house for the first time. After he said a few words to Chen Pingan left the town not long after. He violated the oath he made when his mother died and went to the Dragon Kill at a young age to be an apprentice. There was a figure standing sneakily at the back door of the shop's main hall. After Old Yang caught a glimpse of it, he did not say anything. He just turned around and felt that it was an eyesore. After seeing the old man's action, the figure was particularly hurt. What hurt him even more was that a woman, who he should call sister-in-law, held an umbrella in one hand and pushed his head away with the other. She strode to the main house in the backyard. After seeing the old man, she immediately shouted at him. Old man Yang sighed and hurriedly got up and walked out of the house. He closed the door and stood on the stairs. Looking at the woman who had a punitive posture, the old man didn't even have the mood to smoke anymore. The woman stopped and scolded with one hand on her waist. "What are you doing? Are you guarding against a thief? Old Yang, you are the master of my man. How can you do such immoral things? Li is a good shop assistant. Why do you ask him to pack up and get lost? Do you own the Yang family shop? Ah! Did Li sleep with his master's wife or his master's daughter?" The man who was blocked from the street shrank his neck and hid by the back door. He wished he could dig a hole and bury himself. How could he not know what kind of person his master was and what kind of person Li's wife was? Therefore, he felt that he would lose a layer of skin even if he did not die this time. Old Yang was expressionless. "Are you done? If you are, go home and call Chun Chun. I heard that the cats in the westernmost part of the town have never stopped meowing all year round. They meow during the day and at night. Many people moved their homes because of the noise." The woman seemed to be hurt. Her voice rose again. "Old thing, you still have the nerve to talk about going home. Your disciple has lost her livelihood and only knows how to wander around aimlessly. 2 days ago, the roof of our house collapsed and she couldn't even afford to repair it. Because of that, I had no choice but to return to my mother's house with a mountain of gold and silver and suffer all kinds of bullying. If Leah had not been chased out of the shop by you, Would our family of 4 be in such a miserable state? Old Yang, quickly take out the coffin money and repair our house. Otherwise, I won't let you off today. The old man looked coldly at the man who was hiding. It was Zheng Dafeng. Zheng Dafeng said with a long face, Master, Li did as you instructed and went to do that thing. He definitely won't be back anytime soon. The old man's face was gloomy. Zheng Dafeng even had the urge to kneel and kowtow. The woman threw away the umbrella and sat on the rain-soaked ground. She wailed, Old thing, you like to take my ashes. You won't even let your disciple's wife go. The old man moved a small stool under the eaves and sat down leisurely. He took out some tobacco from the bag at his waist and crushed it into a ball before putting it into his pipe. He started smoking and looked up at the sky, completely ignoring the woman. Zheng Dafeng looked at the madam making a scene in the courtyard. It was raining heavily, and the madam had a well-developed figure. Her clothes were thin, and many of the workers in the Yang family's shop came to join in the fun. They were all secretly delighted and feasted their eyes. The woman cried her heart out. However, she suddenly stopped as if someone was strangling her neck. She rubbed her eyes and quickly got up, picked up the umbrella and ran away. The woman shouted as she ran, There's a ghost. The old man's mouth twitched. The rat's droppings on the incense table. Detestable. 61. Once the troublemaker woman left, there was no more spring scenery to see, and the crowd in the Yang family's shop quickly dispersed. Zheng Dafeng ran to the eaves and squatted in the distance, not daring to get too close to old Yang. They were both disciples, but the difference in treatment between him and Li was like the difference between heaven and earth. Zheng Dafeng blamed his master for being biased, but there were some things he had to accept. Zheng Dafeng asked timidly, Master, Qi Jingchun is determined not to play by the rules. What should we do when the time comes? The old man didn't say a word and continued smoking. A black cat had appeared out of nowhere and was squatting not far from the old man's feet. It shook its fur and splashed a lot of rainwater. Zheng Dafeng said worriedly, That bastard from Marshall Mountain actually invited a god down the mountain. Will there be trouble? After all, there are countless people watching this place. The old man still didn't say a word. Zheng Dafeng was used to his master's silence, so he didn't feel awkward. He let his imagination run wild and thought of Qi Jingchun. He cursed, Mother Qi Jingchun has been a grandson for 59 years. What's a few days' difference? Scholars are all stubborn and unreasonable. The old man finally spoke. You're stubborn even if you don't study. Zheng Dafeng didn't feel ashamed and turned to flatter him. Do you want me to massage your shoulders and legs? The old man said indifferently, I don't have any coffin money, so you can give up. Zheng Dafeng blushed. Master, your words are hurtful. As a disciple, I'm not very capable, but I'm very filial. Why would I care about such things? I'm not Li Er's wife. The old man grunted. You're even worse than her. Zheng Dafeng's face darkened and his head drooped. He looked like a frosted eggplant, without any spirit. However, he suddenly became pleasantly surprised. He realized that although his master's words were still unbearable, at least he had said so much. It was rare. When he returned to the East House, he could drink a jug of wine to celebrate. Zheng Dafeng was in a good mood and asked casually, Can senior brother stop that guy? This time, Zheng Dafeng didn't wait for the old man to stab him with his words. He slapped himself in the face. Senior brother, there's only hope if you can't stop him. If you really can, you'll really have nothing to eat in the future. Baffled, the old man asked, Zheng Dafeng, do you know why you haven't achieved much? Zheng Dafeng was stunned on the spot. He thought to himself that his master's question was full of mysteries. He had to carefully deal with it and prepare for it. Unexpectedly, the old man had already given his answer. Ugly. Zheng Dafeng hugged his head with both hands and looked at the splashing rain in the courtyard. He was a grown man, but he wanted to cry but had no tears. The steward of the Yamen didn't need to be observant to know that it wasn't suitable for him to stay any longer, so he found an excuse to leave the room. Chen Songfeng continued to bury his head in the files, but compared to Chen Duan's trembling with fear, he finally recovered some of the free and easy bearing of a son of an aristocratic family. But the more he was like this, the more Liu Baqiao, who was watching from the side, felt stifled. He had a stomach full of grievances that he had to vent. However, having a straightforward personality was one thing, and speaking without thinking was another. Liu Baqiao wanted to go out for a walk as well. Out of sight, out of mind. Chen Songfeng suddenly raised his head and smiled. Baqiao, you finally can't sit still anymore? Liu Baqiao had just lifted his butt from the chair, but after hearing this, he sat back down. He laughed angrily. Oh, you still have the mood to tease me. You're quite broad-minded. Chen Songfeng put down the old book in his hand and said bitterly, I've let you see a joke. Just now, you were fighting for justice for me. It's not that I don't know what's good for me, it's just that. Liu Baqiao couldn't stand other people's bitterness and sentimentality. He quickly waved his hand. No, no, no. I just look down on your family's distant relatives who bully the weak and fear the strong. I said a few words to her purely because I couldn't control my mouth. You, Chen Songfeng, don't be grateful. Chen Songfeng leaned back on the chair and exhaled softly. If this was the Dragon Tail County's Chen clan, just based on this lazy sitting posture, if the elders found out, no matter if it was the son of the first wife or concubine, the children would all be beaten and the adults would be reprimanded. The scholars of the rich and powerful families were often ridiculed by martial artists for being sanctimonious and pretentious. But rules were rules. Since birth, they walked on the fixed path. The children of the landed gentry families, big and small, were all influenced by what they saw and heard from a young age. Of course, there was also the Southern Stream Kingdom, which was rich in talkers and preposterous scholars. They were famous for not sticking to etiquette. Liu Baqiao asked, what is your relationship with Chen Shuang? Why are you so afraid of her? If it involves family secrets, just pretend I didn't ask. Chen Songfeng stood up and went to close the door. He sat in the chair that was originally in charge and asked softly. The young man surnamed Liu's reputation as a porcelain buyer, after many twists and turns, finally passed into the hands of the Dragon Tail County's Chen clan. Aren't you curious as to why? Liu Baqiao nodded. Perhaps the mountain-moving ape would never have guessed that the competitor for the sword manual was not the Wind Thunder Garden, but the Dragon Tail County's Chen clan that had appeared out of nowhere. Chen Songfeng's face was tired. He should have been depressed for a long time. Those who thought too much would be tired and finally couldn't help but find someone to pour out his grievances. In addition, he deeply believed in Liu Baqiao's character and temperament, so he slowly said, although our Chen clan has a closer relationship with your Wind Thunder Garden, the Chen clan's descendants abide by their ancestral teachings and don't get involved in the grudges on the mountain. We have adhered to this principle for so many years. Could it be that a sword manual that is of little value to the Chen clan's descendants is enough to make us make an exception? The Chen clan is a scholarly family, not a family of cultivators. What is the point of getting involved in these muddy waters? Liu Baqiao followed this line of thought and thought, is it that Chen Shuang's clan wants this sword manual for themselves? Could it be that her clan is some hidden sword cultivator clan? Chen Songfeng shook his head and said, that's not the case. Manager Shui mentioned earlier that the small town's Chen clan was split into two branches. Chen Dui belonged to the branch that moved out the earliest. They left very thoroughly and didn't even stay in the eastern Aquarius continent. They went directly to another continent. After generations of reproduction and growth, the clan that Chen Dui belongs to is now known as the Gathering of the Pavilions in the World. Of course, this news has never spread in the eastern Bottle continent. Our Dragon Tail County's Chen clan only knows the inside story because we have a little relationship with them. Liu Baqiao sneered, is that woman bragging without a draft, or is she bullying me for being uneducated? Can her clan have the Merit Plaza? Chen Songfeng extended 2 fingers. Liu Baqiao rolled his eyes and said, listen carefully, I said Merit Plaza, not Fame Plaza. Chen Songfeng didn't retract his fingers. Liu Baqiao was somewhat deflated and continued to ask, then can her clan have the Learning Palace Plaza? Liu Baqiao's so-called Learning Palace Plaza was naturally the orthodox Confucian school's 3 learning palaces and 72 learning palaces. It was definitely not an ordinary academy of a secular dynasty. In the huge eastern bottle continent, there were only 2 academies, Mountain Cliff and Lake View. Chen Songfeng slowly retracted one of his fingers. There was still one left. Liu Baqiao pretended to get up and put his hands on the armrests of the chair. He pretended to be panicked and said, "I'll quickly apologize to that great-aunt." My goodness, with such an unreasonable background, not to mention letting Chen Songfeng read a few books, even if she wanted you to be a cow or a horse, it wouldn't be a problem at all. Chen Songfeng smiled but didn't say anything. This was probably Liu Baqiao's unique charm. He could make an embarrassing matter out of it so that the person involved wouldn't be angry at all. Liu Baqiao twisted his butt and crossed his arms. He said calmly, "Okay, now that I know the frightening background of that great-aunt, you can continue with the main topic." Chen Songfeng smiled. "Actually, Steward Xue has already said the answer." Liu Baqiao had a flash of inspiration. The ancestor of this youth surnamed Liu is the tomb keeper of Chen Dui's branch of the Chen clan in the small town. Chen Songfeng nodded. "You can be taught." Liu Baqiao was surprised. "That's not right. Isn't the sword manual passed down in the Liu family from the traitor of Xingyang Mountain? Of course, he's also one of the ancestors of our Wind Thunder Garden. No matter what, the timing doesn't match. How can he be the tomb keeper of the Chen Dui clan?" Chen Songfeng explained, "I can confirm that the Liu family was the tomb keeper of the Chen Dui clan in the beginning. As for why the sword cultivator who hid in your Wind Thunder Garden came to the small town, became a member of the Liu family, and passed down the sword manual, there's probably some hidden inside story. So in the end, the family heirloom became 2 things, the sword manual and the Swansea armor. As for Chen Dui, she's not interested in the treasure. She's only here to worship her ancestors. Other than that, if there are any descendants of the Liu family, regardless of their aptitude, she'll bring them back to the family and nurture them with all her might. It's considered as repayment for the tomb keeper of the Liu family's ancestor." Liu Baqiao's face was filled with disbelief. Such a big family let a young girl worship their ancestors? And she was almost killed by the Dali vassal king with a punch. "Chen Songfeng, I've read a lot. Although most of them are books about immortals fighting in bed, I've learned a lot about the ways of the world. So, I think that woman must be a fake." Chen Songfeng shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Then you didn't see how polite my grandfather was when he saw her." Due to the taboo of the Venerable One, Chen Songfeng really could not tell the truth. He could only vaguely describe it as polite. The family opened the door for her. The family head bowed deeply to her. Everyone in the family treated her as a guest of honor and let her sit in the main seat at the welcoming banquet. The impact of all this on Chen Songfeng could be imagined. Liu Baqiao was puzzled. Wasn't that young man surnamed Liu almost killed by the old ape with a punch? Chen Songfeng sighed. "You said it yourself. He was almost killed." Chen Songfeng got up and went to the window. The wind was blowing and drizzling outside, but looking at the sky, it seemed like it was going to rain heavily. Chen Songfeng said softly, "That Master Wan seems to be an old acquaintance of one of Chen Tui's elders. They used to travel the world together and are close friends." Liu Baqiao asked tentatively, "You're saying that Wan Tui was able to replace Qi Jingchun and take charge of this place because of Chen Tui's family?" Chen Songfeng said indifferently, "I didn't say anything." Liu Baqiao was amazed. No wonder this woman could be so unyielding in front of Song Jianqiang. The family's power was far away, and the saint's protection was right in front of her. How could she not be arrogant? Liu Baqiao suddenly asked, "Tell me about the natal porcelain and the person who bought it. I've always been interested in it, but it's a pity that the Wind Thunder Garden doesn't do it. It was only when I was forcefully dragged here by my master that I roughly heard about it. It seems that there are a few famous people at the top of the eastern Aquarius continent who first came out of this small town." Chen Songfeng hesitated for a moment, but still chose to tell him everything. He divulged the heavenly secret. It's similar to the stone gambling in the secular world. Every year, there are about 30 babies born in this small town. The 30 dragon kilns choose a certain child according to their ranking to be the porcelain of their dragon kill. For example, if the town gives birth to 32 babies this year, then the 2 dragon kilns at the top will have 2 porcelains. If there are only 29 babies next year, then the dragon kill at the bottom can only have a year without any production. Therefore, the people born and raised in this small town will have their own natal porcelain. Cao Shi and Xieshe, who are currently in the limelight in this continent, are no exception. One of them is a Daoist perfected lord who has a chance of becoming a heavenly lord, while the other is an itinerant sword immortal with limitless killing power. Although it's easier for a flood dragon to appear in this small town compared to the outside world, the price of dragonification is huge. Once these porcelains successfully reach the middle 5 realms, they are destined to have no next life if they don't reach the middle 5 realms in their lifetime. Their souls will dissipate, and everything will come to an end. Perhaps even the Tao ancestors and Buddhist ancestor will not be able to do anything to them. And during this period, they will be caught by the person who bought the porcelain. Their life and death will be in the hands of others. It's the same even if you are a figure like Cao Shi or Xieshe. Speaking of which, when one becomes a powerful figure like Cao Shi or Xieshe, the person who bought the porcelain will want nothing more than to worship them like an ancestor. How would they dare to call themselves the owner of the porcelain? After all, it's a matter of mutual benefit. Any family that has combat strength like Cao Shi or Xieshe can sleep soundly. The reason is very simple. They might not be able to be invited for trivial matters, but when it comes to the survival of the family, they will definitely lend a helping hand. If you are unwilling to fight for my family, fine. I'll shatter your natal porcelain and let everyone perish together. Liu Baqiao was amazed by what he heard. It was no wonder that the Dali dynasty rose rapidly in the short span of 200 to 300 years. It had already formed a magnificent momentum that could swallow the northern territory of an entire continent. Liu Songfeng was entranced by the story. He sat cross-legged on the chair and rubbed his chin with his palm. He rubbed his chin and said, I know that there's a huge threshold for girls and boys in this small town at the age of 6 and 9. It's the same principle as cultivation. At that time, one can know the level of one's future cultivation achievements. If at that time, the person who bought the porcelain will come to the small town to take away the children who have a bright future, then what about those worthless porcelains? What about those children in the small town who lost the bet and their worthless natal porcelain? How will the big dragon kilns deal with them? Chen Songfeng said softly, they will be taken out of the dragon kilns, smashed and thrown away on the spot. There's a porcelain mountain outside the small town. It's from this. Liu Baqiao was faintly unhappy. He asked, what happened to those children? Chen Songfeng shook his head and said, I've never heard of it. I don't think it's any better. Liu Baqiao sighed and raised his hand to rub his cheek hard. This was a secret matter that was personally decided by the sages of various parties. It was definitely not something that a small sword practitioner like him in the Wind and Thunder Garden could criticize. But the young man just felt a little unhappy. After a long silence, Liu Baqiao finally said softly, so, the people who walk out of here are all pawns. Chen Songfeng followed and said, who isn't on the path of cultivation? Liu Baqiao felt a little sad. He nodded and said, that's true. The door of the house creaked open softly. A pale-faced youth in straw sandals tiptoed over the threshold and turned to close the wooden door softly. He copied old Yang and moved a small stool to sit on the steps. The raindrops were as big as soybeans and the sky was as dark as night. But for some reason, there were not many raindrops under the eaves in such a heavy storm. The old man sat for a long time, but there was only a little water vapor on his clothes. Chen Pingan crossed his fingers and quietly looked at the small pond formed by the accumulated water in the courtyard. The old man smoked a pipe. Large clouds of smoke filled the surroundings. But the smoke under the eaves and the rain outside the eaves interfered with each other. It was as if there was an invisible line between heaven and earth. The biggest reason why the old man did not hate this child was that no matter what the situation was, the child would not make a ruckus and would not disturb him. If he could avoid talking, he would not open his mouth. This child was very similar to his disciple Li Er. Zheng Dafeng was far inferior. Chen Pinggan said softly, Grandpa Yang, thank you for all these years. The old man frowned and said, Thank me? If I remember correctly, I have never helped you for nothing. When have I ever been short of payment? Chen Pinggan smiled. Just like when old Yang promised him to go up the mountain to pick herbs for the Yang family's shop and buy them at a low price, the medicine shop also sold many herbs to Chen Pinggan at a low price. It seemed fair, but in fact, Chen Pinggan knew that this was the most practical help. Also, how much was a self-made bamboo pipe worth? But Chen Pinggan was able to persevere for so many years without illness or disaster. To a large extent, he relied on the breathing method that old Yang taught him. The old man raised his head and looked at the sky. He sneered and said, When others give a small favor, they can't wait to be a bodhisattva who saves people from suffering. Especially when important people dig out a little dregs from their teeth, they are especially grateful. They can even be moved by their own innocence and feel that they are repaying kindness. Therefore, they are a loyal minister and a proud student of so-and-so. They are a group of bastards who forget their roots. They shouldn't have crawled out of their mother's womb. Chen Pinggan scratched his head and was a little nervous. He did not know if old Yang was talking about him. After the old man retracted his gaze, he said indifferently, I'm not talking about you. Chen Pinggan suddenly saw a familiar figure and was a little stunned. There was a corridor at the back door of the main hall. A middle-aged Confucian scholar with white hair came with an umbrella in one hand and a bench in the other. After passing through the side door, he placed the bench in the corridor. After sitting down, he leaned the umbrella against the bench and patted his knees with both hands. He sat up straight and finally smiled at the old man and the young man under the eaves of the backyard. He said warmly, Qi Jingchun of Cliff Academy pays his respects to Mr. Yang. The scholar's boots were soaked by the rain and were stained with mud. So was the hem of his robe. The old man's attitude was relaxed as he pointed his pipe at the sage. From the first day you came, I knew that you weren't going to succeed. But after so many years, I haven't heard a single word of complaint from you. That's strange. You, Qi Jingchun, don't seem to be a person who would submit to humiliation. So I'm not surprised that you've gone crazy this time. Qi Jingchun patted his stomach and smiled. I have complaints. My stomach is full of them. It's just that I haven't said them out loud. Old Yang thought for a while. I don't know about your ability. But your master, based on the fact that he dared to say those 4 words, in my eyes, he can be counted as one. The old man gave him a thumbs up. Qi Jingchun smiled bitterly. My master is actually more knowledgeable. The old man sneered. I'm not a scholar. Even if your master's knowledge is greater than that of the holy master, I won't say anything good about him. Qi Jingchun asked seriously, Mr. Yang, do you think that the 4 words my master are correct? The old man laughed. I don't think so. It's just that before, all the people in the world believed in the previous 4 words, which annoyed me. So when someone came out to sing a different tune, I felt relieved. That's all. You scholars are fighting amongst yourselves. I'm very happy to see that your refined culture is swept away and covered with chicken feathers. Qi Jingchun laughed involuntarily. Qi Jingchun was about to speak when the old man waved his hand. Don't be so polite. I don't like to hear it. We're not the same kind of people. It's been like this for generations. Don't break the rules. Besides, you, Qi Jingchun, are now hated by everyone. I don't dare to be friends with you. Qi Jingchun nodded. He stood up and waved at Chen Pinggan. I used the snake gallstone you sent to carve 2 private seals. One in Li script and one in Xiaozhuan script. I'll give it to you. Chen Pinggan ran through the courtyard in the rain. He stood in front of Qi Jingchun and took a white cloth bag. Qi Jingchun smiled. Remember to keep it well. In the future, when you see calligraphy or paintings that you like, such as some landscape maps of mountains and rivers, you can take out the seal and put it on. Chen Pinggan nodded in a daze. Okay. Old Yang glanced at the bag in the young man's hand and asked, Where's the Chun character? Qi Jingchun smiled. I carved a seal earlier and gave it to a child of the Zhao family. The old man laughed. Qi Jingchun, are you the child of wealth? Qi Jing-chun didn't care about the old man's teasing. He said goodbye and left. Seeing the young man standing there like a block of wood, old Yang laughed angrily. You took someone else's things for free, and now you want to jump home and hide in your quilt. Don't you know how to walk, Mr. Qi? The young man quickly ran to the back door of the main hall. The old man laughed and scolded, Take an umbrella. With your current body, can you withstand the wind and rain? Chen Pinggan borrowed an umbrella from the shop assistant. He followed Mr. Qi and walked on the street together. The old man sat under the eaves, smoking a pipe. The smoke lingered. He thought of the 2 private seals. Although they were still in the bag, old Yang sensed something was wrong. That was why he asked about the Chun character. It was a spectacular sight. Soon, the young man with straw sandals returned to the yard. Old Yang asked, What did he say in the end? Chen Pinggan sighed and sat back on the stool. Mr. Qi said that a gentleman can be bullied. Old Yang said sullenly, Those old men in the Confucian temple must be out of their minds. It's obvious that someone is targeting Cliff Academy and Qi Jing-chun, but they've been standing by and doing nothing. Do they really think they're useless? Chen Pinggan didn't hear him clearly. He asked, Grandpa Yang, what did you say? The old man didn't say anything. What a good be a gentleman instead of a sage. 62. Ning Yarrow woke up leisurely. She was sleeping soundly. When she opened her eyes, she found herself sitting on a stool. She was a little dazed. After a moment of daze, she got up and opened the door. She saw an old man and a young boy sitting in the corridor outside. After hearing Ning Yarrow's footsteps, Chen Pinggan turned his head and smiled, You're awake. I didn't wake you up because you were sleeping soundly. Ning Yarrow nodded. She didn't care about it and asked, Senior Yang? The old man said in a bad mood, What? Are you afraid that Chen Pinggan will take advantage of you when you're asleep? Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on him. He only has bad intentions but no guts. Chen Pinggan quickly explained, Miss Ning, don't listen to Grandpa Yang's nonsense. I promise I don't have any bad intentions. Ning Yarrow made a gesture with her hands and told herself, Sir, please be magnanimous. The old man glanced at the straw sandals boy and gloated, You know 6 out of 7, but you know nothing. The rain was already very light. The old man said straightforwardly, Go back and bring that bag of money. Then, this little girl and your medicine will be paid together. Ning Yarrow frowned, What kind of medicine does the Yang family shop have that is so expensive? The old man said indifferently, When people are about to starve to death, how much can the steamed bun in my hand be worth? Ning Yarrow said in a deep voice, You're looting a burning house. The old man smoked so fiercely that his entire upper body was shrouded in faint smoke. Then, the old man's hoarse and cold voice came from the sea of clouds, asking for a sky-high price and asking for money on the ground is a dirty business. I can't do it. My rules are that I mean what I say. There is only one price. You can buy it or not and sell it or not. Ning Yarrow wanted to say something, but she found that Chen Pinggan was tugging at her sleeve and secretly winking at her. In the end, she swallowed her anger. The quality of the medicinal herbs produced in this small grotto heaven was indeed excellent. However, this famous pearl grotto heaven was not famous for its heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Instead, it was famous for its porcelain and treasures of opportunity. Therefore, even if the medicinal herbs in the Yang family's shop were piled up into mountains, they were still only worth a few gold essence copper coins. The old man shook his pipe. The rain has stopped. Don't make eyes at me. Aren't you ashamed? Chen Pinggan pulled Ning Yarrow's arm and walked down the stairs. They passed through the shop's main hall and came to the main street. Chen Pinggan smiled and asked, Can't you figure it out? It's fine. Grandpa Yang is just like that. He doesn't like to talk about favors with you. Everything he does is very fair. Yes, very fair. Ning Yarrow sneered, Justice? Everyone had a scale in their heart, so why did he feel that he was fair? Just because you're older. Chen Pinggan shook his head and said, I don't think spending a bag of copper coins is a waste of money. Ning Yarrow glanced at the young man. If you can survive 10 years outside and still be able to pat your chest and repeat these words, then you win. Chen Pinggan smiled and said, then we'll talk about it when the time comes. Ning Yarrow sighed. She really didn't know what to do with him. Where are we going next? Chen Pinggan thought for a moment. Let's go to the shop and see how Liu Xianyang is doing. While you're at it, pull out your knife from the ground. Ning Yarrow said decisively, then lead the way. She suddenly asked, is your body okay? Chen Pinggan grinned. It's not a big problem. But other than practicing martial arts, I'll be like you every day and have to boil medicine to eat. Grandpa Yang said that if the effect isn't good, I might have to spend more money. Ning Yarrow was puzzled. You really believe that? Chen Pinggan smiled and shook his head. It was as if he couldn't be bothered to argue with her about this kind of problem. After walking out of the town, he rolled up his sleeves, took off the knife, and returned it to the young girl. She hid the cloth-pressing knife and went to retrieve the saber that had been stomped into the ground by the mountain-moving ape. As for the scabbard that had been given away, Chen Pinggan temporarily left it with Ning Yao. She hung it on her waist, so the flying sword finally had a place to stay. When Chen Pinggan and Ning Yarrow walked to the south end of the covered bridge, they saw a young girl in green with a ponytail sitting on the top of the stairs. She held her chin with both hands and stared into the distance, leaving them with only her back. In the backyard of the Yang family shop, an old man alone put away his pipe and waved his hand to disperse the smoke around him. He said, "Don't worry, after the matter is done, I promise to give you an immortal body of Granny He. As for whether you can really become a god in the future and be promoted to a river god, it depends on your own luck." The old man finally took the pipe and gently knocked it on the ground. He looked up in the direction of the old locust tree and said, "When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter." The 3 carriages drove to the clay bottle alley one by one. The king of Dali really couldn't understand why his nephew had to compete with a boy in a shabby alley. He even had a knot in his heart. Song Jianqiang said with a smile, "Anyway, since I've intervened in the messy account between you and Chen Pinggan once, I won't interfere again. You can solve it yourself." In the end, Song Jianqiang reminded him, "You can have a personal relationship with Zhengyang Mountain, but don't get too involved." Song Jisin was amused. "Personal relationship? Are you talking about that little girl?" "Haha, it's just for fun. There's no friendship." Song Jianqiang said with a smile, "It's just for fun. You just gave her a sword-cultivating gourd." Song Jisin said no more. The carriage couldn't enter the alley, and Song Jianqiang didn't want to get out of the carriage. Song Jisin got out of the carriage alone and found that it was raining. It was still drizzling, but it seemed to be getting heavier. He quickly ran into the clay bottle alley and came to his yard. After pushing the door and entering, he saw Ji Qiu sitting on the threshold of the main house, in a daze. Song Jisin shouted with a smile, "Let's go, I'll take you to Dallas capital to broaden your horizons." Ji Qiu came back to her senses. "Ah? Leaving so soon?" Song Jisin nodded and said, "Anyway, things have been packed. There are 2 big boxes in my house, plus your small box. We don't have anything left in our house. It doesn't make a difference whether we leave now or later." Ji Qiu put her chin on her knees and said sadly, "Yes, this is our house." Song Jisin sighed and sat on the threshold with her. He reached out to wipe the rain on his forehead and said softly, "What's wrong? You don't want to leave? If you really don't want to, then let's leave later." "It's okay, I'll go and say hello." Ji Qiu suddenly smiled and shook her small fist. "No need. Let's go, who's afraid of who?" Song Jisin reminded her, "Don't forget about that 4-legged snake." Child K flew into a rage and said angrily, "That damned idiot sneaked under my suitcase yesterday and made me look for him for half a day. When I finally found him, the rouge boxes under my suitcase were all filthy. It's really unforgivable and can't escape the death penalty." Song Jisin began to worry about the fate of the 4-legged snake and asked tentatively, "That stupid bastard couldn't have been killed by you, right?" Ji Qiu shook her head, "No, I'll let it live for the time being. When we reach the capital, I'll deal with it later." "Oh right, young master, when we reach the capital, let's raise a few more old hens, okay? At least 5. Song Jisin asked curiously. We already have enough eggs, why do we still need to buy more? Don't you always dislike the old hens in our house for being too noisy? GQ said seriously, when the time comes, I'll tie a rope to each of the old hens' legs and then tie it to the stupid bastard's forelegs and head. As long as it's unhappy, I can chase the old hens away. Otherwise, although the four-legged snake is stupid, it's not slow. In the past, it would tire me to death every time, which would only make me angrier. Listening to his own maidservant's hypocritical thoughts, Song Jisin's mind was filled with the image of the execution. He muttered to himself, wouldn't that be dismemberment by 5 horses? Oh no, it's dismemberment by 5 chickens? Song Jisin held his stomach and laughed. GQ was used to her young master's imaginative way of thinking, so she didn't find it strange. She only asked, young master, the box is so heavy, how can the 2 of us carry it? Also, there are a lot of things that shouldn't be thrown away. Song Jisin stood up and snapped his fingers. Come out, I know you're hiding nearby. I'll have to trouble you to carry the box to the carriage. There was no response. Song Jisin was silent for a long time. His face was gloomy. Come out. Do you believe that I won't ask my uncle to carry it himself? A moment later, several hidden figures quietly appeared from the alley on the rooftop opposite Clay Bottle Alley, or from the alley outside the courtyard. A total of 5 black-clothed death warriors, after the leader opened the door, entered in a line. The leader hesitated for a moment, then clasped his fist and said in a muffled voice, I was doing my duty before, so I didn't dare to show myself. I hope your highness can forgive me. Song Jisin said expressionlessly, do what you need to do. The man kept his head down. I'll be so bold as to ask your highness to help explain to the prince. Song Jisin said impatiently, why would my uncle bicker with you over such a trivial matter? The 5 figures didn't move at all. They stood in the courtyard in the drizzle, unwilling to move even if they had to die. Song Jisin compromised, okay, I'll help you explain the situation. The 5 people entered the house. 3 black-clothed men easily carried the boxes, while the other 2 escorted them empty-handed. After slowly walking into Clay Bottle Alley, they all ran away. Song Jisin was deep in thought. GQ held up an oil paper umbrella and gave Song Jisin a slightly bigger one. After locking the door of the main house, the kitchen, and the courtyard, the master and servant stood at the entrance of the courtyard with the umbrella. Song Jisin looked at the red and black Spring Festival couplets and the painted door god, and said softly, I don't know if we'll be able to see these couplets the next time we come back. GQ said, if we leave, then leave. Why come back? Song Jisin said self-deprecatingly, that's right. If we do well, we won't have anyone to show off. If we don't do well, there will be many people who will laugh at us. The rain didn't stop, and the alley gradually became muddy. GQ really didn't want to stay any longer, so she urged, let's go. Song Jisin nodded, and the 2 walked to the entrance of Clay Bottle Alley one after the other. GQ walked in front in a hurry. Song Jisin walked behind her slowly. When they passed by the high wall of the alley facing the courtyard of a house, Song Jisin, who was holding an umbrella, stopped and looked back. The young man looked at the yellow mud wall, which didn't have anything special, and was lost in thought. GQ, who was in front of him, turned her head and couldn't help but complain, young master, if you don't walk faster, the rain will get heavier. The young man under the umbrella didn't have a clear expression. After raising his arm and making a gesture, the young man responded to the maid's call and finally began to speed up. In the carriage on the street outside Clay Bottle Alley, the king of Dali, Song Jankyung, was resting with his eyes closed. Every day, the inspection office would create a secret file, which would be observed and recorded by 9 top-notch spies in the Great Li. Everything written in the file was the daily trivia of the supervisor Song's illegitimate son, such as what street he went shopping with his maidservant today, how much he spent on food and goods, which text he recited in the morning, which sage book he read aloud in the morning, when he secretly drank wine, who he went to the town with to release kites to catch crickets, what the reason was, who he had a dispute with, and so on. Every 3 months, it would be sent to the capital of the Great Li and sent to the table of the imperial study in the palace. Finally, it would be compiled into a book, which was personally named Small Daily Record by that elder brother of his, who loved to play with words and ink the most. From Small Daily Record 1 to the current Small Daily Record 15, the bits and pieces of a 15-year-old boy living in a shabby alley for 15 years were written into 15 books. Before Song Jankyung came to the town, he flipped through those books that were full of boring trivia, but he keenly found that one of the books, 7, was missing a page in the middle, which was obviously torn by someone. This should mean that during the summer and autumn when Song Jisin was 12 years old, a huge accident happened. Before Song Jankyung came to the town, he thought that it was a bloody assassination that started in the capital of Dali and involved some people that even his elder brother could only suffer in silence. However, Song Jankyung later realized that the story recorded on that page was definitely not a happy memory for the young Song Jisin, and it must be related to Chen Pingan in Clay Bottle Alley. Song Jankyung began to organize his thoughts. The number one king of Dali, who rarely took a break from his busy schedule, carefully recalled the details of the conversation between the two teenagers recorded in the book, as well as the scene at that time. Song Jankyung opened his eyes and looked at the curtain of the window. First, he saw the slender figure of the servant girl holding the umbrella, then his nephew Song Jisin. The master and servant went to the second carriage, and the 3 boxes were already moved to the last carriage. Song Jankyung whispered, "Let's go." The carriage slowly moved. The carriage suddenly stopped, and not long after, Song Jisin rushed into the carriage in a flustered and exasperated manner, his face full of anger. "What do you mean?" Song Jankyung asked. "You mean the corpse in your carriage?" Song Jisin's face was livid, and he stared at Song Jankyung. Song Jankyung's expression was calm. "Do you know the identity of the corpse? Dali has 7 spy agencies, and I control 3 of them, mainly to infiltrate the imperial courts of various countries, spy on important military intelligence, and bribe the civil and military officials of enemy countries. Imperial tutor Xiao, who controls 3, mainly to deal with the internal public opinion of the dynasty and the movements of Jianghu, and especially to keep an eye on the movements of the capital. The last one is responsible for dealing with the cultivators on the mountain, directly under someone. There are a total of 9 Dali spies in this small town, and they come from these 7 places to ensure your safety, and there will be no mistakes." Song Jisin said in a low voice, "What are you trying to say?" Song Jankyung laughed. "The twists and turns here, who is that person loyal to, and a lot of dirty truths, it's probably very difficult for me to explain clearly to you. In any case, that person deserved to die. However, you need to remember one thing. Right now, outsiders regard you as His Highness Da Li, an extraordinary descendant of the heavens. Whether they respect or flatter you on the surface, you can accept it all, but don't forget why they are doing this." Song Jisin sneered. "Oh? Why?" Song Jankyung smiled. "Do you really think you are that important? Everything is just because I'm by your side. I'm afraid you won't remember this, so I'm taking this opportunity to make you more careful. It's not good to be with a dead person. But it's better than next time, when you need me to be by your corpse." Song Jisin's face flushed red. Song Jankyung glanced at the teenager and said indifferently, "Get out of the car." Song Jisin instantly swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue. He silently turned around, gritted his teeth, and left hatefully. Song Jankyung waited until the teenager got out of the car and laughed. "With such a little skill, when you go to the capital, you will be targeted by those toothless tigers and foxes. They will want to tear off a few pieces of meat from your body." When the vassal king thought of going to the capital, he actually had a headache. Inside the carriage, the dead man occupied the most space. Song Jisin was very uncomfortable, but the maidservant GQ's face was as usual. He casually asked, "By the way, GQ, did you bring our old house key?" She wondered. "No, I just left it in my room. I don't want to go back." Why are you asking this? Besides, don't you also have a bunch of house keys?" Song Jisin said with a smile, "I also left it in my room." The 3 carriages drove past the old locust tree, out of the town, and finally on the bumpy muddy road, all the way to the east. When passing through the gate on the east side of the town, the gatekeeper Zheng Dafeng, who was sheltering from the rain in his mud house, squatted at the gate with his hands folded in his sleeves. Looking at the 3 carriages, the old bachelor yawned. About half an hour later, Song Jankyung said in a deep voice, "Stop the carriage." Song Jankyung got out of the carriage. Song Jisin and GQ in the carriage behind raised the curtain. Two heads squeezed together, curiously looking at Song Jankyung. Song Jankyung waved his hand, and Song Jisin pulled GQ back. Song Jankyung walked forward. Not far away, there was an ugly middle-aged man blocking the middle of the road. His straw sandals and trousers were full of mud. Song Jankyung walked forward and said with a smile, "I really didn't expect that there was someone like you hidden in the town. It seems that our Dallas spies don't eat but eat shit." The king's originally spotless snow-white robe was also covered with mud, and his boots were naturally not spared. Song Jankyung finally stopped 10 steps away from the man. "Since you didn't fight as soon as you met, why don't you tell me what you want?" The man from the small town, who even had the roof of his house trampled by the mountain-moving apes, was no longer squatting on the ground and sulking in front of the king of Lee dynasty. He said in a deep voice, "Song Changjing, as long as you can survive the battle, you'll naturally know the answer." Song Jankyung frowned. The man understood and said, "Let the carriage pass first." Song Jankyung smiled and nodded. He didn't turn around, but kept staring at the man, and shouted, "The carriage goes first, just go forward." The man walked to the side of the road and let the 3 carriages pass unimpeded. Song Jankyung waited until the carriages completely disappeared from his sight, and then looked at the man patiently waiting. This person's realm was higher than his. But the gap between the two was limited. Song Jankyung was not afraid. On the contrary, he was full of fighting spirit, and his blood was boiling. He pulled his collar. Although the person in front of him was unknown, he was definitely the best whetstone to sharpen his martial arts. Song Jankyung's intuition told him that today's life or death, tomorrow's 9 or 10, all depended on this one move. 63. At that time, in the small street, the rain gradually stopped. Ning Yarrow turned her head to look at Chen Pingan, whose breathing was steady and calm. Although she didn't like Old Man Yang, she had to admit that this old man was a real expert. Old Yang isn't a simple person. Ning Yarrow paused for a moment and turned to look at the inconspicuous Yang family's shop. After the rain, the medicine shop's silhouette was soft and misty. The girl made some slight modifications. Old Yang isn't a simple person. Chen Pingan didn't hear the difference between the two. He just nodded and smiled. "I used to think that Grandpa Yang was a good and fair person. Now I know that Grandpa Yang hid his strength. Miss Ning, he should be considered a cultivator, right?" Ning Yarrow said something that Chen Pingan didn't understand. Somewhat similar, but actually different. "But it doesn't make any difference to you." Now that they were at the south end of the covered bridge, Chen Pingan, who had survived the disaster, turned back to look at the girl in green. The young man's state of mind was very different. When she heard the footsteps, she stood up with a shy smile. She saw the straw sandals boy and the girl in green standing side by side. The girl with a ponytail was slightly uneasy. Chen Pingan didn't dare to treat the girl named Wan Xiu in front of him as an ordinary girl. Of course, the girl's image that left the deepest impression on him was still the 4 words, idle and idle. Wan Xiu glanced at the cold and arrogant Ning Yarrow. She didn't dare to greet her. Ning Yarrow glanced at the delicate and pretty girl with a petite figure. She didn't want to greet her. The 3 of them walked down the steps of the covered bridge. Chen Pingan said softly, "I heard from Mr. Qi that Liu Xianyang is fine." Wan Xiu nodded vigorously. He's awake. After the shopkeeper of the Yang family's shop saw him, he said that the King of Hell was merciful and spared Liu Xianyang's life. The old shopkeeper also said that as long as he's awake, he'll be fine. "I was afraid that you would be anxious, so I wanted to tell you as soon as possible, but my father wouldn't let me cross the bridge." The young girl rambled on and on like a chirping oriole. In the end, she was somewhat apologetic. Actually, there were some things that the girl didn't say out loud. After Liu Xianyang woke up, the first thing she did was rush out the door. When she reached the covered bridge, she was so focused on telling the boy the news that she completely forgot about her father's warning that she wasn't allowed to enter the town. However, just as she was about to run down the northern steps, she was grabbed by the ear by her elusive father. The girl had to persuade her father to let her sit on the southern steps and wait for someone. This wasn't the first awakening of love, nor was it some kind of romantic love. Instead, it was a spontaneous kindness. Of course, the premise was that Chen Pinggan didn't make the girl dislike him. On the contrary, she had a good impression of him. Or it could be said that she acknowledged Chen Pinggan. All of this was the first time the two met on the back of the green ox. The boy was willing to go into the water to fish for someone else. Afterwards, the wound on his left hand hurt so much that he sucked in a breath of cold air, but he didn't feel any regret. Later on, when Liu Xianyang met with misfortune, the boy was willing to step forward and shoulder the responsibility that he should shoulder. These were the blessings that Chen Pinggan had accumulated, bit by bit. All of this was the persistence of the boy Chen Pinggan for a long time. It was just that the girl, Wan Xiu, happened to see it. In truth, Chen Pinggan had missed out on even more things. For example, the golden carp in the fish basket, the loach that he gave to Ji Yu Kan, the four-legged snake, the locust tree leaves that floated in front of the boy, and so on. All of these blessings and opportunities that he had missed out on would not be grasped by the boy just because Chen Pinggan was a person who cherished good fortune. Chen Pinggan, Ning, Yarrow, and Wan Xiu walked down the covered bridge. The boy and girl didn't notice that droplets of varying heights quietly fell into the stream. These droplets of water were originally hanging under the eaves of the covered bridge, gathered on the railings of the covered bridge, or in the potholes at the edge of the covered bridge. In the end, they all fell into the stream and blended into the water. At the same time, the puddle-like backyard of the Yang family's shop rippled and returned to its muddy appearance, just like all backyards in the world. On the surface of the water stood a blurry figure covered in smoke. One could vaguely see that it was a hunchbacked old woman whose face couldn't be seen clearly. Old Yang didn't find it strange. He smoked his pipe again and asked, "What did you see?" The figure was like a water plant that swayed involuntarily with the water. She said hoarsely, "That little girl is the only daughter of the next saint here. She has such a noble status. Why did she fall in love with the boy from the shabby alley?" Old Yang sneered and said, "That's it." The old woman on the water trembled and didn't dare to speak again. The old man said slowly, "Since you've come this far, there are some rules that I should make clear to you. Otherwise, when you die in the future, you won't know what happened and still feel that you've been wronged." The old man seemed to be thinking about something and wasn't in a hurry to speak. After the rain stopped, the water in the yard gradually disappeared. The old woman's figure became more and more blurred. She said pitifully, "Great Immortal, I just want to see my grandson a few more times." Old Yang, whose thoughts were interrupted, was a little impatient. "What you think is your business. I can't be bothered to care about this." Speaking of this, the old man's eyes were a little absent-minded. He said to himself, "You're lucky. If you fell into the hands of the three sects, you might not even have a next life." In Buddhism, there was a saying about subduing the monkey and the horse. Thoughts and vows were two very important matters. The Confucians were a little better, but they did not care so much. They only earnestly taught their disciples and grand-disciples that they must be careful, meaning that they should not say one thing and mean another. Taoism, on the other hand, raises the importance of how you think. They don't hesitate to regard the inner demons as the enemy of cultivation. It's stricter than Buddhism. Therefore, many people take the wrong path and have many so-called unorthodox ways. Because Taoism pursues tranquility and emphasizes on self-examination. Once you're stumped by the questions left by the ancestors of Taoism, your mind will be in a mess. The old man who was smoking was like a hidden dragon in the sea of clouds. The old woman was even more confused. After all, she was born and raised in this place. She didn't read any books. Naturally, she couldn't understand these mysterious theories. She could only force herself to memorize. Old Yang suddenly laughed. "You don't have to remember these because we don't care about this." The old woman was stunned. Old Yang repeated, "We don't care what you think. We only care about what you do." The old woman said nervously, "Great Immortal, I'll remember." Old Yang twitched the corner of his mouth and said, "Since you're a river granny, you have to be responsible for all the affairs in the river. It's not only to accumulate good karma for yourself, but also to win the incense of the people. If you can let people build a temple for you, create a golden body, and let a clone stand in it, that's your ability. After that, you have to strive to let the imperial court accept you. You have to be one of the orthodox genealogical records of mountains and rivers in a country and get an official identity. If you can't do it, you have to at least be recorded in the local county records. If the ancestral temple that enshrines you is treated as an obscene temple and is ordered by the government to eradicate it, your life will be even more difficult than that of a wandering ghost. The old woman plucked up her courage and asked, "Great Immortal, as you said before, we ban everything here. Then what can I, a little river granny, do except to extend my life?" "Great Immortal, the incense in the temple, the genealogical records of mountains and rivers, and the local county records." Old Yang said, "That's in the past. It's hard to say what will happen in the future. In the future, this place will be degraded from a small cave to a small blessed land without any threshold. Anyone can come here and no longer have to pay the 3 bags of copper coins. This is also the root of why Emperor Dali is so unscrupulous. Some things are done 60 years earlier or 60 years later. The result will be different." The old woman gritted her teeth and asked, "Great Immortal, is the reason why you're willing to protect me because of my grandson?" Old Yang nodded and did not hide his intention. The old woman asked again, "In that case, why did Great Immortal let the military of Marshall Mountain take away my Ma Kushwan? Why didn't you cultivate him yourself?" It turned out that this old woman who had transformed into a river granny was Granny Ma of Apricot Blossom Alley, who had been slapped to death. Old Yang lightly tapped his pipe. The figure on the water formed by the old woman's soul immediately twisted and wailed. This pain came without warning. It was like a mortal suddenly suffering from heartbreaking, bone-shattering pain. How could the old woman bear it? Old Yang said indifferently, "Although in my eyes, there's no distinction between good and evil, and I don't measure virtue based on this, it doesn't mean that I like your actions. In the past, I didn't want to bicker with you, but in the future, even if I want to destroy you, it'll only take a thought. So don't push your luck." The old woman knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. "Great Immortal, I won't dare, I won't dare." The sword cultivators of Marshall Mountain had paid a huge price to invite the true immortal surnamed Yin. When faced with the young Ma Kushwan's rude questioning, even the military sword cultivator felt his heart palpitate. He was afraid of provoking the wrath of the true immortal. Why did the true immortal reply to the young Ma Kushwan with a straight face? Why did he reply with the words of the mortal world, "It's not that I didn't do it, it's just that I can't do it"? This was not a question and answer that a human or a deity should have. However, even the sword cultivator, whose status could be considered high, did not understand this. He only thought that the true immortal had his own rules and considerations that no one knew about. However, the old man in the small courtyard was well aware of this. That young Ma Kushwan was the chosen one. He was not the slightest bit inferior to the maidservant Ji Qiu. Wang Zhu, Wang Zhu. Together, they formed the character Zhu. What was the most precious thing in a true dragon? Zhu. Why did she choose to rely on the Prince of Dali, Song Jisin? The emperors of the world had always liked to consider themselves as true dragons. For one person's luck to be linked to the throne of the dynasty, it was obvious that the two of them had joined forces and complemented each other. But then again, the path of cultivation was long. Luck, talent, foundation, opportunity, and temperament were all indispensable. However, in the end, on the path of cultivation, there was always a step ahead, and there was also a time when a great talent was born late. Thus, there were no absolutes. In this small town, apart from Ma Kushwan and Ji Qiu, Song Jisin, Zhao Yaro, Ji Yu Kan, Wan Xiu, Liu Xianyang, and those children with their own opportunities and destinies could all be said to be favored by the heavens. Even the unfathomable old Yang did not dare say that anyone's achievements would be greater than anyone else's. Old Yang glanced at the puddles in the courtyard and said, "Go. For now, you only need to keep an eye on the covered bridge." The old woman said fearfully, "Great Immortal, even I can't get close to the covered bridge, especially that deep pool. Every time I go a little closer, it's like I'm being boiled in a pot of oil, Old Yang chuckled. You don't need to get close. Just keep an eye on the covered bridge. For example, if something flies out from under the covered bridge in the future, you just need to keep an eye on it. The old woman hurriedly obeyed and left. Above the puddles in the courtyard, the old woman's misty figure instantly disappeared. Master, master. At the back door of the Yang family's shop, Zheng Dafeng laughed loudly and hurriedly came to report the good news. The two of them arrived at the back courtyard one after the other. Zheng Dafeng, who was in front, walked like a gust of wind. Senior brother has returned. It's great news. Old Yang looked at the honest man behind Zheng Dafeng, and the latter nodded. However, the man wanted to say something but hesitated. He was full of questions, but his words were clumsy and he did not know where to start. In the end, the man could only mutter, Master, why did you take Ma Kuxuan as your disciple and not that youth? I don't like that kid surnamed Ma. Old Yang glared at him. So you took the initiative to grab that golden carp and sell it to Chen Pinggan? The middle-aged man was much more courageous than Zheng Dafeng, who had his hands and feet tied in front of the old man. He sat down on the bench that Chen Pinggan had previously sat on. What's wrong? I'm happy to. Master, don't you like that kid too? If Chen Pinggan was present, he would definitely be shocked. This was because the middle-aged man who sold the fish on the street was this man. Old Yang laughed angrily. And the result? That basket and that golden carp were delivered to Chen Pinggan? The man was unhappy and did not say anything. Zheng Dafeng fanned the flames. Senior brother, it's not that I want to criticize you, but you wasted that Dragon King basket. Of all people, you just had to give it to Dallas' sworn enemy, the little prince of the Great Sui Kingdom. Be careful that Song Jianqiang won't let you off the hook in the future. Besides, we shouldn't let the goodies flow into our own fields. It's fine to leave it to my nephew and niece. What, do you think it's too hot? If you really can't do it, you can give it to me. Old Yang coldly looked at Zheng Dafeng. Zheng Dafeng kept quiet and did not dare to say another word. He raised his hands and obediently sat on the steps. The old man said, Take Fu Nanhua and go to Old Dragon City together. Zheng Dafeng's face was full of surprise. He turned his head and saw the old man's expressionless face. This single man who guarded the town slowly retracted his gaze. He patted his knee and stood up with a bitter smile. He did not say a word and walked down the steps to the back door of the shop. The old man's dignified voice came from behind him. Remember, you can't reveal your identity even if you die. Zheng Dafeng's bitter smile deepened. He nodded and did not turn around. He quickened his pace. When he reached the corridor of the back door of the main hall, the man turned around, knelt down and kowtowed 3 times. He said in a low voice, Master, take care of yourself. From beginning to end, the old man did not say a word. Zheng Dafeng left the Yang family's shop sadly. The man sitting on the bench, Li felt indignant for Zheng Dafeng, who was his junior brother from the same sect. Master, you're too, the old man laughed. Unreasonable? The man nodded. Although junior brother doesn't do anything serious, he's really good to you. To be honest, I can't compare to him in this aspect. The old man did not comment. Anyway, he's just a rootless duckweed. He can't even compare to the weeds on the side of the road. It doesn't matter where he dies. The man sighed and said, Junior apprentice brother must be feeling uncomfortable after leaving the town this time. Generally speaking, if you want to pass on your legacy, you need to have 3 disciples. One of them has to be very useful, able to bring glory to the sect. After the master dies, they have to be able to shoulder the burden and hold down the fort. They have both face and inner strength. Another one can continue the legacy. Although it seems like his abilities are inferior to the former, he has the advantage of being resilient. Even if the sky falls, even if the useful disciple dies, it has to be this person who can ensure the continuity of the sect. When the sect is at its peak, his usefulness is not obvious. When the sect is in danger, he becomes very important. The last one has to be interesting. He has to have good talent, a good foundation, and everything else. He has to be very interesting. He doesn't even need to be grateful to the master and the sect. As the saying goes, teaching a disciple makes the master starve to death. This is the case for the last disciple. The man asked curiously, me, junior brother, and Ma Kushwan, who are we? Old man Yang smiled and said, so many years have passed, who said that I only have 3 disciples? The man was stunned. His smile was a bit awkward. I forgot about that. Old Yang laughed. Then how about Song Jankyung? The man thought seriously for a moment. In the end, he only said 2 words. Not bad. Old Yang smoked his pipe and exhaled smoke. He clicked his tongue in wonder. Then his very powerful. The man said, Song Jankyung agrees. Without waiting for his disciple to finish, Old Yang stomped his foot. The world fell silent. The man laughed. Master, what we've been doing all these years can't be considered hidden. Why do we need to care about this? Old Yang slowly said, you don't even want to pretend. Are you trying to rebel? The man asked back, are there 2 things? Old Yang looked up at the sky. His gaze pierced through the 3 layers of heaven and earth. The old man was silent. The man's heart was heavy. He asked, Master, are my 2 children really going to that Cliff Academy? Old Yang said, since Qi Jingchun is willing to use this as an exchange, why don't they go? It's not an exaggeration to say that such a good thing only happens once in 100 years. Old Yang asked, why didn't Qi Jingchun give it to Chen Pingan in one go? Old Yang laughed. Do you think that's helping Chen Pingan? It's more like complaining that the child didn't die quickly enough. Believe it or not, if you had successfully given away the Dragon King basket and the golden carp, Chen Pingan would have died somewhere in the town in less than 3 days. The man was puzzled. Before Chen Pingan was 6 years old, his father had broken his life porcelain. Therefore, there was no restriction. Although this caused the child to be unable to keep any great opportunities, this is both a bad and a good thing. He's like a lamp in a dark room. So many things have happened. During this period of time, the poor child has gotten something. Isn't that normal? Old Yang explained, as long as he's in the town, Chen Pingan won't have any good luck. If the opportunity is too great, the child won't be able to take it or keep it. He'll just live a poor life empty-handed. It's not easy for him to survive. If it were those so-called God's favored children, which one of them wouldn't have died 7 or 8 times? The man grinned. That's why you're willing to help him, Master. What you can give is the only thing Chen Pingan can take. Old Yang hesitated for a moment and exhaled a mouthful of thick smoke. Then do you know that the opportunity you tried to give Chen Pingan almost killed him? The prince and eunuchs of the Great Sui Kingdom, Ning Yarrow, the felon assassins, that eccentric Taoist. Chen Pingan almost died on this line. The man frowned. Old Yang changed the topic. In the past, the first thing the sages who were in charge of guarding this world would do after taking office was to check on the 4 treasures left behind by their ancestors. The second thing they would do was to come to my place and say hello. But even for these sages, most of them knew the truth but didn't know the reason. There are 2 kinds of people who won't come to my place. The first kind is mostly in the early years. At that time, Buddhism was prosperous in the eastern Vase continent, and there were many monks. This group of people didn't dare to come because they were afraid of getting involved in karma. The second kind is like Qi Jingchun. The higher-ups didn't tell him the truth on purpose, hoping that Qi Jingchun and I would get into a conflict and fight. Qi Jingchun came here today because he figured it out himself, or... The old man's face was solemn. The possibility of this is too small, and the consequences are too great. It's unimaginable. I hope it's not, and it shouldn't be. There was another world in this small world. Qi Jingchun was in charge of one area, while Old Yang was like a military town, and there was no sign of him living under someone else's roof. Old Yang said with emotion, Qi Jingchun, a scholarly sage before him said, the sage did his best to see and use rules as the yardstick, and thought that everything was round and straight. What does that mean? Simply put, it means that you, the common people, should be grateful for the great kindness of the sage master. It was he who spent a lot of effort to set up these rules and frameworks for the future generations to walk in and not suffer from disasters. Only then will you have the chance to be reincarnated as a human in your next life. The man scratched his head and said, Master, why are you telling me this? I don't understand it either. That's why Zheng Dafeng can talk to you. Old man Yang smiled and said, if you, Li could talk, I wouldn't have asked. One to talk, one to listen, one to ask, and one to answer. It's just right. Old Yang stood up and looked into the distance. If one day, that child can walk out of the small town alive and wander outside for a few decades, he will be surprised that the small town in his hometown is so big. His master stood up, and the man had no choice but to follow. Although he didn't know how to flatter, he still understood the rules. Old Yang said, you don't have to stay here. Take that shrew of yours and go somewhere. In the eastern Aquarius continent, you have no hope of breaking through in this lifetime. Song Jianqiang is a narrow-minded person. In the future, if you don't find it disgusting to be suppressed by him, as your master, I will find it disgusting. By the way, son and daughter, if you really can't bear to part with them, you can take one with you. At most, you'll take less of Qi Jingquan's gift. The man asked, Master, if my wife insists on taking the 2 children with her, what should I do? Old Yang said angrily, who's the master of your family? The man said matter-of-factly, her. The old man took a deep breath and waved his hand to chase them away. Go away, all 4 of you. Do whatever you want. The man walked down the steps and suddenly turned his head to ask, Master, what about you? The old man sat back on the bench and reached for the tobacco in his pocket. He found that it was empty. After retracting his hand, he said calmly, what else can I do? I'm just waiting for death. The man walked under the eaves and turned his head to laugh. I don't think Ma Kushuan can take that thing away. The old man's expression was gloomy. He said self-deprecatingly, if he can't take it away, then no one can. The 4 families and 10 clans of the small town suddenly received the news that all outsiders must leave the small town within 3 days. For the time being, only exits were allowed, but no entry was allowed. Although they were filled with resentment, in the end, no one questioned this decision. Among the eastbound group, the Li family's ancestor personally escorted the little ancestor of Zhengyang Mountain away. The next day, a series of rumbling sounds came from the west of the small town. It was earth-shattering. It turned out that the mountain-moving ape of Zhengyang Mountain had really uprooted a huge mountain. The old ape, who had revealed his true form, was about to carry it on his back. The old ape's shoulder suddenly tilted as if something heavy was pressing on it. The old ape looked up and squinted. There was a tiny figure on the peak of the mountain on his shoulder. Qi Jingchun. The old ape laughed. Qi Jingchun. Don't be so petty and ruin the big picture, Qi Jingchun said in a deep voice, put this cloud mountain back. The old ape raised his shoulder and roared wildly, what if I don't? In the next moment, the mountain-moving ape's hands suddenly left the bottom of the mountain and rolled sideways. Its huge body crushed countless trees nearby. In the next moment, the giant ape was stomped into the ground. That person was truly indomitable. Compared to him, the mountain-moving ape was like an ant under someone's foot. Another stomp made the old ape, who was struggling to get up, sink into the ground again. Another stomp. The giant ape lay limp in the huge pit. It was covered in blood and was on the verge of death. That person arched his body as if his head was holding up the sky. He looked down at the mountain-moving ape and sneered. If it were me 60 years ago, the first thing I would have done after leaving this place would have been to flatten Xingyang Mountain. 64. Chen Pinggan suddenly became a temporary apprentice of the blacksmith shop. According to Master Wan, he needed someone to take over Liu Xianyang's work. He needed people to dig wells, build houses, and dig canals. There was no reason for him to keep Uncle Liu alive for nothing. Therefore, Chen Pinggan became the busiest person in the shop. As long as it was physical work, the straw sandals youth would not lose to any strong young man. In between work, Chen Pinggan would go to the house to visit Liu Xianyang. The tall youth who had just escaped death had become somewhat taciturn and sickly. He often lay in bed and stared at the ceiling in a daze. Other than Chen Pinggan who could chat with him, Liu Xianyang hardly spoke to anyone. Chen Pinggan was also helpless about this. Fortunately, Liu Xianyang was severely injured, but the recovery speed of the chest wound was much faster than Chen Pinggan's left hand. Ning Yarrow still lived in the house in Mud Bottle Alley. The man she called Master Wan unexpectedly agreed to forge a sword for her. What was even more surprising was that Master Wan said that if she was lucky, the sword could be forged in half a year. If she was unlucky, she might not succeed even after 10 years. Ning Yarrow was very relaxed about this. She smiled and said that her luck had always been good. She just had to wait for half a year. Although Ning Yarrow lived in Chen Pinggan's ancestral house every day, she moved all the medicine jars and other things to the shop, saving Chen Pinggan the trouble of running back and forth. Chen Pinggan lived in Liu Xianyang's house, mainly because he was afraid that the house would be robbed. Chen Pinggan went to the stream in the middle of the night to look for stones, but in the end, he did not find a single one. He could not even find a snake gallstone in the deep pit on the back of the green ox. In Ning Yarrow's words, the snake gallstone was similar to a person. It had to have spirit. Without it, it could only be used as an inkstone by an ordinary rich family. However, with spirit, it was like a person wearing a dragon robe. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. Chen Pinggan couldn't help but sigh every time he walked by the stream. Ning Yarrow brought back a bunch of old keys for Chen Pinggan. She said that someone had left them in the yard. She tried the keys, and sure enough, they belonged to Song Jisin's house next door. Everything from the yard door to the house door could be opened. Chen Pinggan could not guess what Song Jisin wanted to do. Logically speaking, with his extravagant style, he should not have thought of asking him to help clean the house. After all, with Song Jisin's temper, even if the house collapsed, he would not be willing to let outsiders into his territory. Chen Pinggan knew Song Jisin better than anyone else. Song Jisin was a very generous person. Whether it was for himself or for the young maidservant, he would spend all 10 copper coins in his pocket. At the same time, Song Jisin was also a very stingy person. As long as he wanted to monopolize something, he would not be willing to give out a single cent. In short, Song Jisin could give something to anyone he wanted. It was nothing. However, if someone took the initiative to ask him for something, he would definitely not be willing. When he was in a good mood, he was willing to add flowers to a brocade. However, regardless of whether he was in a good mood or not, Song Jisin would not provide charcoal in snowy weather. Or could it be that GQ deliberately threw the keys to his house? Chen Pinggan felt that the possibility was not high. During this time, when Chen Pinggan heard Ning Yarrow say that she had used the keys to open the door, he was somewhat stunned. He wanted to say something, but stopped. Thus, Ning Yarrow narrowed her eyes. Her pair of long and narrow eyebrows were particularly imposing. She stared fixedly at Chen Pinggan. At that time, Wan Xiu was watching this scene from not too far away. She secretly ate the crushed food that Chen Pinggan had helped her buy from the small town. In the end, Ning Yarrow was the first to turn and leave. That day, she did not let Chen Pinggan decoct the medicine. She carried the pot to the open space behind the blacksmith shop and busied herself for half a day. The young girl's face was covered in smoke and she even cooked a large pot of black charcoal. The young girl in green with a ponytail passed by from afar. As she walked, she ate melon seeds with relish. Ning Yarrow squatted on the ground and fiercely stared at the pot of medicine. She felt that this was much more difficult than practicing the sword or the saber. The young girl's face was full of indignation. Is there anything in this world that I, Ning Yarrow, can't do? It seems that there should be no such thing as decocting medicine in this world. Chen Pinggan silently walked to her side and helped her decoct the medicine again. His movements were very skilled. Ning Yarrow's lips moved slightly, but she did not stop him. She only took advantage of the time when Chen Pinggan was not paying attention to wipe her face. The young man squatted beside the pot and carefully watched the heat. His hands were folded on his knees and his chin was resting on his arms. Ning Yarrow coldly snorted, "Laugh if you want to." Chen Pinggan did not laugh at her. He continued to stare at the gently swaying green flame and whispered, "It's not that I think Miss Ning will do anything bad, but the key is someone else's. No matter why it was left in our courtyard, it's not good to open the door. Even if Song Jisin and Ji Qiu never return to the town in their lives, the courtyard next door is still his. We are all outsiders." Ning Yarrow curled her lips. "You're such a good person. You're so stubborn. You're so fussy." Chen Pinggan and Ning Yarrow turned their heads almost at the same time. They saw a young man with a slender figure and an elegant temperament. At first glance, they could tell that he was a foreigner and a scholar. Chen Pinggan noticed that this person looked at him strangely. He was not arrogant like the mountain-moving ape of Zhengyang Mountain and Fu Nanhua of Old Longcheng. He was also not like Lu Daozhong and Miss Ning. The young man's gaze was very complicated and contradictory. There seemed to be pity, admiration, and a hint of disdain. The young man finally chose to leave in silence. Ning Yarrow frowned. "It's obvious that he came for you. What's going on?" Chen Pinggan was also puzzled. He shook his head and said, "I don't understand." After being interrupted by that inexplicable outsider, the little bit of grudge between the young man and the young woman quickly disappeared. However, that person soon returned. Beside him was a young woman with extremely long legs. For some reason, Ruan Xiu was also with him. Ruan Xiu explained, "They said they don't speak the town dialect, so they asked me to help." Chen Pinggan, this sister is the one who saved Liu Xianyang. Like you, her surname is Chen, but she's not from the Eastern Treasure Island. The person beside Sister Chen is the eldest grandson of the Chen family from Dragontail Commandery. His name is Chen Songfeng. According to Sister Chen, Chen Songfeng seems to be a distant relative of your branch of the Chen family from several hundred years ago. As for Sister Chen, she has nothing to do with you even if you push back 1 or 2,000 years. This time, Sister Chen came to pay respects to her ancestors. However, in this town, from the construction supervisor to the big families in Fulu Street and Peachleaf Alley, no one knows where her ancestors' graves are. Liu Xianyang mentioned you. He said that you're the one who's most familiar with the surrounding landscape in this town. It's definitely the right choice to find you. Sister Chen said that if you can help, she can pay you a bag of gold and copper coins. I think you can agree. When she said this, the young woman in green secretly put 2 fingers together and shook them at her waist. In addition, she also mouthed, 2 bags. Ruan Xiu was obviously reminding Chen Pinggan that he could ask for as much as he wanted. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a shop after this village. Chen Pinggan thought carefully and said with a smile, "I thought of a place that might be the place she's looking for. As for the payment, forget it. It's just a matter of walking a few steps." Ruan Xiu was a little anxious. Ning Yarrow had already taken a step forward and said in the orthodox language of the Eastern Treasure Bottle continent, "Let Chen Pinggan take you to the graves to pay respects to your ancestors. However, you have to take out 2 bags of gold and copper coins. There's no discussion. He's seriously injured now and it's not easy for him to travel long distances. You also know that Mr. Qi wants people to leave the town quickly. Chen Pinggan is just an ordinary person, but he has to hurry. 1 bag of money is not enough." Chen Dui and Chen Songfeng's eyes lit up when they first saw the young woman. They forgot everything when they saw her. It was like seeing an orchid in a barren paddy field, slim and elegant. Chen Dui looked at the young woman in front of him openly. She was dressed in a green robe and had a sword hanging from her waist. It was pleasing to the eye. Chen Dui's gloomy mood also improved a little. He smiled and said, "As long as you can find my family's ancestral grave, I'll give you 2 bags of money. But I'll say it first. If you can't find it, I won't give you a single bag. How about it?" Ning Yarrow said in a deep voice, "It's a deal." From beginning to end, it was as if Chen Pinggan had nothing to do with it. Ning Yarrow stared at Chen Pinggan. Her eyes were full of "Don't talk to me, or I'll really cut you up." Chen Pinggan held back his laughter and thought seriously. He said to Ruan Xiu, "Please tell them that I need to help Miss Ning boil the medicine. It will take about half an hour. Then I'll go talk to Liu Xianyang." Finally, I need Miss Ron to help me tell Master Ron that I'll definitely make up for the things I left behind today tomorrow. After hearing that they couldn't leave immediately, Chen Dui was a little unhappy. She looked at the straw sandals youth who didn't know what was good for him, and her expression was uncertain. Chen Pinggan didn't hesitate to retreat. Ning Yarrow crossed her arms and smiled coldly. Chen Dui held back the unhappiness in her heart. She said to Ron Xiao, tell him that we'll wait for him at the covered bridge. We'll wait for at most an hour. If we don't see him by then, let this guy bear the consequences. Ron Xiao nodded indifferently. Chen Dui and Chen Songfeng left together. Ron Xiao smiled, I'll go tell my father. After Chen Pinggan finished boiling the medicine for Ning Yarrow, he went to find Liu Xianyang. In the room with a strong smell of medicine, Liu Xianyang, who was lying on the bed, heard the footsteps and turned his head. His face still wasn't rosy, but it was much better than his previous pale face. Liu Xianyang squeezed out a smile and said hoarsely, the woman called Chen Dui looked for you. Chen Pinggan nodded, I'll bring them into the mountains later. Liu Xianyang thought for a while, I'll leave with her to a place that's said to be bigger than our eastern bottle continent. Actually, Chen Dui had looked for Liu Xianyang once before. But after that, Liu Xianyang wasn't interested and didn't want to talk to Chen Pinggan about what she said. Liu Xianyang's mouth twitched, actually, I don't even know what the eastern bottle continent is. Chen Pinggan bent over to help him tidy up the bedding and smiled, do you think I know? Liu Xianyang rolled his eyes and asked, do you know what I'm most worried about? Chen Pinggan shook his head. Liu Xianyang turned his head and looked at the roof again, here, at least you can help me get off the bed. After that, I can grit my teeth and deal with it myself. But after leaving the town, what if I shit and pee on the way? Do you want me to tell them, hey, who's that, come and give me a hand? Chen Pinggan sat on the stool and could only scratch his head. Liu Xianyang suddenly smiled, but then again, I've already died, why would I be afraid of this? Chen Pinggan said, life will get better and better. Don't worry, didn't old Yarrow say that one who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune in the future? Speaking of old Yarrow, Liu Xianyang was a little sad. Old Yarrow hasn't said many good words in his life. He's said so many discouraging words, bad luck words, and scolding words. Ning Yarrow stood outside the door and didn't say anything. Chen Pinggan covered Liu Xianyang with the blanket again and stood up, saying, I'm going to take them into the mountain. You rest well. Liu Xianyang nodded, remember to be careful. Chen Pinggan quietly walked out of the room with Ning Yarrow walking side by side with him. Chen Pinggan asked curiously, you're going up the mountain too? Ning Yarrow frowned, I don't trust those two surnamed Chen. Chen Pinggan nodded, that's true. It's never wrong to be careful. The two walked quickly by the stream. Ning Yarrow said, most of the outsiders in the town have left. The spring thunder shook and the hibernating insects left in alarm. The two groups of people met at the southern end of the covered bridge. Other than Ning Yarrow and Liu Baqiao, a sword cultivator from the Wind and Thunder Garden who came to join in the fun, the other three people were Chen Pinggan from Bi Prefecture, Chen Songfeng from Ben Prefecture, and Chen Pinggan from Nipping Alley in the town. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.